What up? All right, let's get this show on the road. And we should do it. Hello, everyone. Ohayo desu. How's everyone doing? It's been a long time since I've seen you folks. How's it going? What are we doing? You know, I've been used to having some music playing in the background for so long now. Let's see if we can enable this and not get demonetized. Nope, that one will get demonetized. Let me rechange that. There we go. Wait, what on earth is that? That was not supposed to be there. Interesting. Okay. Hopefully we won't get demonetized. But I need something playing in my ear. So how are we doing, chat? How are we doing? What's up, bots and pony bots? Ponies? Cezano Gaming. The Chaos Lounge in the chat. Mr. Glass, Jacob, Power Boss, Brandon Lawrence. How's it going, folks? Leafy. Yeah, it's much cooler today, folks. Much cooler today. We are doing good. You've been enjoying the seaside again, Brandon? I've been enjoying work. That feels really weird to say, but I've actually been enjoying my work for the first time in probably about 3 years. And today's a good day. Yes, we've just started. We have just started the stream. I think I set the time to 7:30 because I finished work late today. I knew I was going to finish late. Humid? It's a little warm, but it's not, you know, it's not the Monday heat. Monday was dead. That was like Inferno's wrath, man. That was bad. That was bad. You know? Alright, let's put my phone there. Because it is going to get more and more pings as the day goes on. So that's for that. So where's the other cable? Aha. So how are we doing, everyone? Outside of the heat murdering, some being at the seaside, some being here enjoying the show. We've got a blockbuster show planned for you today. Chille, welcome to the stream. No stream for you tonight, Chille? Tarnished. Paramount is shutting down? Halo hit them that bad, huh? You know, Tarnished? I'm going to blame the Series S on that one. I'm going to blame the Series S. Paramount Global is shutting down its namesake TV studio as the company embarks on a major round of layoffs. Paramount Television Studios will cease operations at the end of the week. Holy crap. It's not the whole business, though. It's just their TV studios. Paramount TV is shutting down, not Paramount entirely. Oh yeah, it's currently the way things are going. People aren't watching TV anymore. All they're consuming is Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, HBO Max. These are, I mean, I've actually stopped paying for my television license for 2 years now. I haven't watched a single thing on terrestrial TV because I just don't need it. Everything I want to watch, I can watch through Netflix or the other subscription channels that I've got. Or I could just browse on YouTube or Twitch. Pluto TV is good as well. There are... Just look at what Diablo said, and you don't have to pay anymore. Because what diablomozart just said allows you to watch it for free. Oh, I couldn't imagine not having any streaming services, dude. My kids would murder me. Hell, the wife would murder me. Ain't that right, huh? See? There's some things that you cannot get in between when it comes to the wifey and the kids. You don't take away their Netflix. You don't take away their TV on demand. And then you have a happy life. It's just a thing. I don't make the rules. Brendan, I haven't had one person come round. They did try to tell me that I can't watch Turkish TV. We used to watch Turkish TV as well quite a lot, but they said if we watch Turkish TV, that still classifies as live TV, so we would need a TV license to watch foreign TV. I go to them, why do I need that? I'm not watching BBC or any of their channels, so why do I need a TV license? And they said, well, if you're watching any form of live TV, you need to have a TV license. That is the rules in the UK. And I said, okay, well, I guess I just won't watch those 1.5 hour adverts in between the adverts, and I'll just watch it off YouTube. Thanks for making my life easier. And that's how it went. Hey, Chille gifting 1 membership. Thank you very much, Chille. That went to Mr. Glass. I appreciate your Chille. A TV license is something that we pay in the UK. Well, some of us pay in the UK to basically watch, I think it's like 3 channels without any adverts at all. All the adverts are gone. You get the adverts like in between the shows when one ends and one starts. But let's say, for example, you sat down to watch a 2-hour movie on TV, there would be no ad breaks in between. You'll watch that straight through for 2 hours. Hey, Rabbi, I've been good, thanks. And yourself? I mean, it's why happy wife, happy life is factual. You know, someone put that to me quite exquisitely. And they said, it all starts from your pets. If you've got a happy pet at home, you've got a happy life. But the moment your pet is unhappy, your life is miserable. And I was in Peckham at the time in a shop, and the guy was just going through it. And he goes, when he walks in, and if he sees the pets in a bad mood, he knows he's going to have a shit day. So he turns around and goes, this is how it works. If the pets are unhappy or moody, the kids are unhappy. If the kids are unhappy, then the wife is unhappy. If the wife's unhappy, I'm unhappy because it all comes back to me. So I have to go sort the pet out, make sure the pet is okay, which then puts the kids in a good mood, which then puts the wife in a good mood, which then puts me in a good mood. I like it. I like it a lot. Rabbi, I'm good, thanks. But I've stopped using a TV license, and for the first time, it's not doing well in the UK. Thankfully! Maybe they can abolish it because it needs abolishing. But it is a little upsetting about Paramount. Those jobs are about to... they're about to go... Ouchies. I guess we can technically start with that one because that's just breaking news, right? So this is actually breaking news right now. And yeah, 11-year-old studio shutting down comes with a round of layoffs that Paramount announced last week, including 15% of its US employees, in addition to around 800 layoffs. 6 months ago, according to the Hollywood Reporter, these moves are all part of an effort to save $500 million in costs ahead of a merger with Skydance. So that's why it's happening. They're trying to reduce their overall stock price so they can sell off to Skydance, merge with Skydance. Looks like Skydance are going to buy them, and they need to reduce their costs because they're probably out of reach. It's the same reason I think Rockstar is doing the same thing with Suicide Squad. I think they're deliberately doubling down on that game to, well, Warner Bros. Basically is deliberately doubling down on that game to reduce their stock price in order to make them more attractive to investors. I mean, who else would go and deliberately lose $200 million deliberately? That's a lot of money. Talbot will be a good game. It's not going to shift consoles. Call of Duty could potentially shift consoles, pending they can advertise it properly. But they're not going to sell 100 billion software. No, they're not. Even if they had every single good game under the sun, they still wouldn't sell billion software. Sorry, hardware. But yeah, this is really sad news. My heart goes out to those unemployed. This is not a good time to be unemployed. It's a shit time to be unemployed, especially during the summer. And I really hope that they can find ground and, recover because, it ain't good. And trying to find a job in this economy is not the easiest. But businesses do what businesses do, and if they need to downsize to make themselves more attractive, which we're seeing more and more companies do these days, that is exactly what they are going to do. It's sad. Wukong devs launched the benchmark for the game on Steam, and boy, does it not look great for consoles. Oh, it does not. It does not. I'm going to cover that in a little bit. That's on my itinerary to cover today, Tarnished. So we'll get to that at a later part of the show because got myself a little plan today to get the things rolling. Robbie, I already told you on Twitter. Stalker 2 is not a very popular game. It's a niche game. It's not going to appeal to everyone. But it's going to do good. I'm going to play it. But is it a system seller? I'm not quite sure. Brandon, you are dying for that Starfield news. But we have this over here, right? And this is great news. I am really, really happy for this news, right? I am. I'm really happy for this news because it means that the staff at least are not, being thrown out to the wolves. They're not being thrown out and just closed down. Microsoft did a lot of work in the background, I'm assuming, to make this happen. It was in their interest to make this happen, and good on Phil and team to make sure that this actually worked. It wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for both sides doing their part and getting this over the line. And I, for one, am really happy that they managed it. On top of that, they managed to secure all the games that are on Xbox already to remain, and it looks like they have a strategic partnership now. I don't know what that exactly means, but it can basically mean one of two things to me. All games are going to come to Game Pass, or those games are basically going to all guaranteed, without a shadow of doubt, be on Xbox. After all, Claftron and Microsoft have a really, really good relationship, so it would be surprising if that wasn't going to be the case. Oh, anime, I've got no dispute about it. I just need some time to get back into Starfield. I really want to, but damn, time be damned. At the moment, I'm working somewhere around 16 to about 16 hours a day. I'm working at the moment between my main job and my YouTube job, and so that leaves me roughly about 4 hours. 4 hours of sleep, and then in that, sometimes I extend that 16 hours to about 20 hours. But time is my limiting factor. I have not yet, Leaf Storm. Send me a clip and we can put it on the show. Matthew's a good game. I've seen lots of people re-enjoying that. But this is supposed to be great news, right? I can't imagine how anyone would think that Tango Gameworks being saved by Krafton is bad news. How can anyone take this as bad news? And yet, the internet has gone absolutely mental with this. They have gone completely and utterly ballistic. I've already said, Brandon, that I just don't think that that's going to be the case. That strategic partnership pretty much guarantees that the games will be on Xbox. But oh no, it's Alex said that this was an L. Let's look at the factual information, right? Microsoft no longer has to worry about Tango. Tango probably needs a lot of money right now to reinvest and rebuild. It's not the same Tango. They've lost a lot of talent, and sure, some people are still there, but you need to fill in the gaps, right? That's a lot of work and a lot of investment, something Microsoft themselves were not prepared to do. So it was shut them down, or hope that they could find a buyer in the meantime to sell them to someone else. They went with option B, sell them to someone else. Not only did they manage to sell them to someone else, but their IP seems to be guaranteed now to come to Xbox. Whether it's going to be on Game Pass or not is another matter entirely, but at least it does look like anything that Tango makes will be day one on Xbox. So, as far as Microsoft are concerned, they've saved the studio, they've secured all the games coming to Xbox, and their partnership with Krafton remains, and they just did Tango a solid by saving their jobs. How is there any L in this? I don't get it. How can anyone find an L in this? I'm super happy that somebody picked up Tango Gameworks and the leadership is coming back. That's good for gamers. I don't know if the leadership is coming back. I mean, Mikami's gone, right? He he and that woman, I can't remember her name, they basically, Mikami left, started another studio. She went with him, and a number of staff went with him as well. So they're not coming back. That staff is over there. So the masterminds behind Evil Within now work for a different company that is not Tango Gameworks. The masterminds behind Ghostwire Tokyo work for a different company that's no longer Gameworks. The only people that now work for Gameworks, and it's not all of them, is Hi-Fi Rush. Right? It's like Bungie right now, right? I know that's a bad example to be using, but the Bungie that created Destiny is not the Bungie today. It's just a bunch of misfits trying to fill in the shoes of the legends that made Destiny great. So good luck to them. I'm happy they kept their jobs. I wish them nothing but success. Securing their jobs was, in this, economic climate and in this day and age where all we hear about is layoffs and layoffs and layoffs, hearing a happy ending should be a good thing. Right? Should be a good thing. But not to this guy. Not to this guy. Right? Not to this guy. He had to troll that saving jobs was a bad thing. Because why else would you troll, right? Why else would you troll? I mean, the fact that they're even making fun of it is just a joke. Like, how did Xbox lose here? But people are going to be people. Ponies are going to be ponies. And I just don't get it. I don't. I genuinely don't. But hey, you could always be this guy, right? You could always be this guy. Never buy CoD again. If you buy CoD from now on, you're supporting Xbox. Even if you buy this year, spending time in that game in the future benefits Xbox. I don't think this JR Ewing understands that if no one on PlayStation buys CoD, PlayStation dies. PlayStation can't survive without that CoD money. They need that 30% so they can invest in their other studios. I don't think he quite gets that. By him telling others not to buy this game, he's essentially signing a death sentence for PlayStation. Hey, Sin. Hey, J. Cola. Nothing much, J. Cola. We just talked about Paramount having a massive closure and the survival of... what is it? Tango. And then looking at people being absolutely stupid. It's pronounced Ewing. Hey, Byron. But come on. How can you say this and expect anyone to take you seriously? Like, if Sony today lost Call of Duty, can you imagine how much money they would lose? I mean, if they lost this, they can't actually fund factions. Oh, wait. Concord. Yeah, that's the one. They need to fund Concord. I keep thinking factions is a real thing. But it's Concord, isn't it? Tomorrow, Rabbi, I've got, I think, 2 videos coming out tomorrow. And I'm going to be over at Twitch tomorrow. Unless something really big happens, like Microsoft buying Warner Bros. Studios. Who knows? Who knows? No, I'm just kidding. Don't take that out of context. I don't know shit. That video is tomorrow, Rabbi. We released around 10 a.m. my time. So in about 14 hours. unless you're a member, you'll get it in about 5 hours. Now, Stalker 2 looked great. Some of those shots looked fantastic, dude. Don't forget, the video that I pulled was from Twitch. I did mention it in the video, which is a 1080p video. The YouTube one I couldn't grab because it's a 15 or 18 rated. I think it's 15. The tools I used to download it wouldn't allow me. I have to basically pay a lot of money to be able to download it, and well, I'm not going to do that. Not just yet. So I couldn't actually get a higher res version of it because I wanted to get the 4K version, but I had to settle for the 1080p one. But trust me, the game looks really good. That's why I put, I think I did. I put the link, the YouTube link, in the description below for you to check out. It's really good. Yeah, it's the compression. The compression was pretty, you know, it was strong with this one. But this guy doesn't understand that without Call of Duty on PlayStation, they die. Simple as. Ravi, there's really not much information on there for that game. There's very little information, maybe about 3 minutes worth. If that. There's no information. The game won't be out until 2025-26. So, really isn't much to go on. Other than the fact that it's the timeline is in an alternate universe, an alternate timeline, so it kind of separates itself from other Arcane games. Last year of hoping that PlayStation gamers don't buy CoD. I mean, Byron, they're always going to buy CoD. They're always going to buy CoD, right? They are always going to buy CoD. And just think, do you remember what Jim Ryan said? If Xbox buys Activision and withholds Call of Duty, it will ruin PlayStation. They will never recover. He wasn't joking when he said that. Right? He was not joking when he made that statement. Just think about how many millions of copies Call of Duty sells on PlayStation. Now, in the past, they made 20% revenue of each game sold. Now they're making 30%. Thanks to Microsoft, they're actually getting more money. They're getting 10% more, right, from this deal that they signed for that 10-year deal. You think that they are going to want their players to pass up them getting millions and millions and millions of bucks from that 30%? Yeah, Paris walked that back real fast. I can understand why. I mean, the way he said it, it really did insinuate what he was saying, because I released a video on this as well, right? The way he said it came out like he was talking about Treyarch. But he did come out after and make it perfectly clear that he's not talking, you know, it wasn't anyone from Treyarch that actually said it. Now, the fact that more than one person has heard this means that this isn't something that has just poofed out of nowhere. Clearly, people are talking about it. If more than one person knows from two different circles, then someone's talking about it, spreading it, and it, you know, it is out there. But he did come out and clarify that no one from Treyarch is saying this. So whoever's making this information, whoever's spreading the information, I think it's a whole pile of rubbish just to downplay and try and basically be a downer and just ruin the hype for Call of Duty 6. That's it. I think based on what Paris said and the information we have available, I think we're going to have a big push. But one thing is certain. If you look on Activision's Call of Duty's YouTube channel, the last time I checked, I didn't see a single mention of Game Pass. So maybe it's true, maybe it's not. We'll find out nearer the time. There's no point in speculating about that anymore. Woodpit, yeah. I mean, because of them, they might be able to save some jobs after the fiasco that's just happened with factions, if you haven't heard. But we'll get to that in a bit, because someone wanted Starfield news, and we got some Starfield news. We have this leaked vehicle footage of the vehicle being played, and then they go and kill themselves, well, crash. And as you can see, it sounds pretty cool. But this is the vehicle. Just be careful not to go off-roading like this, because one mistake and as you can see what happened there, right? As soon as they crash, it kind of goes into a loading screen, if it does. So modders out there, please fix that already. We need you to make sure that we see that a nice little explosion and teleported back to our ship. Thank you, modders. I've got full faith that you'll fix it. No problems whatsoever. Hey, Terry. Concord was announced to be 100% free content-wise, but nope. I said that, Jacob. I said it. And I said it again. That, you know, there's no way that game is going to be. And I had people arguing with me online saying, well, what do you think? You're an idiot for thinking that they were telling the truth. And I'm like, huh? Are you serious right now? I mean, they're going to make other vehicles as well. I just want them to make like a hovercraft. But yeah. I don't know, it's really weird with Destin. Maybe I'll try and get him onto my show one time so we can have a discussion, if they'll actually bother coming to my show. But it's weird because in some ways I understand where he's coming from, but in others I don't. Now, you've got the camp that believes Microsoft shouldn't be investing in consoles and they should be investing in, you know, what they're doing right now and pushing it more. I think they should be investing in both. But when you turn around and tell me, oh look, PlayStation has sold 60 million, Xbox has sold 30 million, right? And then you try to compare those two, that's where I have a problem. Because when you look at PlayStation, if you want to play those games day and date right now, you need a PlayStation. On Xbox, you don't need an Xbox. You can have PC, you can have your phone, you can have your tablet, you can have a Fire Stick, you can have a side-loaded Chromecast with Google TV. You can have a TV. There are multiple ways for you to game day one gaming with Xbox when it comes to first-party games. So that is always going to affect the number of consoles being sold. You can't compare the two models. They are so vastly different that comparing them just doesn't make any sense. You can't tell me that having your first-party games available on such a broad spectrum that it is not going to impact console sales. You know, not factoring that in entirely doesn't make any sense to me. Does that make sense? Like, I had this discussion earlier today with someone, and they were saying, you know, it's no comparison. And I said, yeah, but one platform releases their games exclusive. Why do you think Nintendo has 150 million consoles sold? Where can you get Mario? Where can you get Mario Odyssey? Luigi's Mansion, Mario Party, only on the Nintendo Switch, so that is the only way to play them. If you give people choices on where they can play their game, they will go where they can play their game. It doesn't always mean that they're going to go to your console. That's the sacrifice you're making when you do that. So to even at this point sell 30 million consoles, to me, that's a massive achievement based on how watered down it is, right? I mean, I'm not shocked. I have been saying that Concord is Yep, I know. Well, Eric, this is the thing, right? Alex came onto his show back then. I was there as well. And I actually jumped on and I spoke to Destin as well. The problem is, Destin should never have done that stream, right? And Alex told him this as well. He should never have done that stream. And the reason why he should never have done that stream is simple. He can't turn around and say, my bosses are wrong. If he wants to be able to go to the office the next day and not have that awkward working environment, he can't say that. He can't call out his bosses. He even says time and time again, I need to be careful with what I'm saying. Right? The fact that he has to say that tells you that they watch his content and he needs to be careful, because if anyone posts something, or even if they don't watch his content, someone will capture that, put it online, and that can cause him problems at work. And he doesn't want that because he wants his job. Therefore, him doing that stream was absolutely pointless. It was the dumbest thing he could have done. Hey, Woodpit. Apparently, I'm one of the worst offenders out there. So, I guess me and Destin might have something in common. At least he considered it, right, J. Cola? He might not have gone past the line, but at least he considered. Was it Tom Warren by any chance? Extra money. People look at him and listen to what he has to say. He's got a high position. He's a personality, and he's doing it for money. He's probably enjoying what he's doing as well, just sitting down and talking with you all like I do. But he just look at it. The difference is, just because he's Destin, he immediately got like 50,000-60,000 subs. Just because of, his name, because he's been in the industry, people want to listen, get the scoop, and he knows that, so he's capitalizing off it. And good on for him. Let me read what Sin said, because that's important. To be fair, Chaos, Destin elaborated by stating that if the trend of Xbox console sales continue, I fear for what might happen in the gen after next gen. As in 2 generations from now. I mean, in 2 generations from now, we might be in cloud, so there won't be any need for a console. If the infrastructure in 7-8 years' time is good enough, maybe even 10 years at this point, is good enough, we might not even need it. So what then? I mean, there's no need to look that far ahead. What you want to do is just look as far as the next console. Right? I know technology itself is plateauing and it's not advancing at the rate it used to. And, the next stage up really is photorealism, which I don't think anyone wants. That starts to become a little weird, right? That is really immersion breaking. At least for me. But in terms of like the technological advancement, now what you need is just stuff that can house more memory. So you can do more. But in terms of graphical fidelity, we're reaching a point where the upgrades will be minimum. So thinking 2-3 consoles ahead is it's not worth it. Look at the next console. And, the other thing about thinking about 2 consoles ahead, let's just say, what happens if the next Xbox that releases has a fantastic launch, makes 15 million sales in its first day, and by the end of the first year has sold 35 million consoles. By the second year has sold 70 million consoles. Do you genuinely believe that Microsoft isn't going to release the next console after that, after selling 70 million consoles? Of course they will. So, you know, thinking about it and trying to go down that route, it doesn't make sense. Now, if I was dreaming, I'd be saying like 100 million bags. 70 million is definitely attainable. Oh, no, I totally get that, Sin. I totally get that. But, you know, looking ahead, it's just that far ahead, it ain't worth it. Because we don't know what's going to happen. Right? We just don't know. You know, in 10 years' time, we could have all sorts of shortages. I mean, why look so far ahead when you can't control what's ahead? It doesn't really match up. People hating on Xbox. Oh, why has Xbox low sales? Proceeds to hate on Xbox to get people that don't understand, like kids, to think that the Xbox is bad, and he tells his friends, so no one buys it. Jacob, yeah, word of mouth is very big, and I will say that Xbox's lack of sales is a multiple. In terms of console sales, it's a multiple faceted thing. It's not just one problem. One, there's no marketing. You need to advertise, dude. You just do. You know, I was talking to some people at work where the new place that I'm not new place, but the merged place we're working with, which I can't say the name right now because it's not official yet. And they actually work also with Microsoft. And I was talking to them about budgets and stuff in terms of marketing, and they used to also do some marketing for them, like social planning and stuff. It's all gone downhill. Microsoft just isn't investing in marketing. If you don't invest in marketing, people don't know your product exists. It's that simple. Word of mouth isn't enough, and the word of mouth that's going around isn't great because the media is pushing for Xbox bad, Xbox bad, Xbox bad, Xbox bad because it gets the clicks, and then that has a negative effect. The media really doesn't understand how powerful they are until they realize just how powerful they are. And it's sad that this is the case, but the media doesn't give a shit if Sony closes or if Xbox closes or if Nintendo closes. All they care about is being able to write that byline that says, hey, breaking news, this and this is happening. See ya, folks. That's it. That's all they care about, right? And that is, it's sad that there's tribalism in the media, which is supposed to be objective, not subjective, but there is, right? And a prime example of that is the reviews on Hogwarts Legacy. Kotaku made a 7,000 word review and didn't mention the game once in the review. Didn't mention the game once. They didn't even mention the word legacy in there, right? As in Hogwarts Legacy. They just said Hogwarts. And went on for 7,000 words bitching about J.K. Rowling. And what type of a horrible person she was. And then they gave the game a 0 out of 10. But that's the media for you. Bags, that is such a backwards way of looking at things. If you don't advertise your product, how do you expect to sell it? You have to advertise in order to sell. If people aren't aware you're selling a product, then you're not going to sell the product. If people aren't aware that that game is on your platform, then they're not going to buy that game on your platform. It's really that simple. It's basic 101. I mean, come on, you can't be this thing, man. Come on. There's trolling and then there's like having a conversation. They did advertise Hellblade. I worked on the advertising for Hellblade. It just didn't happen in the UK, at least for me anyway. I worked on the banners on Hellblade 2. I worked on the emails on Hellblade 2. I worked on a couple of the takeovers on Hellblade 2 for the templates. There was advertising done. We actually had a bit of Hellblade 2 work in. Obviously, I couldn't reveal anything at the time while the game wasn't out yet, but I can now, and I did previously as well. I personally worked on it at the digital agency that I work for. So I saw at least the banners and the thing, but those you don't see. Why don't you see them? Because you've got ad block. Your ad block blocks the website takeovers. It blocks the banners and stuff like that, the GIFs and stuff like that. So the only type of advertising that really works is the grandiose ones. You know, like the Spider-Man one, for example. I think it was in New York where you had the ambulance hanging from the web. That was really cool, right? But stuff like that stick in people's minds. Final Fantasy released, you know, they put an Aetheryte outside King's Cross in London. The fact that I'm even talking about it tells you that that marketing worked, right? I couldn't go to it myself personally, though, and I wanted to, but it was there and it works. People still to this day talk about it. Those are the type of advertisings now that really, really work. Anything else outside of that just doesn't really work anymore. People are spending less time on TV, so they're missing the TV adverts. They're not really interested in banners and stuff like that anymore because, you know, people use ad block left, right, and center. So the only thing that you've got now is word of mouth, which isn't really helping Microsoft, and you've got the grandiose advertising, which they're not prepared to do unless it's something big. And we'll see that with Call of Duty, and it's going to benefit Call of Duty tenfold. So what's going to happen when PlayStation goes day and date? I mean, they've already got a single-player, story-driven sci-fi horror game coming day and date. So, you know, they're starting to edge in that direction. So what then? What's going to be your excuse then? Because then Sony loses their exclusives as well. So what happens then? Sandra, we've talked about that a little. We're kind of talking a bit about that now, kind of, because we kind of deviated off. But yeah, that was the latest topic that we covered. But advertising is key. So if you're not advertising, people just don't know about your product, and you need to advertise. But it is all about return of interest. That is correct. And banners, website takeovers have no return of interest. TV ads have no return of interest. So the only things that now have a return of interest, in my opinion, that actually stand out are those big, grandiose advertising campaigns. You know, those are the ones that really make a difference, and they cost a lot of money to do. And it just depends how much they want to invest in marketing as opposed to not. I don't really get how Hellblade went from a niche AA to a supposed. I mean, Hellblade 1 being on PlayStation first, PC, and then I think it was on Xbox like 6 months later or a year later. Only broke 1 million after 4 or 5 years, right? I think, or was it after 3 years? It was about 3, 4, or 5 years that they broke 1 million sales. So this was never going to push the needle. I mean, I saw people saying that they won't play the game because they're freaked out by it. by the voices that she speaks and hears. They're freaked out by it, so they won't play it. It's a super niche game that was never going to appeal to everyone. It's a very succinct audience. But yeah, so that news from Paris, it is take it as a nothing burger, take it like it wasn't ever said, and it didn't come from any official source. It didn't come from anyone working in Treyarch. It didn't come from anyone working in Activision. It didn't come from Microsoft. It was just other people around talking about it, and I guess that spread around it in the circles, and that's how that came to be. But when Paris did say, you're right, sir, you're 100% right in this, that is the case. It really did sound like he got confirmation from someone working in Treyarch. It was a bit misleading. He has come out, he's apologized. Looking back on what he said, I guess he got caught up in the moment. Just take it as it is. The guy openly came out and apologized. What more do you want him to do? I think that's fine. No, one thing that Bags did say, which is true, having that only on Xbox is a big deal. Because when someone sees that game and it's only on Xbox, that's an incentive to buy a console. If you want that game, you'll buy that console. So, he's not wrong to a degree. But it's not the only factor that factors into buying a console. Especially with the way Microsoft is approaching things. They're approaching it from a whole different... the old traditional model, which Sony is still on, that is the model. Only on PlayStation. If you want it, you buy the console. Microsoft is going down a different approach entirely and has been for the past, 5 years, 6 years? Maybe more. Maybe 7 years. And they're at the point now where that only for just isn't in their market plan. What they want is for it to be only in... if they could put only in the Xbox ecosystem, they would do that. But that's a mouthful and it would look really horrible on the box art. So that would, or only on Xbox Eco. Maybe if they actually released a console called Xbox Eco, that could actually it'd still be a bit misleading, but you get the drift. You don't even see it on their things anymore. Hey, Steve. But that is one thing Bags and me can agree on. This console generation has been quite terrible. Up until now, I think. It's been pretty slow. There's been a couple of good things going along here and there. But, hopefully the second... I keep saying the second half. We're coming up to the final third. The final quarter of the year. Hopefully those games will start coming out and hitting home. And we'll have a great run to the end of the year. And then next year, games can be flying out in good ways. But Forza Horizon, he rolled out an update. And you can, use your... everyday cars like the RS Turbo or the Type R, maybe even a Golf GTI if they even still exist today, showing my age. I think that's a cool update that they've done. I think this is nice, and it gets people to drive in the cars that they would be driving today around tracks. I think that's a nice thing that they did. You've just heard a bunch of salty people saying it's cancelled. For all we know, it might still be in the pipeline. Maybe they want Toys for Bob working on it. At the end of the day, Toys for Bob right now is working on a new Spyro game. Maybe after, they'll have Thing working on it. Wasn't it I mean, who was the developer for Crash Bandicoot in general? Wasn't it Naughty Dog? Or am I thinking wrong? Because if it was, then they're gonna need to find someone else. Toys for Bob seems to be like the obvious option here, but they're working on Spyro right now, so maybe it's just on hiatus until they finish the new Spyro game, and then they move over to to Crash 5. I wouldn't write it out because some unhinged people are on the internet who no longer work on the project have been told that they no longer have a job. But yeah, Jake, I think that's the case. I mean, it would be the hacked PlayStations, right, that are releasing that info. It's unbelievable that all the leaks and hacks seem to emigrate from frickin' PlayStation. If it's not your bank details or your account details, they're leaking game details. And do you know what? There's another one that they leaked, right? You think Call of Duty is the bad one, yeah? But there's another one that they leaked. Where is it? Let me find it. This one. So, why people were looking at this over here, I don't know, but I guess someone clearly saw it. Experience the epic Western adventure that defined a generation, now on PC for the first time. How do you write that on PlayStation, on PC? How do you write that text on PlayStation? Other than the fact that whoever did this blurb here just copied and pasted the whole thing and didn't pay attention to anything they were doing. They're just a copy and paste artist. But they've just out and out revealed that Red Dead Redemption is coming to PC. It's been a long time, I'll give it that, but my god, it's coming to PC, and it's like, how do you leak something like that? Only on PlayStation. PC Game Pass is great. Really good value. The same guy that said Sonic was never good, someone in IGN said that Crash Bandicoot was never good. I mean, but Bags, they're only saying that because it's no longer a PlayStation exclusive. Right? If it was a PlayStation exclusive, they would have been singing high praise. But because it's not a PlayStation exclusive, now it's no good. Right? Look at the amount of people coming out now saying, oh man, I can't wait for Hi-Fi Rush 2 to come out. I'm going to buy that day one just to spite Microsoft. And so the first question I asked them is, well, why didn't you buy it day one now? I didn't like it. So why are you buying a game you're not going to like? Microsoft bad. That's it. I mean, there literally is a bunch of dipshits out there that actually believe that talk like that. Right? And I saw it so many times. Like, oh, now that Microsoft has got rid of them, I hope they get a 97 in Metacritic. Who the fuck cares? Like, literally, who cares? Microsoft is getting that game either on Game Pass or on Xbox anyway. Who cares? They've done their strategic partnership. Microsoft not only is now saving money by not paying to fund the game, but they're also getting the game as part of the agreement to Crafton. I'm not blaming PlayStation. Where did I even say PlayStation? I'm saying people. The game was always niche. Apparently, Sandra, it's not on PC. I thought it would be. I guess, Rockstar Games really doesn't like PC. And I guess, the CEO doesn't like money either. You know, at the end of the day, Hi-Fi Rush was a fun game, but not everyone is into rhythm-based games. It's a very niche market, and it looked great, but it's still not, you know, it's not like the greatest game of all time. It didn't even get a nomination for Game of the Year. So what are people crying about? Not that nominations for Game of the Year matter, but watch now that it's not owned by Xbox, shit's gonna win Game of the Year. I've said it now. Someone clip it, save it somewhere, and when Hi-Fi Rush 2 comes out, if I'm still doing this gig, maybe I'll be doing it full time. Who knows? You can play it back at me, and we can see how true I was. Right? Tasman, damn, £20 super chat. I'm in and out. Have a good stream. Damn, Taz, thank you very much for that £20 super chat. I appreciate you, dude. I hope you're having a good holiday, mate. With all that sunburn and suntan and running around rampant looking for a good place to eat. But thank you very much, dude. True achievements, most played game charts for the week shows the power of Game Pass with Crash jumping up to 11th. Yeah. I would have put much stock into that website though. They don't have a lot of people signed up to it. Yes, Sandra. But you see what I mean? I mean, it's a good game. No one ever said that it was a bad game. But some games are just niche. Just like Hellblade 2. But clearly Hellblade 2 did what they wanted it to do and did it enough. And they're making a Hellblade 3. And that's good enough for them. I just think that the amount of work that would have taken to rebuild Tango, Microsoft just didn't have the time and effort to put into rebuilding it. They lost too much. So I'm just happy they found a new home. But you know what? I got some great news today. I never usually... I don't normally... Right? I don't normally cheer on people's misfortunes. I think that's bad form, bad nature, and I just don't like it. People losing their jobs is bad, right? People being hurt in the industry is bad, and I'll never condone that, and I'll never support it. But this next piece of news genuinely did put a smile on my face. It bloody did. And boy oh boy, did it really brighten up my day when someone sent me this article, this tweet. Tom Warren and his notepad and The Verge are banned, blacklisted, blocked from all future Valve playtests because they leaked information about the new hero shooter. This actually made me so happy that waste of a space person calling himself a journalist that can't even respect an NDA, and he calls himself a journalist, decided to leak information. I actually want them to enforce the NDA and really go after them, but I don't think they will. Valve can really go after them for damage in sales, damage in everything right now. If they said anything negative about the game, anything at all, that can be held against Valve. Held against The Verge. Not Tom Warren, because he's by proxy working for The Verge, so it will fall onto the parent company. And then it's up to the parent company on how they want to discipline the member of staff. But Valve could technically go after them because the amount of money they've invested in this, any form of negative reaction to the outside world could have a damaging impact on the game. The game is in probably pre-alpha at the moment, so they're doing playtests to see what people think and to modify the game based on player feedback and try it out, and then maybe in 6 months to a year's time do another playtest. But the dude decided that he's bigger than everyone else and he can breach NDA. I mean, technically, if they're telling you not to share anything, it might not be an NDA, but there's a thing called courtesy among thieves. And if there is no NDA, that is why they're not getting sued. So I stand corrected on the NDA, but that explains why they're not getting sued. But they've been blacklisted, and that makes me happy. But he tried to put deadlock information locked behind his paywall. It's like, come on, bro. Come on. Of course, The Verge under fire for publishing information about deadlock. Are you so was there an NDA or wasn't there? Because I know a few people that went into it that basically couldn't actually said they can't say anything about the game. They're not allowed. Oh, there was an NDA. The problem, many fans are furious that they published this, accusing them of breaching the NDA and going against the stated info that says early development build Deadlock is still early in development with a lot of temporary art and experimental gameplay. Do not share anything about the game with anyone. And you have to actually agree and sign this when you go into it. I've been involved in multiples of these where you have to agree and sign and confirm that you will not disclose anything, and there are also implications that they can take legal action against you if you are found to be sharing or spreading, putting out recordings or pictures or anything of the game. This is all standard jargon, right? This is all standard. So it is even though it's not labeled an NDA, it kind of is. Because you have to agree to that term that you are not going to publish, talk about, or reveal anything. But what Tom Warren did, he actually thought that by putting it into his notepad behind a paywall that constantly gets leaked quicker than a leaky toilet, that no one was going to take that information and put it out there the first chance they actually got and put Tom Warren's name next to it. Or maybe he had some god complex, I don't know. Who knows? But, and look at him now saying, did not sign or agree to NDA. You're a piece of shit, Tom. You're a piece of shit. You know that you said okay to that agreement. But I am so happy they blacklisted the whole of Verge. Maybe they'll actually axe this guy as well. Did not make any sort of verbal agreement about... Like, he's totally owning up to it that he completely... despite that comment, this is there... And that you have to agree to that. You can't enter the game without agreeing to this. And he is trying to skirt around it. How can you play without closing the screen? Banned from the playtest. This is from a created firestorm online among Valve defenders, other early testers. Warren's tweet of the story has been community noted and says The Verge broke an informal NDA asking them not to share any information about the game. You do not need to have clicked through the EULA, as if you back out of it, it just goes away and you can play. It's still an understood agreement. You don't do it. It's an informal NDA. This is how you basically get screwed over in the industry and you lose access to stuff. Right? Valve is a nice company. Well, at least on face value, they play nice. Can you imagine if he did this to, say, someone like EA or Activision in its prime? Not under Microsoft's ruling. Microsoft's too soft. But can you imagine what Activision or EA would do to Tom and Verge if they did this? Oh shit. My headset's dying. I need to charge. He does. He does. Fun fact, I was actually on the phone talking to my friend at the time when this came in, when I saw this, and I was like, no way! Celebrate good times, come on! And he goes, okay, what's happened to someone? Own up. Which one creates studio name? Huh? Which studio create new Xbox name? Question. What do you mean? That makes no sense to me, Rabbi. I don't understand that question. Demolisher, basically that's it. Gaming, basically, when you go up to these games, like I've played in multiple early test builds, right? Where I've been invited, I've gone in, and they don't formally make you sign an NDA, but they basically turn around and tell you, do not disclose this. Like when I was in the XDefine early playtests, there was no NDA to sign. They tell you, please do not do this. Do not sign it. I mean, do not reveal anything. And they tell you, you're not allowed to do this. They clearly tell you. Now, if you go on the back of that and do it, that just shows what type of a dick you actually are. That you would sell your soul, your family, for money. That's it. That's what it tells you. That tells you the type of person you are. That if you are willing to sell your dignity, your credibility in a role that requires you to be as credible as possible for a few bucks on your goddamn platform, that tells you everything that you need to know about that person. Everything. Dude, I've been involved in so much shit that I wanted to talk about and I don't, because I respect the fact that they've told me, do not reveal this information. I don't even talk to my friends about it. Some people I can actually get into the into the closed alpha, and those people I talk with because we're on the same thing, right? But if it's not, I'm not going to breach that trust. They just won't invite you again. It's that simple. Activision announces Elsewhere Entertainment, new studio formed to develop. That was a long time ago, Rebby. I don't know what country Elsewhere is from, but that was a long time ago. They created it like, what, 3 months ago? That's the only one that I'm aware of. They have opened up a bunch of AA studios inside Microsoft and Activision and, sub studios, but none of them have actual names, so that's unknown. But yeah, this news brought me so much joy. And I love the fact that he tried to double down on it as well. He tried to double down saying, it wasn't my fault. How about having some common courtesy to your fellow, have any of you heard of the saying, don't bite the hand that feeds you? Because if you bite the hand that feeds you, guess what's going to happen? It's not going to feed you anymore. Right? It just ain't gonna feed you, chat. That's what happens. If you bite the hand that feeds you, it ain't gonna feed you. What, Elsewhere? I don't actually know where Elsewhere is, to be fair. Activision elsewhere. I mean, I tried to get access to the... It's in Cambridge University. Cambridge University Press. I don't know where they're actually based. It doesn't actually say anything, so I don't actually know where elsewhere is based. Hey, look, it's not like I didn't call it out, right? It's not like I didn't call it out. It's not like I didn't call it out. Playground Studio, new Blizzard studio made up of King devs. Is that another one, Edward? Yeah, but they don't. I know there's studios within the studios, but they don't have names. Rabia was asking for actual names of the studios, and I don't think they actually have any names. Elsewhere was a unique one, but Playground has one. There's a new one made for mobile gaming to to push the mobile store. And from what I read about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, within Activision, they've opened up a multiple different smaller studios with smaller teams to work on AA games. You know, some of the older catalog, the back catalog games, the games that aren't AAA, like Spyro, like Crash. They're not AAA games, right? But to work on games like those, while the AAA games are given to the main team. Oh, it is Warsaw, right? Okay, fair enough. I did do the Wukong. That was a story we was going to get to, but we can look at it now. I guess if we're going to cover that, we might as well cover the whole story for Wukong, right? We might as well cover the whole story I had laid out for Wukong. Let's do it that way. Alright. So, before I actually get onto the benchmark of Wukong, does anyone think more AA and A games needed? Oh, Edward, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. But does anyone think that the fact that no PS5 codes have entered the market for review is not sus? But here's MBG thinking that it's going to run 2K 60 FPS. With PS5 performance probably running at 200p resolution, native. And apparently they're working on a native 4K 60. My dudes, 4K 60 on the PS5. Are you on crack? Are you on crack? Are you on fucking... Are you on crack? I've reached out to so many people, and people that I know have reached out to people, and they've reached out to people. No one seems to have gotten a PS5 code. I've seen a couple of people trying to damage control, saying that they only send out PC codes only, they don't send out console ports. But that's all I've heard. But this is someone else's benchmark. Running it on a 4080. Right? Just under 4K resolution. That's well under 4K. Right? And it can barely get to 60. Lows of 27. Highs of 58. Everything is on Ultra. The VRAM is 16 gigs of RAM, which is probably where they're bottlenecking, to be fair with this. If they turned off the ray tracing, they would have a really, really high number, right? And DLSS, I'm surprised frame generation isn't working, even on a 4080. Because I tested this, and frame generation doesn't work on NVIDIA graphics cards, which is weird. This is my benchmark. So I put ray tracing at medium because full ray tracing absolutely murdered my machine. I've got a 3090 Ti, 12900K i9, 24 VRAM, 32 gigs of RAM. I hit an average of 69 FPS, highs of 87, lows of 60. It only dipped for a second to 43. I don't know why that's seen dips. If I run it on DLSS, I barely get to 60 because it doesn't have frame generation. But with FSR, you can get frame generation, and it gave me this. Now, if I turn ray tracing off and just switch this to DLSS, no frame generation, I hit like 90 FPS. So ray tracing in this game, either it's just murdering graphics cards, ray tracing. But there's no way on earth that you're going to tell me that a PS5 is going to do this. I tested it on 2K because my monitors are 2K. Ultra wide 1440p. Fair enough. Yeah, first it told me that in order to activate frame generation on DLSS, I had to go into my Windows graphics settings and enable it there, because apparently it wasn't enabled. So I went and enabled it there. I came back, and then it said my graphics card is not supported. Now, the fact that I'm seeing that here as well tells me that the 4080 isn't supported either, which means that it's probably just not supported on DLSS. Sorry, here, frame generation. So it's a weird one, but at least I can say that my PC can run it 2K, everything set to max, ray tracing set to medium. I can get 60 frames plus pretty much all the way through the benchmark. It only drops down to 43 for a second in one scene, and it doesn't even look that taxing, but I guess it's all the reflections that are happening, because there is a lot of ray traced reflections happening for that split second, for that second or so. But that's it. But there's no way. Are you telling me that the PS5 is more powerful than this? You can't turn that off. Demolisher. You can't turn it off. Hey, Devin. How's Concord working out for you? Hey, sorry, man. I didn't mean to. PS5 is... Hey, Bags. You might be onto something if MBG's new rumor on Black Myth Wukong PS5 performance claims the team is working on a native 4K 60. Good luck with that one, buddy. Good luck with that one. Rabbi, what was your question? But the funny thing here is that no one has a PlayStation code. And that is sus, right? That to me is sus. The only time companies withhold review copies is when something is not right. Oh yeah, Demolisher, what I'm saying is it doesn't give me the option to change. Not that I saw anyway. Look, the only way I think, the only way I kind of think of Wukong, I'd really like to play it on an Ouya. I think it would work really, really well on an Ouya. Rabbi, we just answered that above like 5 minutes ago. In Activision, there's a bunch of AA studios and small studios working on AA games. There's no names for them. They don't have names. Have I played Wukong? No. And even if I did, I couldn't tell you. I'd still say no. So, you need to take that as the only response you're going to get. Because if you've played it, up until this point, you're not allowed to say that you've played it until the embargo comes out. So the only response you're going to get from people is no. Ask me again when the embargo's released, and then I can tell you. Look, some of us actually do respect, you know, the way things work. Bags, what Rabbi is asking are, you know, there's like smaller studios being created within Activision, like elsewhere, for example. What are the other names of the studios? They don't have names. And so we don't know what they're working on. That information is locked behind Microsoft's head office. Exactly, Scarlett. So, my response wouldn't change if I've played it or not played it. So I will let you be the judge of that by the end of it. He's not playing it, it's a boss. Hey, I've heard it's not boss rush. Well, actually, I haven't heard shit, but I've heard people from what they're saying is that it's not a Souls-like game, but it might be a Souls-like game. I don't know. Did you show the Star Wars thing I sent? Oh, no, I haven't. I have not. I have not. But I did show the performance on my PC. The benchmark. I wonder if my PC can run the benchmark and stream at the same time. Probably not. The game is very taxing. But this just tells me one thing, right? That my PC needs to be upgraded. I need to go to the 4090. So when the 5090 comes out, I'll upgrade to the 4090. It's the only way I can do it. One generation behind forever. But still, this PC isn't bad, right, chat? Yeah, Leaf, I'm the same. Abandoned. That game truly lived up to its name. That game really did live up to its name, man. Full credit to them. Oh man. Wait, did my headset die? No, but the music died. Okay. Can you guys hear the music at all? If you can't, then I'm just going to kill it. Because I can't hear it. I don't know why. There is a game called Abandon, and it died. Yeah, you can hear the music? Okay. I don't mind not hearing the music. But so let's see this. All right. It's a 2-minute clip. I like these clips. 2 minutes is good. 2 minutes is good. Let's put the thing over there, and let's turn the music off for us just a second. Let's put some desktop audio on. All right.
Not know where you are, or by what means you're even listening to this.
Let's check this out.
But I know you're out.
Wait, you can't see it. Shit. Not my fault. Blame Leaf Storm.
I do not know where you are, or by what means you're
Let's check this out.
listening to this. But I know you're out there.
You come to
sick.
hear about the Sith, like the guards, like the Keeper.
Your hands are as bloody as mine, Victor. You worked with the Republic.
It's all the same. People like us.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Without
working
someone
on
controlling us, we are lost.
working
How
on the
you will
audio.
overcome them, I do not know. But the fact that you are listening to this means there is hope. My death is not in vain. Thank you.
Let's go. Oh shit.
We have claimed this galaxy as ours. Your
Oh
entire
wow.
reality as you know it has been an illusion since the beginning.
Oh wow, the Falcon. Shit. This is sick. Reducing that a little bit. Well, Star Wars Outlaws just went out the window, didn't it, chat?
Deaths will you be responsible for until you break.
I can't bury another friend.
Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun.
How far are you willing to go to survive?
They actually have a full-on story mode in there. This looks sick.
I'll be by your side until the end.
We will do what we must.
Wait, why are you killing everyone from...
Weakness.
Why?
And I know you're not weak. Don't hold yourself back because of what others don't understand.
This is amazing.
Our secrets. They know our plans. They know our weaknesses. They know our fears. This is the genesis of a greater conflict. A beginning orchestrated by powers beyond our comprehension.
Alright, y'all, I gotta get back on the road. Gotta get home in time for dinner. Drive safe, Devin. Safe journey, my dude. Safe journey. It does look better than the actual Star Wars game, doesn't it? If Nintendo owned Star Wars, they would have killed all these Starfield mods. I mean, Bags, don't you remember what Square Enix did to the team that made Type 0, the localization? It took them 6 years to retranslate the whole game. And the moment they announced that they had finished and were about to release it public, Square Enix issued them a cease and desist because they revealed that the game was coming by themselves. That's mean. You wait 6 years to issue a cease and desist. It smells awesome. If it does, Leaf, I'll just mute that part of the audio. Of course, Cesano. Star Trek will always be superior in my eyes. Base Diggy, I said people were gonna like that game. It was all just, people going around with a lot of fluff and getting upset. But you know what isn't a lot of fluff? Things just going from bad to worse for Bungie. Now people can't even play the game. Contacting Destiny servers, D2 players. Looks like a Ripperoo. You only like Star Trek Enterprise? Enterprise? The prequel. The series with, what's his name? That no one really likes. The dude. I can't remember his name. But someone here is going to correct me. People can play a good game now, so I see this as a win. But yeah, things just ain't going right for Bungie, man. They're not going right for Bungie. Not at all. But you know what is going right, folks? Apparently at the Gamescom opening live, Call of Duty 6, Indiana Jones, Monster Hunter Wilds, Marvel Rivals, Dune Awakening, and Civilization 7 will be there. That is pretty cool. Those are confirmed there. Playable, I believe. So that's kind of cool. Deep Space Nine, the best Deep Space Nine was good. Deep Space Nine was good. I did like the fact that it was all based on. At first, when I was watching Deep Space Nine, it felt really weird that the whole thing was on one space station, and I was like, "Oh, this kind of feels a little weird. It's unorthodox for a thing," but I quickly grew to love it. I mean, I like all the Star Treks. I like all of them. Oh shit! Paramount Television is shutting down Paramount Movies as well. No way. That's bad, man. It's not just TV; it's the movies as well. But yeah, looking forward to that Gamescom reveal. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stream it, mind you. But yeah, I think it's the Quantum Leap guy. But I'm not going to be able to stream it. But I even like Discovery. I did. I liked Discovery season 1, 2, and 3. I even liked Picard. How about that? Although Picard season 3 was amazing. Season 1 was okay. Season 2 got better. Season 3 was really fucking good. Who's Jack Nolan? Execute Order 66. We have Destiny 2. Execute Order 66. Oh, that's ruthless. That's ruthless, Jacob. That is ruthless. I don't know. Like, I get why people didn't like Star Trek Discovery, but when I watch something, I watch it for the show more than the actual. I just want to see the. I don't know. Are the elements that make Star Trek there? Yes. For me, that's good enough. I don't overanalyze things anymore. I used to do that a lot, and it ruined a lot of entertainment for me. Now I just watch stuff for the sake of watching it. The only one that I will say that was horrendously bad that I would never recommend anyone to watch is Tasman's movie of the year, Resident Evil Raccoon City. I know he's not here, so I can say it without fearing anything, but that movie was god awful. And anyone that says that they like that movie, may God have mercy on your soul. Season 3 decided that it was going to go to the future and create its own story. And I think that was okay because they went so far into the future that they could do that. I didn't like the things that they did with the Borg in the future, if I remember correctly, but it was so far in the future that they can do whatever they want. We'll probably, no matter what Star Trek movie or series they release, will probably never align with that timeline. They went way into the future. So it was an experiment and it was a different take on what Star Trek is. And I actually liked it. Wait. What did I tell you that was good? What did I tell you that was good? Wait, you liked Raccoon City? No way. Dude, if you liked it, you liked it. I just didn't see a single redeeming factor to that movie. What they did to Leon S. Kennedy was beyond criminal. That dude was just a wimp. That's not Leon. Do I have a favorite video game movie or TV adaptation? No, that was Taz, Steve. That was Taz. He also liked Dragon Ball, the movie, as well. One of my favorites, even though it's really bad. I'm not saying it's a good movie, but it was so bad that it was good. I really enjoyed it, and if it comes on TV or if I have the opportunity to watch it when it's on, I probably will sit down and watch it because it's just one of those movies where it's so bad that you can't not watch it. Street Fighter, the movie, I really enjoyed. I think the Mario movie was really good. I really liked the Sonic movie. That was ace. Um, so those are the movies. If we're talking about TV series adaptations, it's a toss up between, I have to say, between Fallout and The Last of Us. I really enjoyed The Last of Us. A couple of episodes I didn't really see the point of, and I thought for The Last of Us, it kind of, they kind of wasted time on those when they could have been telling better stories. But I feel the same way for the Fallout TV series as well. There's a couple of episodes in there where they were just filler, basically. But between those two, I don't think there's anything out there that can quite match the quality in terms of TV series storytelling. What do you mean? Look, this one, right? This was epic. What are you talking about, Susano? Wait, you can't see it. Probably for good reason. But let's put this on. This was epic, dude. How can you not like this? This was one of the greatest movies ever made. I haven't watched that yet, Bags. I know that's a shameful thing to say, but I haven't watched it yet. Same with the Nier. I need to fix that and start watching them. See, look at it. Look at Mario and Luigi. Look, it's perfect. See, it works. It's a great movie. Look, if you haven't seen this movie, you should at least watch it once. Yeah, I actually like this movie. Yeah, they were Woodpit. The only thing I don't get is uh John really the way he badmouthed the Mario movie that Nintendo released because it didn't have someone specific playing the voice acting Luigi. I thought that was a bit silly. Look, Diablo, go watch it. It's good. Trust me. Oh yeah, the Mario Brothers. That was so cool. The TV show. I like that. But there's been a little bit of a thing going around with the FTC case. It's nothing major, but I thought I'd cover it here because there's really not much to say. A lot of people have been, you know, kind of jumping on the wagon about the FTC. Microsoft basically issuing a warning to their investors that, if the FTC does win and they have to divest Activision Blizzard King away from Microsoft, then that could have serious financial implications for Microsoft, like really big ones. And it could disrupt a lot of things for Microsoft. Like it would be a major blow. But these are the type of things that they legally have to tell their investors, even if it's a hypothetical, because the chances of it happening are 0 to none. There's no way that the the preliminary injunction is going to be reversed. It's never been granted in 60 years, and the reasonings that the FTC is giving just aren't reasons enough for it to actually happen anyway. So the FTC is just barking up a tree for no reason, but they still need to hypothetically let their investors know of a doomsday worst case scenario should it happen. And because they announced that hypothetical doomsday scenario, everyone was going wild about it, talking about it, and basically saying that, this is bad and this is going to be horrendous and all this and all that, and saying that it's over for Microsoft. It's just, as he says here, a hypothetical risk. It's something that they have to legally tell their shareholders what's what. So, not really any information on that other than that. Khan will never give up. And she will continue losing cases, but it doesn't matter. She has the president's backing. So as long as she has the president's backing, she can lose another 50 if she wants, and she'll still be on the case. Yeah, but that's a King Trash video. No one survives one of those. Right? The guy talks like he doesn't have any vocal cords. But this is crazy, right? I know that the game cost a lot of money to make. But in development for 11 years, I think it's going to go to 2026 personally. I still think it's going to miss that 2025 deadline. Coming to PS5 and Series X, coming to PC a year later. Trailer 2 expected to later this year. 2 playable protagonists, Jason and Lucia, as you all know. State of Leonida will expand over time. So this is going to be like a live service. So just going to get bigger and bigger, maybe adding new context and stories and stuff. But it cost $2 billion so far. Oreo? Come here. Oreo. I can't see you. Why are you crying? Come here. I just don't see it releasing next year. I'll be very surprised if it releases next year. Just the two Shao Kahn. Jakob, you might be onto something. Why rip Xbox, Arthur? Edward, that's what I said. They legally have to do it. That is what I said, right, chat? I didn't say something different, did I? I don't have 2 billion to buy the game. Oh, it's going to be interesting. I'm still curious at the price of the actual game. I don't think it's going to be $70. I think this is going to be the first game that is going to sell at £99.99. It's going to be $100 everywhere. I think this game is going to be the first game that sells at £100. and it's also going to be the first game, and I'm talking base edition, not with the DLC or anything like that. I'm saying base edition. If you want the full whack, it's going to be something like $200. But I think that this is going to be the first one, and it's going to sell like hotcakes, and it's going to set a precedent that people will follow. Let's see. The 2 billion budget and development year were revealed in a conversation with the hacker who leaked 90 clips in 2022. According to Jason Schreier, Rockstar plans to add new cities and missions on a regular basis. I mean, they've got big plans for this, but yes, I think the CEO Strauss, I can't remember. I'm not gonna even try and say his surname, but Strauss also said that the game cost around $2 billion to make in an interview in 23, I think, or early this year. So it's it's not wrong. Charging by the hour, whatever he was on about. Yeah, that was funny. You need a subscription. Well, he came out and said that subscriptions aren't a thing, and he's not going to be. He said he's not delusional to put the game onto Game Pass. Like, who said this game was going on to Game Pass? Did anyone in their right mind believe that GTA 6 is going to go on Game Pass day one? Like, seriously, anyone in here? Is anyone that delusional to believe that that would actually happen? The Series X 2 terabyte is gonna probably go on sale towards the end of the year. Probably around November, December, in time for Christmas. I mean, the only people that actually believe that people believe that this will happen are the media and the ponies. There is not a single Xbox person out there that has a sane brain that's going to turn around and say this game is going to go on Game Pass. Just no. But apparently, according to the media, every Xbox fan believes that this is going to be on Game Pass. No one asked. No one thinks that. But you know what would be funny? When Strauss said, no chance in hell, at that point, Phil would have walked in and said, right, shareholders, how much for your shares? I got 51%, hostile takeover, done. It's going on Game Pass. What now, bitch? That would be fucking hilarious. That would be hilarious. If he ever did that, that would be hilarious. Come on. That would be funny. Buy the company just so he could put it on Game Pass and then turn around and say, what now, Strauss? You're going to take back what you said? That's crazy, though. More detail leaks, big focus on heists and drug trade, huge focus on interactivity on point in the leaks. The player can interact with a gumball machine. Damn, that's a lot of information. A lot of information leaking. Strauss Zelnick, that's it. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. You doubt you try it on Game Pass? Hey, Dubs, how's it going? But yes, it is sad news. That's replaced. Has been delayed to 2025. I'm a little upset. Actually, I'm really upset with that one because I was looking forward to that this year. They had it in the pipeline saying that it was going to be a 2024 second half of the year. They have this statement that they prepared. Hi everyone, we'll keep it short. Replace will now be released in 2025 with no specific release date. Our initial release date was optimistic, and we apologize for that. Developing Replace is quite a unique challenge, and we're proud to be creating something that's special. We need more time to ensure we meet the high standards we've set for ourselves and to meet the expectations. Basically, the usual PR message. Come to our Discord, and if you come to our Gamescom, you can try the game out. But otherwise, it is pretty much just the usual copy and paste, or copy and pasta as they call it, message. Now, I'm looking forward to this. It looks really good. It's an indie game. I like it, and I'm hoping the extra time that they put into it to cook will actually do it some justice. Diablo, yes, you do. People actually think under the cost 2 billion tweet that the game actually cost 2 billion to buy. Did they? Did I miss that? I'm not paying $2 billion for GTA. So, oh wow, oh wow, wow. He's he's serious. Oh shit. He has to be joking, right? He has to be joking. There's no way that he's serious. He's being serious. This has to be satire. I don't know, Jakob. I don't know much about them, to be honest. I didn't really look into who's developing it. I don't really know anything about them. All I know is that their financial earnings came out earlier this year, and they said that Replaced was landing on the second half of the year. That's literally. Oh shit! I'm not even showing you the actual thing. Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't showing. I'm not paying $2 billion for GTA. You couldn't even if that was at the actual price. Yeah, that's why I said it. I can barely afford groceries. Do you think I can afford to buy GTA with that price tag? Why would I be joking? 2 billion is too much. He has to be joking, right? There's no way that that can be serious. There's just no way. Yeah, it's a new game, Susanna. A pixel art game. You'd pay max 150 for it. I think it's going to be £100. Byron, I wouldn't play those either. By the way, chat, this is a totally random question, right? But what's a good tennis game out there today? I used to really, really like Virtua Tennis, but I'm not. That's no longer a thing, right? Since the Dreamcast decided to vanish into nothingness. So, what's a good what's a good thing? What's a good tennis game? I've really missed playing a good tennis game. I know it sounds weird. Yeah, the Rockstar one is a table tennis one. Is Top Serve and Top Spin, Top Serve the only good one? But they're simulation, right? They're not arcadey like Virtua Tennis. But is any of them arcadey like Virtua Tennis? I might have to pick one up. Or worst case, I'm gonna have to take out my Dreamcast and go back to. Let's have a look at Match Point. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see let's see where it goes. Let's have a look at Match Point. Match Pointer. I'm not watching a full review. 2 years ago.
He really has worked hard for that. It's an opportunity to break serve. That's the break there.
Doesn't look too bad. It's 2 years old. I wonder how much it is. I am so getting demonetized for that. It can go away. I've just really felt like a tennis game. I really want to just play a tennis game. It's like they don't really make them anymore. GTA Online 5. The other one was a Top Spin. It looks exactly the same. The graphics look exactly the same. But the other one was released in 2022. This is 2025. This had 3 years more to cook. And graphically, it looks the same. You see that, chat? You see that, chat? They know. They know what they're looking for. American Express skirt. See, they know how to market their product. Getting that chest shot, getting that boob shot right there. They know. They know. I'm telling you. They know. They know. GOAT status in my career. Well, Susano, I'll play it. Send it my way. Since you don't install it, send it my way. I'll play it. I'm here. I've requested it. Send it my way. So we got this one, right? I just got this sent by Jakob. It says Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 on Xbox Series X and S Game Pass. This is the Xbox Japan official Twitter. Enjoy CoD this summer, the ultimate battle where tough choices are required right now. Game Pass. What games do you play during the break? Please let me know in the reply. So they are pushing it via Game Pass. Only 2 responses. That did them a lot of good. I want to do it, but first I need a holiday. Yakuza series starting from 0. But at least they're advertising. Badminton games. I think I've only ever seen one badminton game. One. And that also was on a thing. Mario did a tennis. They did! I don't know how good it is, though. I'll have to check it out if I can find a demo of it. Maybe there's a demo on the Switch. Maybe that will clinch my first. Cheers, Susanna. Needs to be more rugby games. Yeah. Not sure if I've spoken about this yet, but Kenna Bridge of Spirits, which is a really good game, by the way, I don't think it's out yet, but you can pre-order it and get a 20% discount on Xbox. I've played this on when it was released on PlayStation. It was a really good game. I really liked it, and it is one I'd recommend. It's a fun game, and with 20% off, it's a good deal. Defensive Edition. I saved the last gameplay in the prison yard. Do it, Byron. Do it. Do it. Want another Fight Night? More. See, these are the games that they don't make anymore. And I bet if they actually made them, there'd be such a nice demand for them. There might not be like $1 million selling thing, but I think they'd make enough to actually make enough money to make a sequel. It's a good game, and for those of you that are looking to, pick it up, it comes highly recommended by me. I really, really like that game. Really good. I don't know. California Games, that's an old branding, man. Haven't heard that name in a long time. The 3 years having to wait for that game, and they still expect people to pay close to full price. I mean, it's 20% off. How much did you want off? The game isn't even a full price game. I mean, it shouldn't be. How much is it? Xbox.com. Let's see. It's £27. No, $27.99 from $34.99. It's not a full price game. $27.99 is fine. It would have been better if it was $24.99. Would have rounded it up nicer. October the 2nd. Isn't that just before Diablo? Dubs, I have no idea. I can see chat. Yeah, try refreshing. At this point, they might as well just make it a national holiday for GTA 6's launch. Seriously? The game is so big. Wonder how many people will. Yeah. I'm always a good guy. Byron, I always play the good guys. But yeah, £27 isn't bad. You get 20% off, which I think is reasonable. What's this? So, apparently Jason Schreier heads rolling at Sony for the cancellation of The Last of Us Online after 4 years in development. Imagine canceling something like that, but green lighting Concord. Wait, didn't everyone say that canceling Factions 2 was like a good thing? Am I missing something here, chat? Everyone was defending and celebrating the fact that Factions got cancelled. So why is it now a bad thing that it's been cancelled? PlayStation bring back Tulu Online. What? Man, these are a bunch of flip-flopping fishes. Yeah, October 2 is 6 days before Diablo, and I guess 24 days before Call of Duty. So it could work. It could work. But at that point, they've got nothing for December. And Avowed could have came out in December then at that point. I thought that was going to come in November. So what's coming in November? If they've got October for Indiana Jones, Diablo 4, Call of Duty, September is... Well, I guess September probably is going to be Starfield. October. I guess November is Stalker 2 and Microsoft Flight Simulator. And I guess there's still Towerborn, which will probably drop in August. End of August at Gamescom, I reckon. And then December's just going to be a free month with nothing happening. The bad guys can have all the best lines. I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. Well, apparently, iDark, Indiana is coming in October the 2nd. Take it with a grain of salt, but apparently it is. But yeah, there's a lot of people that are let's just say, miffed at this. As much as I support the brand, I will never forgive them for cancelling this game. Where were these people when they cancelled it? 4 years. 4 years! But here's Foam Stars, different company. Here's Concord. Yeah, there's no excuse for that. Here's a remake of Tulu 1. That was because you all buy the same game regardless of how old it is. No one asked for, but you still bought it, so that's why they're releasing it. Remaster of Tulu 2. No one asked for, but you still bought it, so they're going to make a remaster of it again. Where's Killzone, SOCOM, Resistance, Warhawk, Siphon Filter? No one cares. Dead. Naughty Dog are really an untalented studio when it comes to actually make. Oh shoot! Untalented Naughty Dog. Damn. This is they are burning the coal with this one. They went from absolutely cheering for the cancellation of Factions 2 to now completely and utterly dogpiling and oh man. Yeah, Gears E-Day will be 7th November 2026. Why couldn't they just remove the live service piece and give us a regular multiplayer? I don't want to hear shit about Scalebound. What's Scalebound got to do with this? That's terrible. I'm Xbox first guy. By I rock all systems, but I rock all systems because I am a gamer. The Last of Us Factions was amazing. The best thing a Sony studio has ever made in my eyes. All right, you going a bit farther. I get there's trolling and taking the piss, but you don't need to beat a dead horse. They are realistic, slow paced. Oh shit! They're comparing. They just compared Gears of War to Factions. Oh shit! And they effed it up, letting it dry up. Factions would be huge. My god, this is Factions as good as Gears. Wow. Oh man, the coping in this one. Look, until anyone in the Factions universe can shake that booty like Marcus Phoenix does when he's breakdancing across wall bouncing. Factions as nothing on Gears. Crypt's Corner. Bungie really just crashed everyone at Sony into a wall. I believe this, right? I actually believe this. I'm not joking. I actually believe that Bungie, when they saw Factions, they looked at it and said, you know what? This actually looks really good. It looks way better than what we actually have. We should tell them that this game sucks and it's not going to make any money. And then they went to Spider-Man Online and said, you know what? This actually looks like it can make a shed load of money. We should tell them before it shows us up. And then they went to Concord and said, yeah, this game has no hope in hell. Let's recommend this one. I actually believe that that is the case, right? Just look at that. Even... no way, man. No way. No way. Nah, this shit ain't real. No way. No way. That is not real. Like, they had it all set up. a jobs board as well. This isn't just like some, dilly dally thing. They really I wonder what their jobs boards would have been. Would it have been like a PvE, go outside and hunt down certain materials, take out a faction, or you know, go and rescue someone who's been kidnapped? You know, one of the things in Final Fantasy 11 was that your city occasionally got invaded, and if you couldn't defeat them, or even if you did defeat them, those that got away could have kidnapped certain NPCs, and these NPCs are valuable. Like, for example, there's an NPC that allows you to teleport around the expansion. If they kidnap that person, you actually can't teleport anymore in the game until you go and rescue. So maybe there could have been something like that happening here, where certain people got, removed, and you have to go and rescue them. I mean, the possibilities of what they can do is actually quite broad and big. And that's what really excited me about factions too. I was genuinely looking forward to this. I was very upset when I heard they cancelled this. And man, it's just the possibilities of what they could have done with this game is big. But they cancelled it for this. A knockoff Guardians of the Galaxy. Sen, I think this is my personal opinion. I haven't heard anything, so I don't know. But I think Towerborn is going to drop at the end of August. I do not think Helldivers 2 is going to be announced at the end of August. I mean, it could be. The rumors are still there, but I think Towerborn dropping at the end of August seems like a good bet. So we'll get Towerborn at August. September we'll get Starfield. I know you've got like Age of Empires Retold and a couple of PC games like World of Warcraft and stuff and thrown in there as well. October we're going to get, it looks like Diablo, Indiana Jones, and Call of Duty. Pretty packed month, but CoD is at the end of the month. Indie is at the beginning, so it gives you enough time to play through it. And then it also gives it enough time, if it's a good game, to be up there for Game of the Year. So that's probably a reason why Microsoft is trying to shoehorn it earlier. Then you come to November with Stalker, which will probably meet the Game of the Year as well, and Microsoft Flight Sim. I really hope that new feature that they've announced for Microsoft Flight Sim is included in this version. If it is, I'm going to be playing a lot of Flight Sim. Apparently, you can actually land your plane anywhere you want and actually get off the plane and walk around in an environment. That's kind of cool. I like the sound of that. I really like the sound of that. That sort of thing just I like that sort of thing. Look at gaming's chat. Ponies are blaming Halo TV show for the layoffs. Apparently, no way. I mean, I joked about that at the beginning, but I wasn't serious. There's a lot of reasons why, and actually, that's not true, right? Because Halo was Paramount's most successful TV show ever. So how can it be bad? How could that be the reason? Halo was their most successful TV series, at least for the year it was released. For all the bad and the crap that people said about Halo TV series, it was still the number one watched TV series for Paramount. So that's rubbish. I read them pretty often. I didn't see a message from you, Carl. Are you sure you messaged me? My Twitter is this. Eventually going to normalize it, but take it easy, Jakob. Thanks so much for stopping by, my dude. But yeah, Carl, is that where you've sent it? Because I'm not seeing it. I've got a bunch of design invites. People wanting to sell me designs, telling me that my SEO sucks, my thumbnails suck. Quite a lot sucks. Nothing really is good for me that I do. And they say that they can do a better job. And I'm like, thank you for telling me that everything I do sucks. Now please go away. I'm genuinely not seeing it. What's your Twitter, Carl? And I will message you directly. Because I'm not seeing it. I'm not even getting a blue logo. The Carl of Dojima is. Alright, let me have a look. The Carl of Dojima. No response for Carl. So I'm not getting what you're sending. Alright, let's do a normal search on X. Yeah, there you are. I remember you. Let me follow you. Wow, because I wasn't following you, it wouldn't send me the message. Sure, dude. I've just got the message. As soon as I followed you, the message came through. So yeah, I've got you here. I'll just send you a ping so you know I've seen it. I'll respond to you. Think it should be okay. It should be fine. But yeah, because I didn't follow you, I wasn't following you. It wasn't sending it. I thought the blue badges meant that you could instantly send it. There's a lot of people I don't follow that it wasn't thing. That's so weird. That is so weird. But as soon as I followed it, it instantly appeared. But yeah, September should be fine. Let's catch up after the stream and we can try and organize something that works. I don't know, buddy. It wasn't. Otherwise, I respond. I've got some people responding to me like 20 times a day, 30 times a day at the moment, asking me all sorts of questions. It's a bit overpowering, but I still respond when I can. I know. What do you mean, Carl? Where did you work, Gorsty? But yeah, I can't blaming Marks. But look, one thing I will say is this: no matter what happens, the Series S will always be the culprit. Paramount closing, Tango getting sold. It's always the Series S's fault, right? It's no one else's fault. It's the Series S's fault. And people will always blame the Series S. So you just got to embrace it. It's the Series S's fault. Just blame the Series S and move on. That's what I would do. But yeah, Bungie really did a number on them. Getting these two cancelled. Can you imagine that no one in Sony thought that it was a bad idea to cancel two mega franchises? But instead release this. I don't get it, man. I don't understand this. This one doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. Xbox is the gaming world's Obama. Everything gets blamed, even if Xbox is. There we go. Metal Oxide gets it. But, you know, Concord's lies just keep on coming. They said, and I quote, that you buy the game and everything is in game, right? You get everything. Everything is unlocked in game. You get everything. But now they've introduced a microtransaction store. And people have gone into the files that were leaked and they see the nice microtransaction store sitting there that they tried to hide from everyone. So for all that talk about, yeah, you're gonna buy the game and that's it. We're not doing any of that dodgy, nasty stuff. They lied. But ain't no one talking about that. Yeah. That is not a minor error in advertising. They implied that very well. I know they're going to say that they didn't specifically state it. Sin. Yeah. It was out in the ocean. Everyone to this, everyone until recently thought it was an iceberg, but it wasn't. It was the Series S. It was just there and it pierced the hull of the Titanic. And that's what started to, pour the ocean's water into it. Sad state of affairs. Good to have you around, man. Why don't you jump in? It's been a while since you've been on. Jump in, say hi. Chernobyl, has anyone actually played this? And if you haven't, you absolutely should. It's available on. The original is available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. The PlayStation and Xbox versions got like the definitive version. When it was released on PC, it was still in early access and it developed and got better and better and better. But the console versions get like the all in one, everything included, all the DLCs and stuff. It's a really good game based in the exclusion zone. And I'm actually I actually really enjoyed it. I really liked it. Never did finish it, I don't think. Should go back to it and finish it. I'm really bad at finishing games. But I really did enjoy what I played. And your actions have consequences. If you make if you do certain mistakes or speak to people in the wrong way, you can't recruit them later, and not being able to recruit them later gives you penalties for being able to do certain things. So it's a really cool game. The S caused Mercury to freeze. I'm liking it. Trying to compete with Stalker 2. I mean, this is coming in 2025, to be fair. It's an indie company, and they're really nice people. I've had the pleasure of interacting with them, talking to them. I did buy my game personally, so it's not a case of I got a freebie and I'm hyping this game up. I just really had a good time with the game. Graphically, it looks really good. The game itself is fun to play. It's not expensive, so if you like these kind of games, I recommend you check it out. Like I said, the Xbox and PlayStation versions are probably the definitive version to play because they have everything included. I know the PC version didn't originally come with everything. Hey, Powerboss, you want to join me? I know we don't have too long left. Maybe like another 40 minutes or so, but can catch up. Can you show gameplay? Yeah, sure. Sure. I even have a review of the game. that I can share on my Discord or something. It's on my other channel, I think, the review, but still, it's so this is Shadow Nobilite. It's not the trailer per se. Let me see if I can find a trailer first. Is there a trailer? Don't want to watch the, because these are all. Okay, so let's check this one out first. And then there's like a 7 minutes of gameplay we can check out as well. Okay, so that was completely and utterly pointless. Never mind. That was colossally a waste of time. So
Is now optimized, so there is a big update in different ways, and there's different places you can go. You don't have to directly.
So this is on the Series X. This is running in performance mode,
which is kind of neat. But yeah, so this is also, you know, single player experience. You kind of go in, you get the job done, you make these choices within the environment. It's quite neat, you know, just the different situations you have to tackle along the way. How many lockpicks? But yeah, a very, very creepy sort of game at times.
It is very creepy.
Again, psychologically, with what you're doing.
Что нужно сделать? Прием.
Вот и славно.
Плевать.
Oh, that bombed hard.
Let's just get on with this. We got a mission to do, but
Oh, for fuck's sake, you can't see it.
Was I found, or is he talking to somebody else in the game? I feel like this already happened.
I'm so busy waiting for Power Boss to jump on.
See, this is where the fighting gets intense. But yeah,
he doesn't like me no more.
Because, you know, it's kind of a little hardcore. But what's really just neat about this game is the feeling of the world, the survival elements, the combat of it. It's just, it's kind of like a really neat sort of thing. And I think if you go for fluidity, you're going to quite enjoy that option. Now, that being said, it would be really nice if they could give us maybe another mode that bumps up the resolution a little bit more, maybe 1440p at 60. I don't know if that's possible, but, you know, at least I am happy that we did get, you know, an improvement to this experience. Hello there. Yeah, I think he's got some stuff. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Are you going to give me, like, health things?
This is a really good game. I really like it.
You don't have health for me or whatnot. Alright, let's go in and let's take a look here. Because you got your objective, and you can kind of, like, tackle it in different ways. And there's different places you can go. You don't have to directly go where you're headed, if that makes sense. Which is kind of
no, this isn't a tech demo.
Yeah,
this
so
is
this
a full,
is also,
full game.
single-player experience. You kind of go in, you get the job done. You make these choices within the environment. It's quite neat,
hey,
you know, just the different situations you have to tackle along the way. How many lockpicks? But yeah, a very, very creepy sort of game at times. Really plays around, again, psychologically with what you're doing.
Some of the shit that happens in this game really does freak you out.
Blah, 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 blah. Let's just get on with this. We got a mission to do, but we're mostly just trying to show off, hey, this is how it's running and stuff, and give even bidding to the higher frame rates, and then also the quality mode, which we'll show, you know, in a little bit here. That's the biggest thing. I want you to get a feel for it gameplay-wise. And I have shown this off
What do you
before.
think?
I do think this is a nice improvement for the game. Beforehand, it was just kind of that locked singular mode. So it's great that we get, kind of choices now for how you want to interact with the game. I think that's fantastic. And the coolest thing about these optimizations,
This is Chernobyl.
at the same time, I'm kind of like, oh, I wish we were getting these things pushing even further. It seems like a lot of different groups kind of just like, hey, you get a 4K 30, and then you get like 1080p 60. And I feel like there's more that this console can do. I really do. I mean, getting the ray tracing stuff, pretty cool, but...
Come on, the team is so small. The fact that they managed to get this far out is really, really good to get a game of this caliber out. This is the quality mode with ray tracing. Blade Power Boss.
Really see a whole lot. Like, we're doing a little comparison, but I didn't really see a whole lot of difference. It's a very, very subtle effect,
Chernobyl,
but also a really nice little bit of ambience within the game. So like I mentioned, this is dynamic 4K 30 FPS. Obviously losing that frame rate is, not the best, but it's a cool mode to take a look at. What I would say is basically like a next gen like feature.
It's pretty
cool
much,
feature set.
all these games are based in the exclusion zone, right?
Dynamic 4K.
And one thing that I
FPS.
noticed when I was watching the Stalker 2 deep dive, like the buildings that I was exploring in here on this game are the exact same buildings there. Obviously, the Stalker ones look much more polished and a lot higher res and stuff, but it was nice seeing the same things again, just better.
All that kind of stuff. But what are we getting for the ray tracing, the RT? So we get shadows. So ray trace shadows are realistic shadows that capture, something, the outlines of stuff, the shadowing effects, like real shadows.
Now all you need is a Metro game.
So that's pretty cool, right?
Really I actually had them all on Stadia, and then they just
tree, because it's a very tree-heavy environment, right? And even inside, there's a lot of, like the game really effectively uses.
It was really good,
and environmental visuals, and it's it's really, there's a lot of abundance of stuff. Like you see, there's.
Not sure if you've checked out my video, Blaze, but if you do, I hope you enjoy it.
And you can see that we have these shadows, and they should be basically perfect shadows with ray tracing, and I think that's really cool. And then there's also reflections, so it's not really reflections like you might think
this is on SVR.
It's reflections on wet surfaces specifically, and that's why when I was kind of looking through, I was trying to find little puzzles, little puddles, little places you can kind of see stuff, because you notice there, like it doesn't quite look proper, almost the reflections on those things. So I was kind of trying to find little spots where you can see the ray tracing really going in. So I think that effect is much more.
But yeah, so this is Chernobyl. I really like this game. There's some no commentary gameplay. I'm guessing they switched back to performance mode. Oh nice, they actually added a map finally, proper map. But yeah, I mean, I got this at the time on PC. He does not have good weapons. But like that green stuff is obviously important to the story. I'm not going to go into it for those of you that are looking to play it. But it has a significance, and you'll be collecting special kinds of those green orbs that will allow you to do certain things, and it's interesting. It's got a nice take on the story of the usual. Power Boss, that would go in line with making it exclusive, right? Even if it's a timed exclusivity, that would go in line with that. Power, why don't you join me? Or you're not got a mic? Worry, will the FPS be... what? Indiana Jones? Probably 60. If it's 60, I'll be happy. I just hope it's not 30. If it's 60, I'll probably play it on Xbox. It won't be 120. The next generation Xbox Series X and PS5 just aren't powerful enough to run 120. Not unless you want it to be running at like 640p. But yeah, Power Boss, that is weird. But that just confirms that what we said all along, right? That Wukong is timed exclusive for PlayStation. Sony moved in and money hatted the game. And as much as I hate that they do that, right? Why isn't Phil Spencer doing it? Right? Why doesn't Phil Spencer move in and start doing the same shit? When he absolutely should. I hope you enjoyed that demo. It's a good game. I really like it. Oh, I don't know if it's going to run 60 FPS, Rabbi. I'm just saying I hope it's going to run 60 FPS. Most games that have arrived day one have been 30 FPS on the Xbox, so hopefully that will be different. It's very cheap on PC. But, you know, it just goes, like, the question I have is, why doesn't Microsoft do the same thing? It's not like they haven't got the money. And if they really wanted to, like they said, they could always outspend Sony. They could go and get as many third-party exclusives as they want. Money talks, right? If you go to a company and say, hey, here's the amount of money I'm going to pay you. I mean, let's just be hypothetical here, right? How much money do you think, realistically, GTA 6 is going to make? Over the course of 2 years. How much money do you think it's going to make? Power Boss, do you want the link again? $10 billion? Rabbi, maximum is going to be 60. Maximum. So we've got 10 billion, billions. So somewhere between 5 and 10 billion, right? You really think billions? Oh, million, sorry. 10 million is reasonable. Billions likely. Jesus Christ, Susano. There's only 7 billion people on the planet. You flew off with that one. Rabbi, I just said, Rabbi, 60 FPS max. Yeah, 2 years. You're not going to get to a quarter of the world's population. Okay, so here's my point, right? And let me send this to my good bud Power. I'll send it to you via Discord. There you go, buddy. Just in case you missed it. But here's my point, right? If Microsoft turned around and said, hey, Rockstar, how about for 2 years I give you $4 billion? I want that exclusive on my platform. Not on Game Pass. I want it exclusive on Xbox only. I don't want it on PlayStation. I don't want it on Switch. It's not on PC. I just want that on Xbox for the next 2 years. Right? So that would encumber 2025, and then when it comes out on this 2026 would be the launch of the presumably launch of the next Xbox. How many people do you think would go and buy an Xbox? I know, Edward, you said it's not their thing. I'm talking hypothetical here. How many people would be buying an Xbox? It's really that easy. If they wanted to shift consoles, there's a few ways that they can guarantee it. I just don't think that they're into it, like Edward is saying. Rabbi, no one can tell you that. Literally no one. No one can tell you. Unless you work for the company. However, if you're going to Gamescom, you can play it there. It's going to be playable at Gamescom, so those people that will be at Gamescom will be able to tell us how it runs. People would talk down. I don't think anyone could talk down the the monstrous hype that GTA 6 has. When people are turning around and saying that I'm willing to pay $150, $200 for that game, nothing will stop them from buying it. Right. So what I'm saying is, for 2 years, if they offered Rockstar a lump sum of money, their console would increase. I mean, you said 30 million copies. That's 30 million consoles. Just there. Or 30 million Game Pass subscriptions. Either way, well, no, because it's not on Game Pass. So 30 million consoles. What I'm saying is, if they really wanted to go down this route where they can actually push and be the big bad Microsoft, I think they could do it, and it would have a massive impact on their numbers. But the fact that they don't is a clear indication that for them, the console is important, but it's not the centerpiece anymore. Microsoft ain't buying anyone, Rabbi. Not until the FTC case is done. If you're going to get 200 plus hours out of a game, 100, 150 is fine for me. That's less than £1 an hour. I mean, people spend what? I mean, I went and watched Deadpool over the weekend. Great movie, by the way. I highly recommend it. Freaking awesome. No spoilers to anyone. And I went and watched it with my my two boys. And I think we paid somewhere in the region of about 70, 80 quid. So it came to like what? Just over £25 a person for a 2-hour movie. Cost and enjoyment is relative, I guess. Chernobyl lights on sale? Nice. But I totally get your point, Steve. Rabbi, he can't buy it even if he wanted to. The FTC would be all over that and will be blocking it like there's no tomorrow. Even though they would have no legal grounds to do it, the legal case with the FTC still is not over. And as long as that looms over Microsoft, that FTC case, Microsoft will be handicapped on everything that they do. Period. Now, third-party contracts, they can do what they like. That's business. Right? That's fair business. But in terms of acquisitions, they can't do that. At the rate it's going to be somewhere in 2025. The legal courts in America don't want to make a decision. They want Microsoft and the FTC to come together to make a kind of like a truce of some sorts to come to an agreement. The Court of Appeal and the 9th District Court just don't want to pass a verdict on this. They're delaying it constantly. So probably sometime in 2025. It will not be this year. Guaranteed not this year at this point. But Edward, the point is, it's going to sell. It's the game isn't going to be $70. You're going to have probably the $100 package. That's going to have nothing. Then if you pay like $200, you're going to get a season pass, a couple of freebies, some outfits, maybe DLC bundled in with that. But it's going to cost you, and probably some shark points as well. They're going to toss in there just for the sake of it. And you'll get early access as well. And the moment they add the early access to that $200, everyone's paying $200 to buy it. Well, not everyone, but you get the point. But this is what I'm saying. Oh, sorry, Power Boss is in here. My dude, welcome.
Yo, sorry I'm late.
That's all right. But yeah, Microsoft could easily do that, right? It's not like, I know, money is money, but if they really wanted to push console sales, that is a third-party contract that they could easily go and do. Making a GTA 6 exclusive for a year or two. It'd cost them out the arse cheeks. But can you imagine the amount of people that would go and buy a Series X just to play it? Because it's not
absolutely.
on PC. It is not on PC. So this is a special occasion.
It's not going to be for at least a year because they normally do that with Rockstar.
Yeah. So, I mean, it might be counterintuitive financially for them, but it would get Xbox into more hands, and by definition, Game Pass into more hands. So, it's what you call a lost leader.
What do you think they would take to get GTA 6 into the Game Pass?
Probably Game Pass now. That would cost way too much.
I mean, it's not impossible, but theoretically it can be done. But how much do you think it would cost to do it?
I would say probably somewhere in the region of about 10 billion. Honestly, that's what I think it would take. That's just too much. That's even too much for Microsoft.
What's up, Savannah? Yeah, it's the first time I've been back since I got my new computer working. So,
and you sound a lot better as well.
That's for a different reason. Apparently, the little microphone that goes to my headset was going out, I guess, from bending it too much. But the wife bought the same one, but she uses a Kraken Kitty instead of her Razer Barracuda X. So I stole her microphone because it's the same one.
Yeah, I'd say 5 billion for 1 to 2 years exclusivity is about right. But if you want it on Game Pass, 10 billion easy. But even having it just exclusive to Xbox for 1 or 2 years, people will not wait to play that game. Period.
They don't even have to do it for a year. I mean, it would be nice for a year, but
do it 3 months.
I would say 5 to 6.
Even 3 months, people are going to buy the console. It's well, really
yeah. There will be a lot that buy it just for the console for 3 months, but I would say 6 months would be a better estimate for it.
But it really depends how much they want.
Why? What's up, Dubs? I know it's been a while.
Mysterious. Apparently you've been getting it, Power Boss. That's why you're cheerful.
I mean, I get it anyway if I wanted to.
Well, I know you're getting GTA 6. That's not what they're talking about.
No, I'm actually not going to get GTA 6. I don't like the GTA 6 games.
You don't like GTA?
I want to say the first one I played way back was the second one, and it was top down, and I didn't like it. And when I got into it, I played it for maybe an hour. I did go back later and play, I think it was Vice City or San Andreas. It just didn't appeal to me. I don't know why. It just didn't.
Steve getting frisky now. Oh well, the kid, something's in that room round there. The kids are trying to avoid it. Something flew in.
Actually, is that better?
You sound fine.
Okay, just make sure. It was on auto adjust because again, new computer and everything.
I think it's the way I said you're not getting it, and then you affirmed that you are getting it. It just sounded. He's saying it sounded a bit weird. Two dudes talking.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so
I realized like halfway through the stream that I was not on live. So you're sitting here asking questions and answering. I saw you say hi, and you're sitting here talking to everybody, and then all of a sudden I realized that I'm not on live.
That explained why you wasn't listening.
That's the size of the spiders we have to deal with.
Holy! That's moving!
Don't do that.
No, it's moving. I just saw something moving there. Get that out of here now.
It's dead.
That ain't dead. I saw something move.
Do you want it?
No, I do not. Get it out. That spider's huge, man. It's not the Australian spiders, but still big enough.
But no, I never went back to GTA after that. 5 apparently was the worst one of them of the recent ones. I could see GTA 6 being good. I mean, it's based on where I live, for God's sakes. I can actually visit my house in the game. That might be the only reason why I play it.
That's cool. I told you about that time when we were playing The Division, right? And we met someone in matchmaking. And then they basically took us, this Division 1, and they took us around the whole of New York, just giving us a grand tour of where everything is that's not visually represented in the game. And he even took us down the street, which his house was in the dark zone. And when we actually got to his apartment, his light was on and it had a silhouette of a figure, and he goes, "Hey, that's probably me playing the game right now."
That was funny.
That was pretty
funny.
funny.
My wife loves Division 1 and 2. I'm actually looking forward to Division 3, actually.
No, this one was actually quite fat, Woodpit.
It's one of the recent Ubisoft games that hasn't flopped lately.
Yeah, Division's got a cult following. It did really well. The Division 2 kind of lost its way. They kind of got rid of Aaron Keener, and I don't think they really knew where they were going. And then they decided internally that they were going to shut the project down, and they did. They pretty much dismantled the whole team. And then they realized that there's actually support for this. But they kind of put everyone else on different projects, from Star Wars to Avatar. And when they went back to the team and said, "Hey, who wants to actually work on this? We're kind of looking to rebuild it." Everyone was like, "Nah, you're right, bruv. We're okay here, go somewhere else." And so no one actually wanted to come back to the Division. So they had to. It took them 2 years to basically rebuild the team. And now they've got steady content coming out for it. And Division 3 has already been confirmed. So hopefully we'll get news on that, because I really like the Division.
There was a trailer of it not too long ago, I think.
Isn't the mobile game already out for Division Mobile? That was really good as well. I know they were talking about potentially making it available for PC. It's still on thing. It's still on register, so it's not available yet. I know that the last questionnaire that went out, they were asking about a PC version of it. You know, because you can play the mobile games on PC. And this is the one thing that would actually make, that would really appeal to me on the Xbox, right? Because this mobile store that they're looking to put onto the Xbox platform, what if they can get these games from like the Play Store? I mean, obviously they're going to have their, Microsoft Store on there. But if they can get these mobile games in a PC version, port them over to Xbox, and have them playable on your Xbox console, at that point you'll have all your... Obviously they're not going to be the console versions, but you will have the mobile versions of The Division, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. By default, all of these games instantly become playable on your console.
If they get a controller that can do it right, I can see it being wild.
Using an Xbox controller. Like, this would be huge.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No, they're not going to put the Android store, Steve. They're going to do their own Microsoft store. But what I'm saying is, it's technically going to be. I mean, the Microsoft Store and the Play Store, it's going to be Microsoft's going to run off Android, right? They're not getting their Windows phone, so it's still going to run off the Android OS. So whatever's going to be on the Xbox is going to be a sandbox of the Android with the Microsoft Store on there for you to play it.
Potentially, yeah.
They can put those games on there.
I love my Plants vs Zombies games.
You would definitely need antivirus. You're not going to sideload shit, are you? You're just going to download it from the Microsoft Store. But yeah,
I'm expecting sometime soon they're going to have an entire overhaul of the Xbox app. Because honestly, right now it's pretty ass. Not gonna lie, it does a lot of bad things. But
what you mean the Game Pass app?
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with it. And like Dubs as well in chat, he's had like horrendous issues where he's been telling me. Like I'm talking like nightmare fuel issues. I must be like the luckiest person on the planet because I've only had one issue.
It's
one
not
issue.
Terrible, but it still could be a lot better. There are some issues with it.
But yeah, I've only had one issue, and that's because when I tried to install Master Chief Collection, you know when it comes up saying, do you want to allow this through your firewall?
Yeah.
I said no. Bad things happen when you say no. You should never say no. And I didn't realize this, and it took me forever to figure it out. But it remembers when you say no.
Oh yeah, it's a pain in the butt to try and.
And I had to go eventually. Weeks later when I was on forums and stuff, someone's mentioned about the firewall and go to your firewall exceptions and see if you accidentally blocked it.
Yep.
And I did, and that was my issue. But that was only with a Master Chief Collection. After that, I've genuinely had no issues.
It should be just the Xbox app across the board, and it's not.
Oh
it's
yeah,
for every individual game you install.
Mm-hmm. But this is the trailer to The Division Mobile, and this game is power hungry, by the way.
Yeah, I've seen it.
This game is power hungry.
Good music, too.
This game is based between 1.6 and 1.7, or is it just after 1.7? I think the new area is in this. So this would have essentially been 1.8. So it's before the Division 2. Which is why you're still in New York.
Yep. It's supposed to be the transition between Division 1 and Division 2.
Yeah.
Why did you change areas from New York to where it is now?
But I think it's cool. But yeah.
I mean, Final Fantasy VII Mobile did the same thing.
It's weird that you mentioned Final Fantasy because that was the next thing I was going to talk about. For those that have played it, it's not really for those that haven't played it, but for those of you that have, starting Friday, August the 23rd, you can play for free for a limited time if you ever wanted to go jump back in and see what the world is like. I'm probably going to do it myself because I'm a huge fan and I've got my own stuff set up. Like I played this for 7 years. Love this game. My favorite MMO of all time. But it's there for those that are interested to check it out. It's free.
You know what Ubisoft game, on a side note, is probably the most underrated from Ubisoft?
Huh?
A good game series that's from Ubisoft that's probably very underrated.
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
It's a series of games. And it's not the Assassin's Creed series.
Not Shadows, then.
Definitely not Shadows, but...
Let's see. Ubisoft. And Steve, no you can't. No you can't. It has to be there every stream, at least once.
Don't get me wrong, I love my Final Fantasy as well, but Rebirth, Remake, and 16 were just not it. 11 and 14 I could go either way with. I don't know. I can never get over the fact that Final Fantasy, in my opinion, should have never been made online. But that's just me.
It works. And the
I'm not
story
saying
in
it
11,
doesn't.
story in 11 is phenomenal as well. It is absolutely phenomenal.
But
Especially
you know
the
the
change of
game series I'm talking about?
Ubisoft game.
It's a series of
Underrated.
games.
So it's not the Splinter Cell.
And I'll tell you that there's 7 of them right now.
7?
Yeah.
Chat, do you want to help? Rayman? It's not. Can't be Rayman.
No, it's not Rayman.
Come on,
There's
chat.
not 7 Raymans.
The quest for Epic Mini loot was one I wish lived on. Epic, I think Epic Mini Rebrushed is coming soon, Susanna. Remade from THQ.
Yeah.
What else was there?
And you're going to kick yourself because you probably heard of the series too.
It's not Far Cry, because Far Cry had 7 games. With the spin-offs. But that was...
No, not Far Cry.
Okay, so it's not Far Cry. Definitely not The Division.
I'll give you this hint. It's turn-based.
Just say it, Brick. I ain't gonna guess it. What is it? 7. Primal?
Nope.
Not
It's
Ghost
turn-based.
Recon. Turn-based. Turn-based. Prince of Persia wasn't turn-based. Turn-based. Come on, what did they make that was turn-based?
Acronym. HOMM.
HOMM. Heroes of Might and Magic.
Yes.
You see, chat? I didn't even need the acronym. I got it in one shot. That's how you do it.
Bullshit.
What? That's coming?
Well, Hero 7 just launched not too long ago.
Oh,
it's like
right.
last year, I think.
Steve, you're too slow. Way too slow. You had to wait for me to say it before you can say it and try and claim credit. That's not how this works. You need to be like me. Guess it first time. Deceive the chat by saying a bunch of wrong things and then say the right one when the time is right.
But yeah, the last one, I think Hero 7 was launched September 29th of 2015.
That's been a long while.
Yep.
It's a long, long time.
Well, they don't come out often because even if you look back to Hero 6, that was released in 2011. So we're actually due for another one if they ever decide to make another one.
You think I should do a stream for Final Fantasy 11?
Sure, why not?
The return to Vanadil.
I know do Steve's it that day, or like a day or two after.
I think Steve's going to be there day one, watching me as well, cheering me on, dishing out those multi-tier subs. I know it. It's going to happen.
But yeah, 7 was the first one that actually made Heroes of Might and Magic 1080p. Again, you're talking about 2015 when it came out.
Have a good night, gaming. Thanks
7
for
is the
stopping
one
by,
I
dude.
don't have, by the way. I have all of them up to that, including all the DLCs and expansions.
But yeah, we used to get so many games in the past, like so many like smaller, not games that won't make the millions and billions, but just are enough just to make some money and be creative. You don't get that anymore. It's all kind of gone. Steve, I'm expecting you there. First one in line. With your little glow sticks jumping up and down. Yeah, let's go.
But yeah, that's kind of why I'm excited for what is it, Expedition 33?
I'm looking forward to that. That's a good game.
Where it's a turn-based fighting style. Yeah, it's bringing back turn-based. None of this ARPG crap.
Yep.
Product.
Expedition 33 does look good, and it is definitely one on my radar. It reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy. Sorry, I had to say it.
Which Final Fantasy is the question?
13.
Okay, I can see that.
It reminds me of 13, and I really liked 13. I know people didn't really enjoy 13, but I think that was
People
severely underrated.
didn't like 13 because of the fact that until you get to about chapter, I think it's 10, the game is extremely linear.
Yeah, but that's what I really liked about it. It doesn't need to be open world to be good. The story was being told at a good pace.
It was good pacing, but until you hit like,
but you could activate when the others did their stuff.
Yeah,
because
but
that's
you
how
couldn't
you got
use
the
their
stagger
summons.
system.
But you couldn't use their summons.
You didn't really need to, as long as you could stagger. That was all you needed. Stagger and do maximum damage.
But I will say for Expedition 33, this turn-based combat reminds me a lot of Lost Odyssey.
It does. That's another game it reminds me of.
Yeah.
It's a shame we'll never get Lost Odyssey 2.
I know. Rest in peace, Toriyama.
Well, also, Mistwalker said that they won't do it.
Yeah.
The days when you used to queue outside for a midnight launch, those were good times.
Last time I went for a midnight launch, I think, was Ragnarok.
For me, it was Modern Warfare 2 on the 360.
No, wait, I take that back. I did go for a Zelda game for my son following that. I don't know if it was Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. One of them.
Devastator is not a journalist, it's Tom Warren.
Wait, what did he say?
He's been banned by Valve, and so is The Verge, blacklisted indefinitely.
Wow.
Because when you go into Deadlock, journalists got banned by Valve because of leaks. Yeah, I mean, it's common courtesy. It's telling you that don't do it. So just because they didn't force you to sign an NDA means that you're going to go and be a dick? But this is Tom Warren, right? Did you expect anything less from the guy? And the guy thought putting it behind his paywall was going to save him. The guy thought putting it behind his paywall would make it so no one would actually notice.
Yeah. I'm sure people shared out just like Reforge's member streams.
Yeah, as soon as he said it, everyone was talking about it.
Yeah.
And they knew instantly that, and they said, Tom Warren said X, Y, and Z. Tom Warren said X, Y, and Z. Tom Warren said X, Y, and Z.
Oh, yeah, they're going to always quote the person.
But, you know, what can I say? You F around, you find out. But for me, it was Modern Warfare 3. I went, and it was probably the scariest thing I did for a long time at that time. Because there was so many thugs waiting outside the game in Syracuse, just mugging people for their copy of the game. They were just waiting. The shops had to call the police down to... I think he had like 6 or 7 police vans at the time, just escorting people to their cars in the end. It was not great. But that's what happens, right?
Actually,
did, which is why he's no longer a member of staff. For those that haven't realized, I don't have any fondness for Tom.
He blocked you, right?
Not that. I mean, he blocked... Dude, he blocked me for the dumbest thing as well.
Yeah, I remember.
I said that he was the next Red Dragon. I said he was competing with Red Dragon for the mantle of the most useless and baiting tweets. There's nothing the guy says that's true.
Nope.
By the way,
and anything that is true, you can't sift it from stuff that's not true from what he says.
By the way, did you guys know that apparently Microsoft is thinking about, there might be, they could be, there's a potential, it's a possibility they're looking into, they are, on the grounds of just like putting stuff on a spider diagram about porting one of the Xbox games over to PlayStation. But if it doesn't happen, guys, I did say considering, possibly, potentially, might be, maybe. So, I didn't say it was going to happen, chat. I just wanted to stir shit so I can get clicks. Did I do it right?
It's like taking a bird shot with...
He chats so much shit. I can't be bothered with him.
John, did you know that the Red Dragon used to be an Xbox fan?
And that he used to advocate to renting games.
Yep.
He used to be a huge fan of renting games.
And now everything he says is Xbox doom and gloom, Game Pass bad.
Yep. Everything. Everything is doom and gloom for him. But I did have something here that I wanted to bring up. Let me share this.
That's that Metaphor game, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Metaphor. So apparently Exceed Games, I don't know if anyone's heard of them, but they're a company that I actually really, really like. So what they essentially do is they take those games that are small, niche, that, the main publishers will never release outside of Japan. And they basically take those games that they believe has an audience that would like it. Not that it's going to sell millions, but enough to make it worth their while. So this isn't like a quick get rich scheme. And they localize it for the Western audiences. And they
I don't
worked
know
with...
if I've ever heard of them.
Yeah, they're really good with that sort of thing. But it looks like they had a partnership with Marvelous USA.
Right.
And it looks like they are going down a new strategic approach on how they publish games. Marvelous
the only
USA
one there that I'm looking forward to is the Formagia.
Yeah, they'll be responsible for the Marvelous family of games. And Exceed will continue its global approach to discovering and publishing indie and third-party gems. Like these ones. Like Corpse Party 2 is a really good game if you haven't played it. Played it on...
I think I'm more familiar with the Marvelous side of things, not the Exceed games.
But yeah, like Yeez and stuff like that is also something that, Exceed are working on and whatnot. So it's a really cool thing. But will those games come to Xbox before the news of not on Xbox? I had to get that in there. But I hope some of these games do make it to Xbox.
Cheeky bastard.
I had to blame the Series S for it, just in case. A preemptive strike.
Did you see that when you look at other people's tweets now, you can actually sort the replies?
Oh, really, Steve? Oh, can you? What? Oh, right. Most relevant.
Yeah, it's... Yeah.
Most recent. Am I the only one that posted? That can't be right. Hey, that's 9 minutes ago. Bring back Senran Kagura.
I think yours jumped to the top.
Because of a checkmark.
No, it's because of... It's your post.
Maybe, or the blue tick. But yeah, Senran Kagura, based. My dude is based.
I mean, the Red Dragon's completely obliterated his entire YouTube.
Red Chicken. Oh yeah, his YouTube is finished. But it's because he said that he makes more money shitposting on Twitter than he does on YouTube.
Oh yeah. How many other people do that?
I mean, just look at Grums. By getting his little cult following for the whole SBI shit. Dude makes
Grums is hit or miss for me.
Yeah, but he makes $600 a month just on Twitter.
Yep.
He spends what, half an hour a day on this shit, and he makes $600
Probably.
because people are, oh, Grumps, you're our savior. What are we ever gonna do without our Grumps? Meanwhile, he's
Yeah.
probably sitting there, doesn't give a shit about SBI or DEI. He's just laughing at everyone for making him more money.
You know who I haven't seen any information about as of recently for SBI?
Who?
Alyssa.
Well, I've heard that a company, I couldn't find any information on this, right? But I have heard that one of the studios who had an SBI affiliation have now denounced SBI and have said they will never work with them again.
I actually saw that when it happened. I don't remember which company it was, though.
Let's see if I can see it.
But it was not specifically because of Alyssa Mercante. It was just because of SBI entirely.
Here we go.
Or DEI.
Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn, possibly removing SBI. So Cabrutus posted on Twitter that one of the devs for Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn, reached out and are claiming they removed everything that SBI worked on within the game. Now, Cabrutus did request a conversation with management and an early copy for confirmation. This was denied. Of course it's going to be denied. I'm going to lean on the side of the devs here. I understand why they denied the early access. Yeah, because who the fuck is he? Cabrutus and his group are very new to the scene and they wouldn't want an unfinished, unprotected copy of the game circulating. I'm not sure why they wouldn't do the conversation, but at least it's a sign that they don't want to alienate people or they're lying. I'm going to keep an eye on this game. Here's a tweet, because the game flopped hard, right?
Yeah.
But this was 5 months ago, so this can't be the one.
Well, that was before Flintlock was actually released.
Is it Black Myth?
Maybe. Because that game's due to come out in what, 4 or 5 days? 10 days? Less? I know that they were trying to work with Black Myth Wukong and they completely rejected them.
I just can't find. I mean, I tried looking and I couldn't really find anything for it, so that's why I actually don't know. Tokyo Jan. Again, this is 7 months ago, so this is all old news.
Mm-hmm.
But what is
I heard about that Devastator. Early access for Terminator Survivors
is delayed to 2025.
I haven't even heard of this one.
So this, I was kind of looking forward to. I saw a trailer of this and a little bit of it about a year or so ago on Angry Joe's one of his podcasts. You know, the news streams that they do. I saw it back then, and it looked fun. It looked different. I think it takes place just as the Terminators are starting to emerge. And I think there's like one Terminator or two Terminators. I think there's not many. But it's more like the human factions that evolved because of the whole, Skynet thing. And you're fighting human factions, you're fighting the Terminator. But it's kind of, I think it's actually canon to the main storyline.
Okay.
So the fact that they said it was canon, and the people that played this really love the franchise of Terminator, the movies. They love the lore of the Terminator and everything, so they're like really into it. So, this is like a love letter game from them. I was really interested in this. I was looking forward to it, just to see what happened to it. But essentially, it's the usual PR. We need more time. Sorry to disappoint you. It's going to come next year sometime. We've got no release date. So if anyone was looking forward to this, unfortunately, it's not coming this year.
Steve, while Colt is bad, the two worst have got to, well, actually, 4 of the worst have got to be Reforge, X Vault, J-Dub, and King Thrash.
So wait, let me get this right. Devastator, are you saying that they would have a problem with this set?
Yep, they absolutely would.
I still want this. I'm gonna pick. I'm
It's
probably
a
gonna
nice
pick it up
statue.
payday. It is. It is. I'm gonna pick it up on Xbox.
Okay.
I played the original on Xbox. I'll get the new one on Xbox.
A friend of mine had it, and I played a little bit of it. It never really like grabbed me, but it's not a bad game. I enjoy it.
Yeah, since Steve said he's not going to get me the Asus ROG Ally X, I guess he can just buy me this, right? I think that's fair. I think that's fair. CD keys. But yeah, it's interesting. If you promise no Final Fantasy for 20 years, you know what?
He's trying to strike at your heart, man.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna do it. It's not gonna work, bro. It's not going to work.
Damn.
I tell you what, I will play the Pixel remasters though, if that's okay with you.
I never played the Pixels in the first place. I don't know why. They just never like jumped out at me.
So what do you think of this? What do you think of this? He's at it again. I hope he's not doing a bloody. I hope he's not doing a
video,
a Tim Dog, kind of scoping out people to see who's buying.
Want a hot tip? I know who he is on Discord.
Who?
Kareem.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Is he Kareem?
No. You probably know him too. That's for off stream.
But you pronounce his name so weird.
Kareem?
Karim.
Got him.
It's Karim.
Got him, yeah.
Not cream.
Kareem.
It's not caring, it's Karim. Don't worry. It's a Turkish, it's a Muslim thing.
I know it's a Turkish name.
It's not actually. It's a Arabic name. But it's nice that people are buying Xboxes for Call of Duty if it's not faked. I know people are going to say it's faked.
Yeah.
But it could be real, right, chat? It could be real.
I am just waiting for the first game that Xbox puts out, whether it's PC or not, or Xbox only or PC only, but it's the Xbox branding, and it's not on PlayStation, not on Switch. And it runs so smooth butter that if they put it over onto the PlayStation, it runs so much horrible. And it's a game that they're going to crap on, they're going to cheer for when it comes to the PlayStation 5, and then they're going to crap on it again when it runs worse.
Say that again? And why am I hearing Kung Fu fighting in your background?
Because I don't have my software anymore, so I can't set up my gate.
Oh no! It's just you're talking, and all I can hear in the background is.
I think she's watching a movie on the other side of the room. Probably a little bit.
No, it's fine. I just find it funny. I could barely hear it, but I just caught the glimpse of listening to it.
Chaos said he could barely hit it, and he was laughing at it. He's just surprised and wondering what the hell it was because it sounded like Kung Fu fighting. I don't know what she's watching over there on her tablet. Oh, it's Ocean's 13.
There you go. Wait, why does it have Kung Fu fighting in there? I don't remember that.
It's the cutscenes going from.
Right. Yes.
Montages.
Mm-hmm.
Montages.
At the end, when they're all getting the big money.
Yep. It's the montage at the end when they're escaping with the money. Can't all be Turkish. Deadlock is going to have over 90 characters. That's interesting.
Yeah, he revealed way too much on that. He had no right for that.
Who?
Tom Warren.
Oh, Tom Warren. Gotcha.
He had no right to reveal the information he did. So it looks like while we've been on the stream, there has been a few little tidbits of news that we can go through. It's not finished, and then we can check out
Anime. The only thing I have to say about that is 16 already wasn't a great game.
Anime's still here,
and he just posted.
It's coming to Xbox.
What's that?
Demo now available. This game here. I don't know what it's called. Shadow of the Ninja. It's coming to Xbox.
Shadow of the Ninja Reborn.
Yeah, he said he said it's not coming. He keeps saying it's never coming to Xbox. There, it's coming to Xbox.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a side scroller, but it's coming to Xbox. There you go.
Huh. It's been a while since I played a good side scroller game.
But
I can't even remember what the last side scroller game I played was.
What did you think of this news? Of what Jay would said? I usually don't mind his takes, but I think this one is so bad. And he's been really, really hammering on Xbox for the past 2 days. How they're stupid, they're idiots.
I heard Xbox fans in 2023. Hi-Fi Rush is amazing. There's Game of the Year. I heard Xbox fans in 2024. Nobody was playing it. Hi-Fi Rush. Microsoft is smart for getting rid of it. And Tango Gameworks. Yeah, that's stupid. Everybody loved Hi-Fi Rush. Everybody loved Hi-Fi Rush. PlayStation fans were shitting on it until it came to their system, and then still nobody over on the PlayStation bought it when it came over there with the 4 games ported.
Who shut on Final Fantasy 14? He who shall not be named. That sounds like Reforge.
Probably.
Because it can't be King Thrash. He ain't smart enough to say something like that.
It's a rhythm game. It was a unique take on a fighting style. I didn't like the timing of it. Oh. Of course, Devastator's...
Oh, he did say he who shall not be named.
Yeah.
He did say, thank you for that $2 super chat, but how the hell... No, there is no way you can show. I mean, the latest expansion, I will say, was not as good as the previous ones.
Oh, yeah?
But it was still good. I mean, if people are being honest with themselves with the latest 14 expansion, the reason why it wasn't as big or as good as the previous ones is because you took a backseat to someone else being the main character. You wasn't at the center of it. And honestly, up until I don't think anything will ever beat is it I think it's Shadowbringers? Yeah. Shadowbringers is the peak in both storytelling, everything.
Okay.
And I don't think they'll ever attain that height in storytelling. Because even Endwalker, the one that finished it, didn't actually live up to Shadowbringers. And then you had this one, which pretty much is the first expansion to introduce what's going on. And you kind of finished the story, so where is it even going? There wasn't even a kind of like a big bad at the end. You kind of defeated the big bad as well. And so there was no like monolithic enemy that's in the background that even like a little teaser to say, okay, they're gonna build on this. It's almost like this expansion was a one and done. So it was really weird. And the fact that you took a back seat to it all, and at least 2 of the areas were filler, easy filler. It wasn't as strong as the others.
Stop, Steve. Devin is not a pony.
Devin is not a pony.
Saying he's missing his salt lick.
No. Oh, right. That's because he pre-ordered thing. Concord.
Really?
Oh, there you go. Now you're supporting Steve, innit? He did refund it, though. What he wanted to do was give the people at Sony a little bit of something to cheer about So when they saw that pre-order go from 0 to 1, they got really excited, and then they took it away, and then they got disappointed again.
Well, funny thing, Gara of the Rage,
Ain't that right,
Alex,
Devin?
Minxie, and Klutzy, and Frit all got gifted Concord.
I'm probably going to get it given to me by Sony as well, unfortunately. They're going to want me to check it out.
It was funny because Alex did it on stream after the beta had ended, the closed and open beta, and they still gave him the free 5 copies for the beta.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was funny. It's like, why are you giving these to me? It was a gifted copy, and the beta's already done anyway.
Yeah. I mean,
Ogara sent him a body pillow of him showing his ass.
Wait, there's a Halloween game?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if it was any good or not.
I don't know, but I want it. I want this.
But I know they also did a collaboration with Dead by Daylight, and Michael Myers is one of the characters that you can choose as a killer.
Physical came for selected platform. PC is digital only. Is this Dead by Daylight? No, this is actually Halloween. Retro
Halloween.
Realms Halloween.
Yeah, it was based off the actual Halloween game in the movies.
I need to see a trailer for this.
Yes, Cygnus, I did play that. Very good game.
Which game?
Akaba's Beat.
We know what you were beating, mate.
Hey, now. My older son, gets all of the Hybrid Dimension Neptunia games, which is actually getting a new game recently. I found out that is
There's
coming to
nothing wrong with
Xbox
Hyper
only.
Neptunia.
But he plays all the games where you play in like Shibuya and downtown Tokyo. I'm not afraid to admit it. My son's a big weeb.
Nothing wrong with
But it's
being
not a bad
weeb.
thing. There's nothing wrong with it, no. Sent you Rage Fuel. What the hell did you send, Devastator?
Is there no trailers for this game?
What game?
Halloween.
Halloween? Everything you find is probably going to be stuff for the movies.
Here it is. Found it.
Rated
Found
M
it.
from
This is totally different to what I was thinking. I'll check that out in a second, Devastator. But this is actually really cool. I really like Halloween, even though some of the later movies went to shit.
Mature.
Let's see. Retro Realms. Okay, copyright music, but that's always going to happen. Let's put it down a little bit so we can talk over it and say stuff, so it might avoid it. Michael Myers is back. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, I like this.
Oh, it's a side-scroller Halloween
Yeah,
game.
this looks so freaking cool.
Doesn't look that bad.
No, it doesn't. And Ash is coming in. Oh, shit. Oh, hell yeah! Boomstick. He better say groovy, or it's a 0 out of 10. This looks really cool.
Oh, Evil Dead. Okay.
Like this.
Stormgate is a game that I'm really looking forward to.
Where do you buy this? This looks sick. When is it out?
PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, probably Steam. It's hidden by the video.
October 18, 2024. Right there.
Okay.
This looks really cool. Halloween and Ash versus Evil Dead. That looks damn cool. I don't care what anyone says.
RetroRealms.com or RetroRealmsGame.com.
Thank you for that $2 super chat, Devastator. I will check it out. This is supposed to make me think. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. But the actual collection that they had here, this looks sick. I'd definitely take an Evil Dead one over this one though.
Yeah.
And you get Laurie as a playable character as well. Hell yeah. Exclusive steelbook? That looks sick.
Yeah, it does.
Like, and this is really well priced as well. Probably because the game's like $10, but I want it. You get Halloween trading cards, which I will never open because I'm like one of those people that never do. Limited edition print,
Fair enough.
coins. Yeah, this looks absolutely awesome. It looks like you get both games for that price as well. And I'd probably end up getting this for the Xbox, the Switch, and the PC.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not the Switch. Probably on my Xbox and PC.
Gotcha,
This is why I want Xbox and PC to kind of have that connectivity, so you can play with these smaller games.
Absolutely.
Because
especially if they have any sort of co-op in it.
I use my Steam Deck a lot nowadays to play games. A lot. I know it's not graphically a powerhouse, but I use it a lot, and obviously it can't
it's perfect for whenever you're not home.
Oh, I use it at home most of the time. I'm just sitting on the couch or upstairs in bed. I just put it on for a little bit and play it. Because my kids are always using my stuff, and I spend 16 hours a day in front of a PC, either making YouTube videos, streaming. I'm working all day,
and playing games when you stream. Yeah,
but I'm still streaming, so that's still kind of. It's still kind of like me working, so because I'm still entertaining and putting stuff out there, and hoping I'm entertaining anyway. But when I finally get some me time, I'm just slouching on the couch, and I just pick up the Steam Deck and just chill out to some retro games and stuff. One of the reasons why I actually went on Ally.
Saying in your title about Starfield and COD marketing fake news.
Yeah, so Starfield. Oh, the Starfield was for the vehicle, which is. Do I still have it?
I came across that briefly. Somebody was showing leaked footage of the Starfield vehicle mod that they're coming out with in the next update.
This isn't a fake one. This is the vehicle that's basically coming officially.
Okay.
So this is the official footage of it that's been leaked. Because everything has to be leaked today.
Yeah.
And it looks fine. It looks cool. I know the pennies are already going, oh, now we can get from point A to point B in even faster time to the end of zone. I'm like, you guys are just salty idiots. But the COD news was relating to
Paris, Alex, and Destin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the Iron Lords podcast recently and watched what they said.
So
do note that after I watched that, like a day or two later, because that was Sunday on the Iron Lords podcast, Paris did go on Twitter, and somebody who quote tweeted him about that. He did come out and clarify that it was not Microsoft or Treyarch or Activision.
Yeah, but the problem was
said that to him.
Yeah, but the problem was he insinuated that it was.
No, he came out and clarified that it
wasn't.
wasn't.
No, I know he clarified it, but at the time, he not only insinuated that it was someone within Treyarch that said it, but he
he said he was at Treyarch when he was playing it.
Exactly. So who else is going to tell you when you're at Treyarch? If I'm at Sega, someone at Sega is going to tell me, right?
Well, it was other people that were there for the same reason he was.
I know, but if someone at Treyarch is telling you, come on. It doesn't take. If you put two and two together, someone at Treyarch told me some of them agreed to it, think it's a good idea, while others there didn't think it was a good idea.
Now, I will say for this Starfield official support for vehicles, the one thing that I want them to add or to make available in addition is a hover version, so you're not bouncing around and jostling everywhere.
I said the same thing.
So that way you can actually also jump.
Yep, I said the same thing.
Because right now it just looks like a straight buggy, which is not bad. It's a step.
I mean, it is a buggy. That's exactly what it is.
Make it customizable.
But yeah, in regards to Paris, I like Paris. Talk to him quite often. He's a really nice guy. Down to earth. Really, really cool person. to just have a conversation with, and bounce ideas back and forward. Definitely knowledgeable in what he's saying. But on this one, even he admitted that he fucked up because the way he actually said it just gave that impression and everything he said. And, he came out and said, when I watched what I said, it did come out that I was insinuating that, but it was not. And I clarified that it was no one at Treyarch that was there. It almost feels like he got caught up in the moment when he was on the podcast, and it just came out really, really badly.
Well, the way it was phrased was, I heard a rumor, this was Cog saying it, that there was some type of marketing issue. And then Destin said he's heard the same thing. And then Paris said that he had just did a podcast on it where he clarified, well, not clarified, but said it originally that when he was there at Treyarch, he was told, but he didn't clarify in that podcast in ILP that it was Microsoft or Treyarch or Activision that said it. It was, he just said that it happened when he was there. It was later on Twitter that he clarified that it was not somebody in official capacity that told him this.
Here we go.
But you're right. You're right.
No, I'm just going to play the clip. It's the easiest
absolutely.
way. It's the easiest
Absolutely.
way.
Record, they don't. You make it fancy.
Where's the audio?
Record. They don't. You make it fantastic points. Off the record.
Think about their
I have heard. I just want to interject this quickly, and I got you.
Right.
I heard off the record they literally can't do that part with Call of Duty. I actually heard that off the record.
I can
add context to that. By
Oh,
the way.
can you please do? Yeah.
So, and I'm going to shamelessly plug, I did a preview on IGN for Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies. You should go check it out.
Go check that out.
It was very good.
By the way.
The best preview on the internet.
Yes, it was. There you go. But while I was at Treyarch.
That voice, I saw the comments.
No, but while I was at Treyarch, and again, these were off the record conversations.
Yes.
The people involved shall remain nameless. Okay. You are 100% correct, sir. They cannot use that in their current marketing because we were having a conversation about Game Pass.
Yeah, I was surprised.
And
100% accurate. There's speaking to people who I can't name, you are 100% accurate.
Impact that they think it's going to have on Black Ops 6. Some people at Treyarch think it is going to be a big deal.
Some people at Treyarch.
On Game Pass.
Well, that's for
but you're
the Game
not
Pass.
going to see that big marketing push that you would expect where Game Pass has uttered every other word due to various reasons. That's what I was told.
That's crazy.
That's what I was told the way it came out is that he actually was told this by someone working at Treyarch while he was at Treyarch, and got both ends of how some people at Treyarch think this is a good idea, this is going to be great for the game, whereas others are looking at it on the monetization side of things and think that it's not going to be the right move. So obviously the developers think it's absolutely going to be great, the suits think it's going to be bad. That's where that's going. But everything he said and nothing insinuated that it wasn't someone working for Treyarch. But he's since come out and corrected himself. And, that's fine. At least, you don't see that every day where people come out.
Actually,
and
I think it's in that posting where he clarified.
It's not here. It's in another one because he was talking to, what is it? Gaz. But,
okay, yeah.
I appreciate the fact that he actually came out and clarified and set the record straight. I think a little bit of damage was done with this, but not enough for anyone that's going to remember it in the next week or so. So
I mean, the game comes out next month.
Yeah, that's fine. You still got Indiana Jones apparently on October the 2nd, so once that comes out. If that date is true. Aren't
we getting something later this month too?
I'm expecting Talborn to arrive at the end of this month.
Because we're also getting in a couple days the what is it? The Mythology, Age of Mythology game. Age of Mythology Retold?
Yeah, that's coming as well.
Yeah, that's the end of this month.
And Ara is also coming in.
I am looking forward to that one.
No, Age of Mythology Retold is September, same as Aura. They're September.
Oh, so about next month.
Yeah, this month is World of Warcraft, I think.
Yeah,
and I'm guessing
in
Talborn.
feedback right now. The wife is playing it.
But yeah, I think he came out, he apologized and whatnot. So he set the record straight, and he confirmed it's no one at Treyarch, no one at Microsoft, no one associated with the game actually said anything to him.
Yeah.
Which I know Nibs went for him really hard. Like he went really hard for him. Like that guy had a straight up boner and just wanted to really go to town on him. But
Chat
Parrot said no.
GPT as if it was a person.
Yep.
I will
Outlaws is pretty
Devastator.
soon.
I won't let him forget.
I could not forget the video. But the Switch apparently is going to miss early 2025 launch.
Destin is not a bad dude, John. Alex with his shirt on a rare occasion because he was not on his own channel. They were also using Zoom, which was funny. They don't use Discord. Alex was giving him hell for it the entire episode.
You really gave me another Harmon video.
That's what he was talking about with the what he was telling you before.
Yeah.
The he who shall not be named.
I can't believe it's another Harmon video.
Where he's shitting on FF14.
But yeah, so the Switch, apparently, as developers have been told not to expect to launch this fiscal year. So it's not going to be before April. What do you think of that?
The Switch 2 not being released until after April?
Mm-hmm.
I could see it.
No, apparently it's not. According to this, Switch 2 not to expect launch this fiscal year.
Yeah. Yeah, April next year. I can see it. They've waited this long to put out new hardware. I don't see a problem with them pushing it out a little bit longer. It's Nintendo.
I mean, I don't think they're going to actually do it until they get the thing. The title.
True.
They want the title. But for those that don't know which title I'm talking about, it's this one.
Indiana Jones looks great, John. There's a couple of games the rest of this year that I'm looking forward to. Raw is one of them. Frostpunk 2. It looks pretty good.
Like, why did they discontinue the DS? They should have just kept it going, man. They just had a little bit more to go.
Well, because they came out with the 3DS.
Now, this one, obviously, this is old. Because I think they're at 154 million now.
Yeah. When was the last time that website was updated?
Where'd you go to check that out?
It should be somewhere close to the bottom.
This page was last edited on 8th August, so
a couple days ago, 5 days ago.
I guess they didn't update the numbers?
It could be anything. It could just be something that they forgot to update.
But yeah, because I remember reading that they were at 151 million at the start of the year.
Devastator's obsessed with them. Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Switch. I think they're not going to release the Switch until they take over this.
Devin.
What did Devin say?
I just had the stream pause for 2 minutes, and you were looking intently in the camera, and I was looking at another screen, and he was waiting for one of us to talk. Yeah, the stream paused.
Hey, Brick. Thank you very much for following me over at Twitch. I appreciate you. But yeah, I think the reason why they're delaying it is because of this. I don't think they're gonna get another. I mean, the one chance they had was this one, but to get to 155 million,
they're almost there.
They are.
The Switch has almost overtaken the PS2 as the #1 selling console of all time.
How many Switch consoles sold?
But I think you're right. I think it's somewhere up in the 154 million range right now.
It says 141. That says 143.
As of 2017.
No, that's when it's released.
Wait, no, that's when it was released.
As of August 2024, it has sold over 100 across the world, including about 50 million units in North America.
How many Switches have been sold to date?
That's what I said.
No, a little bit down. People also ask.
143.4. So they're quite far behind. That's 11 million.
Yeah.
12 million to be exact.
Add in to the search as of August. $2024.
Yeah. 143.4 million. That's probably what was updated on the thing. I
Maybe.
thought they'd sell more. They just need to release a couple more limited editions. Nintendo expecting to sell 13.5 million Switches this year. That would do it. Putting it at 154.82 by the fiscal year end. Oh no! Oh no!
So by the end of this year, before it's coming out.
It's revealed. This is why, as developers have been told not to expect the launch this fiscal year.
Yep.
This is why. And all they need to do is release one more limited edition version of the game. I don't know, a Pokemon or a Zelda one or a Mario one, whatever, or a Nintendo Celebration edition, and they'll get over that 200k.
Absolutely.
The PS2 sold monstrous.
I do believe that the World in Outlaws is pretty good. Everyone was more complaining about both the main character that you play as and the storyline of the way it goes. I'm not even sure the gameplay is all top peak in that, where you have this little rodent that you send out to do things for you in stealth. I'm not sure if I'm crazy about that idea in a Star Wars game. Now, obviously, I personally haven't seen it myself or played it myself, so I can't speak from personal experience yet. It's just from what my understanding of it is so far.
Maxime, it could be that it's 155 million shipped, not sold. But Sony will always put it down as thing.
Well, you also have to think that the PS2 was widely sold the way it was because of the fact that it was a cheaper Blu-ray player.
DVD.
Or yeah, DVD player. I'm sorry. Blu-ray player was PS3.
You know what? I might go buy a Switch OLED just so I can add one to the telly. I actually want Nintendo to win this.
I mean, if they just keep pushing back the Switch 2, it's very easily doable.
I mean, don't forget that they're still going to sell consoles, like that dude there is saying, right? They're still going to sell.
Well, here's the thing also. Switch. You know what's going to do it? They're going to come out with Metroid Prime 4 and a Metroid Prime 4 Switch special edition.
Yeah.
That's going to do it. That's going to do it. That's going to put them over that number. Because I guarantee that they're going to have a couple 100,000 of those consoles made and sold. Because if they're truly going to be delaying until the end of the fiscal year, I can see them waiting even longer until Metroid Prime 4 launches and come out with a special edition of that. Yeah. And even if they don't, and they still come out with the Switch 2, they're still going to be making the Switch 1 until they beat that number.
I mean, I would at this point. I wouldn't stop. No way. They're so close. Nintendo must be wanting that real bad at this point.
I
you
mean,
imagine
it's Nintendo.
they want that title? And do you know what? If they actually beat that 155, I don't think it will ever be beaten again. So this is it for them. They got really close with the DS. Nah, console sales have been dropping year by year. We're getting to the point where consoles are going to become irrelevant soon in the next 10 years. So it's never going to hit that number.
Depends on what in the future they count as "quote unquote" a console sale, because right now we got the Fire Stick that's coming out that's going to be able to play
That's not a
console on it.
console. Nah, that's
It's not a console, but it's going to be able to play console.
In the future, it's going to be all about MAUs.
True.
Who has the most MAUs? Because that's where we're pivoting, right? That's where it's
But
going.
Microsoft is already getting out of that space. We've seen that. They're not going to stop making consoles, and they're going to keep, making iterations as the time goes on. But no, I agree. Nintendo's going to hit that, and there's not going to be another system that's going to come out that's going to beat it.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
They're going to take that crown from Sony and be like, see you later.
There was one piece of news that I wanted to talk about. And chat, I know this might be a little bit of a weird one for some people, but it was the debate that Thor had. Well, more like his view on certain things.
John, I am not going to put any stock in that because of the fact that they said Astrobot was going to push the PS5 to the limit. So I don't see that happening, because if it's pushing the PS5 and it's on both console and both PS5 and Xbox, we already know that the Xbox can outperform circles around the PS5. So saying that it's going to push the console to the limit is not saying much, especially when it's on both.
And it just called them blocked 4 as well.
Jez blocked you?
Blocked 4. I'm guessing for his take on the whole gaming industry thing that's going about. You've heard about it, right? The video games thing.
No, what do you mean?
So there's a petition going out to stop save games from publishers from killing games. And so Thor made a video about that, basically saying that it's not clear cut, and that you can't just expect a publisher to keep every game alive with certain things, because they'd have to give out certain libraries and stuff in order to make it work. And then if someone decides to monetize that, well, who should get that money?
Oh, I remember what you were talking about. You were talking about this on your stream the other day, weren't you?
I think so. Probably.
I seem to remember about that, because you were talking about when they release it and then the game library becomes open platform.
So, chat, what do you think about that? What's your stances on this? What's your stance on it? I mean, I get single player. If it's a single player game, then, take it offline and let people play it. That I get. But what about the online games? The live service games? Or the MMOs?
It'd have to go to somebody.
But do you think it should apply to every game?
No. I do think there should be some sort of a statute of limitations, like if the game is 20 years old or something. I don't quote me on the 20 years thing. It's just like a ballpark number. But, after a certain many years, like say the game has been out for 10 years, then the game goes to open platform and open source code and whatever for, that particular game and game title and or series of games. And then for like another 10 plus years, that game, while it's still open source, any monetary gain still goes to the original publisher. Unless, like, for instance, Akira Toriyama dies and, he's no longer around to collect. Then it goes to like the parent company or something. Then after that, then it becomes demonetized completely. But that's just my take.
No, that's fine. But like they're saying, what's being asked essentially is like even games like, let's say for example, Final Fantasy 14 today announced that they're gonna end service, end of service in 6 months' time. They're saying that people should basically, the law will basically make it so they have to keep that game running in a state where it's playable.
As long as they financially can, yeah.
No. Whether they can financially can or not is irrelevant. If they have to release all the libraries and this, the source code or whatever, that's what the law is asking for.
I don't quite agree with that.
Agree with that's what the law's asking for, or agree with that's...
I don't agree that that's what the law is asking for, or what the law should be asking for.
Oh, it should be is different, but it's saying every game should be playable because you've paid money for it.
Yes.
And that would
it's
include
a product
MMOs
that you have, and there should be a way, like all the NBA 2K games or something like that come out, and then a year later they shut it down because they come out with the next year's version. Perfect example.
Oh yeah, but NBA has done that for a long time, and not NBA. EA has done that for the longest of time, where they discontinue the old one, and that shouldn't be the case. Right. If anything, what they should do is provide a graphical update and just continue the game the same way it is. Kind of like upgrade it to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really tricky one.
Or have something that you have in the previous version that carries over to the new one. We know it can be done. Flag your save file. So that way you're not losing completely everything when you start over on the next game. Give people investment for what they paid for.
You could rent Battlefield servers on the 360 as well, Brick. But yes, you could in the past. Why are we misinformed, Susano?
Oh, talking about giving away the back-end coding. I mean, if the engine, like the Resident Evil engine, or the Halo Slipstream engine, or hell, even Unreal 5, if there are games being currently still made with that, then no, do not give the back-end code away. Because the moment that you do that, games that are currently being made on those engines in the future will be able to be easily hackable because people will find backdoors all the time. So that's fine. I can agree with that.
But how do you draw the line for that?
If games are still being made on that platform with that code. Because after that, why does it matter? It's not going to be monetized unless they make an esport out of it.
But this is the thing. If you decide to take that code and recreate the server and then decide, hey, I'm going to charge $5 for this, I still legally own the license, the IP to that.
Don't be allowed to monetize it.
But people will. If they can, they will.
The only way that they can monetize that is to keep the server running. There has to be a statute of limitations where they can't charge more than X amount per player or per account.
But then let's say the server to run for a month is $100.
Yep.
And
10,000 then it's up to that person. Then it's up to that person who's running that server. Yes, they're going to make money off it if they have enough players.
If they're making money, then
because
I want that money.
Battlefield on a server can only hold 32 people, right?
I know, but then I want that money. You're talking small scale. I'm talking big scale here. I'm talking MMOs because that's the contention here. That's the one that's really the one that's games that have like 6 or 20 players. That's fine, but we're talking games that have hundreds and thousands, tens of thousands of players, right? That's
When
when
it
it
comes
becomes
to
a
an
bigger problem.
MMO, I don't think outside of corporation servers, you're going to have enough to run for hundreds of people, though.
I mean, they run Final Fantasy 11 private servers all the time. New ones where they recreate it and have like
Oh, I know it
reverse
can be
engineered it.
done. I'm not saying it doesn't.
And it's free, but if they decided to monetize it, which they could, I think they accept donations and stuff to keep the servers running. But clearly, they're also making money off that as well. Square Enix could theoretically turn around and say, "Right, we want some of that money."
Now, here's the caveat to that, though. Once they go to this route and say, okay, we're not releasing any of the code, but hey, you can have the game and create your own private servers, include in there a download for a server launcher to run the server yourself that doesn't allow to be paid for. You just have to host it yourself. And
but that's still
then
costing me money. I still want
then
money
you
for it.
then you can say no, the servers can't be charged for. It's just out of your own free will. Because World of Warcraft servers do it all the time.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, for now, it's not a problem. People let people do it for without anything. I know a few servers that have been shut down by Square Enix, for example, but for the most part, they remain open. It just becomes a problem when people do monetize and say, "Look, we need this money. It costs $500 a month to keep the servers running. They make $5,000. The IP holder is going to come and say, "Well, we want some of that money." What happens then? Do they? At what percentage does the IP holder take?
I mean,
it's still their game. Even if the game is offline, they still own the license right to that IP.
If it takes $100 to run a server for 100 people, and the charge is $1 a month, then that's one thing. But if they're charging $5, $10, $15, $20 a month, then yeah, absolutely give the money to the some cut percentage to the parent company of the game. 5-10%.
It's a tricky one
because it's using their license.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I don't think it's as clear cut as people think it is.
No, obviously not. There's nuances to it because there can be many ways that they can take it depending on how the law is worded.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. So.
I will say this destructible environment stuff that Power World teased and the actual sweatshop lines and stuff like that. There's a lot of that stuff that I wish it was in the game that would make it so much cooler. The fishing mechanic. Meeting the actual tower leaders out in the world.
Yep.
It's stuff that I do hope that they're going to bring to the game. Oh, you were just about to show a Path of Exile trailer.
The moment of truth.
Verge journalist, what?
We played Valve's secret new shooter Deadlock. It's like Overwatch, Dota, and Team Fortress 2 all baked into pie. Turns out Valve was not fine with me trying Deadlock with friends. I've been banned from matchmaking. Oh well. Please feel free to make fun of me in the comments.
Permanently banned from playing this mode.
The Verge journalist got banned for publishing the Deadlock article.
That's funny.
And here you go. The game is absolute garbage. They literally warned them, do not share anything about the game with anyone. They did.
Yep. It's the PSN debacle with Helldivers 2 all over again. People just don't care to read.
No, they don't. That was primarily on
The Verge and Tom Warren.
No, the Helldivers 2 thing. That was primarily on the development studio building the game. Forgot what they Arrowhead.
Right. Yeah.
That was purely
Absolutely.
an Arrowhead problem. I mean, they actually disabled it without asking Sony.
What do you think and make of the fanboys now saying, "Oh, now that Tango is sold off to Krafton, the sequel for Hi-Fi Rush is going to be on everything except for the Xbox"? No.
No, that's just stupid. That is beyond stupid. And Microsoft have already said they have a strategic partnership with
Take
Krafton.
care, Steve.
Yeah, he left a little bit ago. Did say bye to him.
I just now seeing it.
But yeah, it's a thing. They said they've got a strategic partnership. That should tell you that, that is thing. All right. So there was a couple thing. I think we've got time for one video. Let me see what we had. So Devastator sent a Final Fantasy XIV was always bad video by Harmon. So there's that one.
What's up, vlogs?
There is Hateful Lollipop Chainsaw Repop begins. Media demands censorship.
Yep.
We could do. There was the other one from Dreamcast guy, I think. The one that you guys wanted me to check out. That should be now good enough for me to look at. Where is it?
Yeah, apparently
Was it the
Dreamcast
Hard
guy
Truth?
was crapping on the Doom 1 and 2 releases.
Was he crapping on them?
Yeah, gaming is getting worse.
Oh, is that him crapping on it though?
Yeah. I haven't watched the video myself, but from what I heard, that's exactly what it was on. Because, I hear everything in Alex's Discord.
So there's PlayStation fans hate Helldivers 2. There's a Lollipop Chainsaw one, and then there's the Harmon one. I'll tell you what, I'll do a poll, and you guys can pick. That sounds fair, right?
From Helldivers 2 down.
Start a poll. Which video Helldivers 2 bad by DCG? FFXIV bad Harmon adoption Lollipop Censor by Rando. Was there another video there that I could check out? I mean, shit, the guy looks like he's fucking dead in that picture. There's a... No, that was too early. There is a Gaming is Getting Worse. I guess that was the one you were talking about, right? With the thing. So we'll put that one on there as well. Gaming Worse DCG. All right, you got 2 minutes to decide. There you go. Poll is up. Apparently I spelled Helldivers wrong too.
You spelled a lot of things wrong.
It's late. That's my excuse.
FF14 BAS Harmon.
Well, it is Harmon, so. Wow, no one was.
Looks like Lollipop Chainsaw it is.
Wait, not even Devastator voted for Harmon. Oh, there you go. Come on. Come on, chat. You get it? You get it? We've had 10 votes. There's 46 people here. Come on, you're getting better than 10 votes.
One of these days, I'm going to try that Dungeons of Hinterberg game. I have it downloaded. I haven't tried it yet.
It's really good, dude. Seriously.
I know.
You'll enjoy it.
We still got to go through that Starfield mod list stuff, too.
Yeah. Oh.
I really need to plug in this 4 terabyte hard drive. It's only an HDD, but it's got all my other stuff on it when I switch computers. Got 2 RAM sticks up there to put me up to 32. I just got a lot to do still. And I just spent $110 to get a new power supply unit, so I don't have to run 2 towers like I'm doing.
It looks like Lollipop's going to win.
Yeah. 16 votes.
That's my dude. Cool.
Yeah, watch both.
Second place was
DCG video.
Gaming Worse. Although this Lollipop one is another Devastator video.
Yeah. It's not Harmon, though.
It's not Harmon.
Now you know.
All right, let's check this out.
I heard, Sandra, that the Kunitsugami game was actually pretty good.
It is good. It's different. There's a learning curve, but once you get the mechanics down, there's a good game there.
Okay.
But there is a learning curve. Don't try to play it when you're half asleep. I guarantee you it's not going to end well.
I'm never half asleep. That's my secret.
I played it on stream half asleep. It did not go well.
If I'm awake, I'm awake. I vote for Booba. Thank you very much.
You vote for Booba. All right, here we go.
All right, let's see this.
Now you know a video game is good when every single gaming journalist, every premier magazine and website comes out and attacks your game. And that's what's happening with Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. We have The Gamer, we have Kotaku, we have PC Gamer, we have all these outlets coming out attacking this game, saying it's a substandard property and you should avoid it. I'm thinking, okay, if all these gaming social media giants are coming out attacking your game and its remaster, it's telling me that you're doing something right. And I think that's the case with Lollipop Chainsaw, the remaster that a lot of fans have been clamoring for and are now getting from the creator of the franchise. And I think this is the most interesting thing that we're seeing right now, where the creator has come out and said he's making a one-to-one recreation of the game with no censorship. Nothing is being changed. In fact, he wants to put more designs and styles into the game that are more in line with what the fan base actually wants to see and what they remember from.
Now, I do want to add here that the fact that they're doing a one-to-one recreation, there are a few music tracks that are being changed. They've come out with full transparency and said this because they just couldn't reacquire the licenses for those.
That's fair.
So they've replaced those tracks with tracks that are close to the closest they could find, essentially.
Okay.
Dead Rising, though, for a remaster that they said that's being one-to-one, they have actually removed stuff. Like the ability to take pictures of the cleavages and stuff, where you can get those erotica shots. They have gone and actually actively removed stuff from the game.
Yeah.
So it's no longer a one-to-one. If you want a one-to-one version of the original experience, you have to go and buy the original 360 version. The remaster that they're calling a remaster, which at this point you might as well say if they're actually editing the code now and it's no longer changing anything else.
Yep.
Does it really class as a remaster anymore?
It's completely remade.
Now, but yeah, they've removed it. And to me, it's not about the fact that they removed the erotica shot points that you get, but that's tied to certain NPCs for side quests as well. They have to be removed as well from the game. There's certain NPCs that are just hanging around that allow you access to certain areas. that are part of that side quest.
No,
They
they're gonna
are
have
going to
to
be
change
removed
that
as
to
well.
something
Yeah,
else.
so all of that has to be removed or changed. And so is it really worth it?
Time will tell.
So,
but I can guarantee a lot of the fans are not going to buy it just from that simple change
I'm not
alone.
interested in it anymore. I was
You want that cleavage.
I was really interested in that game, but I'm just going to pick up the originals and
Now,
just play
here's
those.
the question: can you still take the cleavage shots?
No, they're all censored up.
Yep, that's the problem.
They're all censored up, and they've removed the mechanic from the game.
Yep.
No, but like I said, it doesn't have to be. It's not about the erotica shot for me. It's the fact that they lied. They actively lied to them. And Capcom didn't even come out and say this. Someone who went and play tested it, tried it, and realized that you can't do it.
Yep.
And the media broke it out there, right? Someone who actually play tested it. Capcom came out and said, we are creating a one-to-one recreation with higher reds, higher textures, and revamped controls to make it modern. They did not say they've removed anything. So that's my issue with the game. If they came out and said from the very beginning that we're taking these things out, full transparency, whatever, okay. But you don't lie to people that have, and people have already pre-ordered based on a lie. So I really hope that they learn a lesson from this and people do cancel.
Yeah, Devin, he answered my question. You can take the pictures, but they get censored.
No, you can't. There's no erotica pictures to take. She's the people that whole mechanic is gone.
Right.
So you know where they would wear like a V top or something?
Yeah.
Now it's just a neck top.
Right. They literally just filled in the whole V part to cover all the way up.
Yeah. So they've taken the whole mechanic out.
No
so
cleavage.
That whole side quest you can't do. They have to remove that side quest from the game.
Yep.
So you're no longer getting a one-to-one recreation of the game.
All right, continue.
Yeah, I think when hearing something like this, a gamer has to love what they're getting from this property, and a remaster that is dedicated to making something similar to what they played in the past. And I think that's what we're getting with Lollipop Chainsaw. We're getting the game that we wanted to see in the past, and everything that we're hearing from the CEO, he's talking about a game that is dedicated to what we knew and loved about the game. And you can see it in the quotes from the developer where they're saying, we the original staff are back and have the same feelings about censorship as you do, the fans. And I think this is what the fans like hearing when they hear about a remaster, that we're having someone that likes the old game, that is part of the old creation of the old game, and they're just retransposing it with higher update of graphics and maybe even more content that is very similar to what we got beforehand. And I think that's what we're getting with Lollipop Chainsaw, and you can see this with a whole host of tweets from this creator where he gave interviews talking about how they're keeping things the same, they're adding even more uncensored outfits and overall designs, and it just shows that they're dedicated to give the fans what they want. And this is what you want to hear from a developer.
So devastated, that goes contradictory to what you said. Thank you very much for that $5 super chat though. I appreciate you, dude. Lollipop Chainsaw Repop still has the original version in the game, and they repop the censored version in the game from what the creator said. That goes against what this interview says. So let's listen to what this interview says, and maybe there's some
we'll circle back to that.
Yeah, we'll circle back to this. But thank you very much for that super chat.
Where they actually listen to the customer base and they're not ignoring them, they're not chastising them, they're not calling them ugly and weird and hateful. And I think this is a situation you do as a businessman. You give what the fans actually want, and I think that is the situation we're seeing with Lollipop Chainsaw. It is giving the fans what it wants. The head developer of this game is continually pouncing on the word uncensored, saying we're making uncensored content. This is not going to be like all the other Western games, even some of the Japanese games that are coming out. This is completely uncensored. It is the game that you remembered, and it'll be even more than that with some of the updated features that we're putting into the game. And this is what you want from a remaster, and I think a lot of people are excited about this game. But of course, the main social media giants and outlets that get paid by big consultancy firms, allegedly get paid by big consultancy firms like Sweet Baby Inc., like Hit Detection, like GamerX. If you don't know, these consultancy firms work hand in hand with some of these social media giant reviewers like Kotaku, like
How's it going,
IGN, these
Talos?
gaming journalists and magazines, where they put out hit pieces against gaming developers that do not use the service of some of these consultancy firms to reshape and reimagine their game. And I think that is probably the situation with Lollipop Chainsaw. They didn't use any consultancy firms, and it's pretty clear with the designs and look of the game characters, where you know they didn't change anything about the characters, and they're sticking to what the original designs were in the earlier iterations of this game. And I think a lot of people are excited about that, and you can see the lack of excitement with some of the people that are reporting on this, specifically Kotaku, who's talking about this uncensored Lollipop Chainsaw remaster with its release date and its weird price. And when you hear the word weird now, you understand that with the political climate that we're in, this is a talking points that is going out to every political activist organization within America that is leaning towards one political side of the aisle.
What is wrong with the pricing? It's $40 if you pre-order it now, whereas it's $49.99 if you pre-order it after. So you save $10.
I mean, it's still cheaper than most full price games nowadays anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Sit there. No, I've already done mine. I just need to edit it. But yeah. So like, what weird pricing?
It's still cheaper than current gen games anyway.
You see this forced use of this word, you kind of already make that connection. Okay, this is the same type of people. They got the same memo. They got the same understanding of what they're supposed to put out there.
Hey,
and I think
Hey,
seeing that
Chille.
put out there specifically makes you understand, okay, these people are there to attack this ideology
you know
that is
what?
associated with this uncensored game that they don't like. They don't like this game is sticking to its guns, and now that's why they're going to attack this game. This is not only Kotaku, this is coming from the gamer as well, where they're bashing this game, saying it's just another dodgy remaster that is low quality, low rent, and it's raunchy and uncensored, and it's disgusting, and you must grow up because you're a loser if you like playing these games. And I think this is a situation we see all throughout the video gaming industry, where these
I mean, this is the problem, right? And I find this really, really bad. The moment you have a sexualized female character that isn't, big, overgrown, Yokozuna kind of style. Anyone that's watched old wrestling will know what I'm talking about. It's immediately you can't have that.
Right.
And it's becoming stupid where it's almost being demonized. And this is why I kind of like these Korean companies and Chinese companies, because they just don't give a crap. They literally don't care about any of this social acceptance stuff. They look at what makes money, and they like money, so they go and want to print money, and they know that people are going to buy it.
And technically the Korean does mostly.
I mean, just look at the Japanese gacha
not all of
games.
them, but
Just look at them. Not the
Yeah.
Japanese, the Chinese ones.
yeah. I
They're
know what you mean.
crazy, right? They're ridiculous. I mean, if you've got 5 seconds, just go look up Rosalind in Tower of Fantasy, and you're gonna be like, why even give her anything to wear? Is the question you're
Right.
gonna ask. But that's the point. They know it sells, and she did. She made record bank for them that month.
Yep.
Companies like money, and they know what sells. So, in the case of this one, why should they redesign the character just because you're insecure about yourself? And that's all this is in the end, insecurity.
Yep.
They don't like
Absolutely.
the fact that someone else looks better than them, someone else is prettier than them. Well, newsflash, Dante has better abs than I do. You don't see me coming out there and wishing that there was a 400-pound fat guy playing Dante, are you? No offense to fat people, I'm fat. But I don't want to see that.
KS, you got to remember, you're in shape. Round is the shape.
Exactly, see? But this is my point, right? No one wants to see a fucking 400-pound Dante running around with a fucking donut in his hand.
Now they can do less abs and just make him flat, and that would be perfectly acceptable too.
But why?
It would be
My dude
perfectly
is out
acceptable
there.
in that.
My dude is out there fighting demons. That is like non-stop. My dude
in
is
his,
working
in his
out.
case, it makes sense.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. My dude is working out those abs,
But
those biceps.
what
He's
I'm
slaying.
getting at what I'm getting at is think back to Dante's Inferno.
Mm-hmm.
That character had no abs. He was in a full suit of armor. He's going through hell, trying to rescue his girl, and it's pretty true to the book.
Yep.
No, he ain't that big, Darkwind.
Chaos is the new Fluffy? Ha! Yeah,
Gabriel
right.
Iglesias. Ugh.
You don't know the gacha games I play. Ha ha! And you have no access to my Steam account to infiltrate. And there's no... Wait, do you?
I added you on all 3.
That is true. You were legally resigned by an NDA.
I wouldn't do that. If I was going to do that to anybody, it would be Alex just for the lols.
Blocking typing privileges now.
You'd have to time me out for that.
The Chaos Fury Gay Lunch. No. Hey, he didn't mean furry. He meant fluffy as in, yeah, I get it. Look, it's coming. It's
Gabriel
midnight.
Iglesias.
It's past midnight. Give me a break. But Chille, there is something I'm going to need you for.
All right, let's finish watching this so we can get on to that.
Gaming journalists are there just to support whatever their consultancy firms back and support. And I think when consultancy firms are not getting their funding from these game developers, they put out their hit pieces through the games journalists and social media influencers. And I think we see that with Lollipop Chainsaw, where these guys even play the game. They're just saying it's trash, it's dodgy, you avoid the game. Same thing with Black Myth Wukong. We're getting insistent reports about this mythical misogyny within the company that is developing it. And I think that's the situation that we're seeing here with Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, where they're looking to tear down this game. And I think when you understand that gaming journalists are working with some of these consultancy firms because they have the mirror image ideology that they share with each other, and they have the same goal of reshaping and changing the video gaming industry in their political image, you understand now they're working hand in hand to tear down the...
We know of SBI, and they're one of the most egregious one of DEI. But how many other DEI agencies are actually out there? Hundreds, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Why are SBI the only ones in the limelight aside from their stupid takes? Why is...
Because they have
I know
stupid
Cabrutus
takes.
recently changed to DEI detected instead of SBI detected, which is good on them, not on
No,
him.
because I think that's wrong. Because there's a positive way of doing DEI.
Right.
Like where I work at the moment, it's still merit-based. But you can see that they are putting diversity, inclusivity, and equality in there. You can see that it's there, but it's still merit-based. So it's not a case of just because of the color of your skin or whatever, you are going to get that job. That is not the case. But the way that where I work, they handle DEI is for you not to be consciously biased towards them because of their ethnicity or their skin color. Just because someone is brown or black or, whatever, you shouldn't be looking at them as an inferior person to someone else because of their skin color. And that all comes within DEI. Conscious bias is one of the key elements of DEI. So there's a right way of handling things, like most of the companies do, and then there's a wrong way of handling things where you want all men to die and anyone that's white to die, which is the SBI way. So that's the reason why SBI is taking a lot of the flack, because they turned around and said, I'm not going to reiterate, but just whatever happened in World War II, they want that to happen to men.
I called out Alyssa on that very fact. I am Jewish.
Yeah, right. And the fact that I'm not going to say that here because that could seriously impact my channel. So I'm being careful with how I'm wording this. But you understand what I'm saying. When you come out and say stupid shit like that, you're going to have a target on your back. And clearly...
Oh, she blocked me for that.
You're not there for DEI anymore. You are there for your own feminist agenda. That's it.
Feminist, racist, misogyny, all these.
But yeah, you're just there for an agenda, and that's it. It's got nothing to do with the EI, and that's the problem with SBI. Their whole crusade has nothing to do with the EI. It's all about race swapping entirely, whether it's gender swapping,
anti-whitewashing.
Yeah, basically. So that's why SBI is at the forefront of all of this, because they openly support it and come out and publicly say, this is what we stand for and this is what we want.
Me personally, in hiring practices, I don't care if you're white, black, green, blue, red, whatever. If I give you a number problem, I'm going to look at who does it the fastest, who can easily be understood and read, and who actually gets the correct answer. I'm not going to, say, oh, just because you're white, I'm going to take your answer over somebody who got the same answer quicker and who's black. I'm not going to do that. So in a case of, hey, I'm going to give you a character, background story, I want you to make the race, I want you to make the background, or not the background, I want you to make the race, I want you to make the interactions that they're going to have, I want you to make them straight or gay, and I'm going to take the best idea of the two of them. I don't care, because that's the whole thing, if it's a good written character, it can be anything, because Nier Automata did it perfectly with 2B.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing that people aren't getting. They're not making it to a good satisfaction of a character background, history, and story. They're trying to make it for pandering. And I think that's where this video is coming from, between what they're trying to do and what they're actually doing. Or what they're wanting to do, I guess.
But yeah.
Or what they're being made to do.
I mean, my definition is this. The moment you start to try to include people, you're excluding people.
Absolutely.
Right? You can't include without excluding. It just has to be a fair a fair system where if you're good at what you're doing, you'll get it. And that's how where I work at the moment is prioritized, where the key thing for us where we work that's constantly drilled into us, not like that, is conscious bias. To avoid any form of conscious bias. Because conscious bias is extremely dangerous. Because even if you're not realizing it, you could be doing it just by association. And that basically could cloud how you view certain people, certain races. And so we actually deal with it in that way where I work, rather than, the skin color or anything else. It's mainly to make sure that you're not biased towards anyone, consciously or unconsciously, and giving everyone a fair shake and picking the right person for the right job.
See, Diablo hit it right on the head. Equity shouldn't exist. If you don't put in the work, you don't deserve the same energy, the same as the person who does
and
the
that's
work.
how it is where I work. But my place wants to avoid is that people aren't getting a fair shake at the position. Let's say, for example, a assistant manager's role appeared. They want everyone to have the same opportunity to apply for that job, and then whoever gets it on the merit of their skills and abilities for that job. But they don't want to say you can't get it because, or you have a lower chance because of anything else.
Right. The best way I think to do it is say, give them a setting like, hey, you have 5 people in a household that are in a zombie apocalypse.
And put Michael Myers in there?
You create all 5 characters yourself. You make them white, black, male, female, whatever, and give me the interactions of what they're doing. And the best storyline pitch and the best character pitch is what gets it. If you want to make them gay, if you want to make them bi, if you want to make them androgynous, that is your choice. If the characters are good and the storyline is good, we'll go with your idea. I don't care who you are.
Yeah,
but
same.
That's going to be very telling of whether or not, hey, you have bias, you have prejudice, you have racism, you have, ageism, whatever. And that's how you can separate the people. Don't give them just one idea. Give them multiple ideas.
I know Diablo, but that's how we handle it. So, and I think that's the best way to do it. Anyway, let's continue with the video.
Right.
these games that are not in line with their ideology. I think what you see here with Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, you can clearly see it has nothing to do with their ideology. It doesn't have the diversity, it doesn't have the ugliness of the characters, it doesn't fit in their standard philosophy of what they want to see in a game. There's too much blonde hair, there's too much blue eyes, too much manly characters, there's too much everything that they hate about video games in this game. And I think the response that we're seeing from the gamer, from Kotaku, is based on that ideology, that this game is just doing too much that they hate and they want to stop it. And I think that's the situation that we're seeing with Lollipop
most
Chainsaw.
of those
I
we
think
know
with
don't
Black Myth
game
Wukong,
anyway.
it's more that they don't have control.
I mean, all they need to do is really just sit down and watch some, D&D anime. That's all you need to watch.
Absolutely.
That's pretty much this in an anime form.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the most iconic scene of all of them, everyone knows what I'm talking about that's ever watched D&D.
Any form of D&D at that.
Control over that game, and China is increasingly a sphere of development where they have little control over a lot of the properties that are coming out of there. And I think they would probably have a hard time getting control of those properties because people within those countries are more influential over the properties and they don't want anything to do with the Western ideology. I think that's the situation that we're seeing here with Lollipop Chainsaw. We're seeing something that is doing something on its own, and it doesn't care about what the Western world thinks about it. It cares about the profits it can get from the fans that actually will play their
And it's
game.
gonna
And
do
I think
well.
that's the key thing. The developer of this game is trying to get the audience that plays their games to actually buy their games, and I think that's what's going to happen with Lollipop Chainsaw. But maybe you don't believe that. Maybe you think they should probably listen to the Kotakus and the gamer, but I highly doubt that. This is a situation where I think we've hoped to see develop in the gaming industry, specifically from Japanese developers. I think this is a Japanese developer pushing this out, where they're not listening to the consultancy firms, which is something that rarely happens in this environment now within the Japanese gaming industry. Everyone's trying to listen to a consultancy firm. Everyone's trying to destroy their company with a Sweet Baby Inc. backer as they go bankrupt. You can just see that with Square Enix, where there's pushing out content that is just enamored and covered with this DEI social progressive philosophy. Same thing with Capcom, Bandai Namco. Seems like Capcom is better at weaving the needle in between the political progressivism and
What's that?
He's comparing that all DEI is SBI, and we've already established that it's completely different because it's crossing a line when you go into SBI territory because they push an agenda. So that part I disagree with, but it's like saying all poodles are dogs, but not all dogs are poodles, kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
All SBI is, well, not even that anymore, but technically all SBI is DEI, but not all DEI is SBI.
John.
I did not. She says I stole it from her.
Because I say it all the freaking time.
She's getting on me.
No, I agree, Diablo.
I said you're
totally
getting
agree.
on me.
Yeah, I agree, Diablo. I agree. I think we've got like a minute left in this.
Actual making good games, but I think Bandai Namco went off the deep end, and Square Enix is going soon after. They already have their bankrupt game in Forspoken that destroyed the studio, and I think they're going to have further games that are going to bankrupt them, and I think that's the situation we can look forward to with a lot of these big Japanese developers. But it's nice to see some small developers not caring about the westernized ideology, just focusing on the fans. But those are my 2 cents on this. Let me hear what you have to say about the situation. What do you think about Lollipop Chainsaw staying true to the fans, not changing its content, and delivering what everyone actually wants to see in gaming? A good game that is dedicated to actually pleasing the fan base. I think that's what we're getting with Lollipop Chainsaw here. But you tell me what you think about the situation. I like to hear your comments. Like, comment, share, subscribe. This is Wagner Knows Why. Catch you next time.
Wait, what is that? Mecha Break tricked into banning Trump in chat? What?
What?
The little video on the left there.
Mega Break tricked into bed. What?
That's funny.
But let me put this into the chat. I think it was a good video.
Yeah. Chille! You still there?
Is Chille still there?
I think that's the wrong link.
No, it's the right link, AG.
Oh.
I guess Chille's gone. Oh, well. Oh, he's
No,
still
he's
there.
still there.
Chille, I'm going to give you a link. Now, I don't normally give this... I don't want to give this guy any
Here's a better way
FaceTime.
of doing it.
No, there isn't a better way of doing it. I'm going to have Chille react to it.
No, I mean putting the link in the chat.
Oh, right. There you go.
I already did it.
It came up after.
Really?
Yeah. But instead of me reacting to this, I'm going to have Chille react to it because he, believe it or not, is a bigger Final Fantasy 14 fan than I am.
Well, yeah, I've seen that. Hey, Chille.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Chille.
Hi.
So I have a video for you by a horrible person that I don't normally ever want to play, but he's attacked your game.
Video.
He's attacked your game.
There's so many people that have attacked our game that are horrible people recently. I can think of a couple.
You're gonna flip your shit with this one.
You're not going to be very happy with this one, buddy.
I mean, it can't be as bad. I watched the video of the other person because I refused to watch it. But I saw one video where someone complained about the fact that he can't romance Wook Lamont, and that's why he hates Dawntrail.
But you can't romance anyone.
That's the reason why they don't like Dawntrail.
I mean, my issue with Dawntrail openly is the fact that, one, as I was saying, I think the game's been out long enough so I can talk about it. But number one, we felt like a side character rather than a main character.
Yeah.
And that felt weird with all the expansions where we were the main character. Up until this point, I get it's a new expansion and whatnot, but it just felt weird. Secondly, I was expecting at the end at least a little teaser for a big bad. I mean, we literally finished the big bad in the expansion. So
I mean, we kind of got the teaser with the crown, right?
What crown?
It's Fiend's crown.
Yeah, that kind of went away, but that went to another dimension, right?
Yeah, but after the credits roll, the crown starts lighting up again, like it's been activated.
Yeah, but it just felt really empty.
Yeah.
Like in the previous ones, you had like the Asians, they would like talk or something, or you know, it kind of gave more off.
I didn't mind us being the side character this time, and I did like. I don't know who said it, but I did find it funny. Someone's idea of like the fact that the reason why this expansion feels harder than the previous ones is because technically we nerfed ourselves with the last expansion by beating up Hyden. Now we shouldn't really have the blessing of light,
but we do.
So we do, but we can't get any again.
Susanna, why do you say we need Steve?
Hi,
All right.
Pit. Hi, I am not a dark cloud. And also I was a seagull. Hey, Devastator.
All right. I am warning you. I actually wasn't going to play this video at all. Literally, the only reason I am playing this is because you're here.
Let's have him. Yeah, that's.
Well, it's not even the fact that you're a pony. It's the fact that you really enjoyed this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you thought, yes, you really enjoy this game. You're a pony, and we hate this person. So you know what? We'll have you react. Okay, fine.
Well, this isn't part of the PlayStation.
This isn't even about the Final Fantasy 14 was always bad.
Enjoy,
Chille. Just let me know when you want me to pause. Because I was not going to play this because I just can't stand this guy. I absolutely despise him.
Oh
so
Lord!
I can see chat as well.
I genuinely despise him for his takes on social media. I absolutely hate him. like with a passion.
Oh.
And I don't say that normally to a person, which is why I never want to play his videos. But Chille
I
has strong feelings
really
to
don't
Final
like-
Fantasy 14.
I really don't like hating on people. I am a pretty positive person.
You won't be
would
after
say.
this. We are about to convert him to Xbox.
I'd say I'm not dumb, but I am. I would say anyway. Let's just get this at the start, this, please.
Okay, here we go. Over
All
to
right.
you, Chille.
Right now, other YouTubers are trying to talk about how Final Fantasy XIV disappointed them, how the newest expansion is one of the worst ever, how the story ruined the entire thing, how like the new girl is like one of the most Mary Sue characters in the entire history of Final Fantasy, how this is a bad expansion, right? They're sitting there trying to tell you that Final Fantasy XIV became bad, implying that it used to be good. And meanwhile, I'm sitting here talking about like, Final Fantasy XIV was always bad, right? You know, when you have to shut down your MMO and then relaunch it a year and a half later to fix all the problems, yes, the game.
Let's stop here a little bit. You're right. You're not 100% wrong. 1.0 was pretty bad. 1.0 was not good.
It's the only thing he gets right.
Yeah, you're not 100% wrong. I still feel like it wasn't the worst game I've ever played. I enjoyed my experience of 1.0. Did my because I still had a laptop back then. Even I've never really owned a PC. Did my laptop set on fire anytime I load the game up? Yes, it did. Did it feel like I was on fire? Yes, it sure did. But it was an experience, and I enjoyed what I played of it. Like there's still some things I'll admit that I wish we'd get back from 1.0 that some people probably think I'm dumb for. Like I know we got the market board and we've got all that, but I would love to see the retainer alleys back where we have our retainers in like as like a shopping mall back in like 1.0.
Basically, Rollenberry
Okay,
Fields.
yeah, it was like how that would like. I would love that to come back in 14. I know you don't need it, but I would like it more of a visual thing because I like that idea. It makes it cool. So yeah, there are some things still in 1.0, and yeah, I can't really defend 1.0. It was bad. It was horrible.
I can.
But
1.23 was good.
yeah, but that's what I said. That's why I said 1.0. I didn't include the patches because they started with the patches. They started adding really good content, and they started.
Well, that's kind of like
stuff
with
that
any
they screwed up.
MMO.
But 1.0, you're right. You're not wrong.
No, 1.0 was bad. 1.0
was bad.
Really bad. You could
Well,
only
I said MMO.
Yeah, but I'm saying 1.0 at 14 was bad.
We did have job-specific underwear, so there's there's pros and cons.
That was a thing.
So,
But
I'm not going to even touch that.
The XP farming was, XP parties were non-existent because it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
The only way you could get XP was through levies, and you could do 6 a day, and they took 5 minutes.
And also remember you could only teleport a certain amount of times per day.
Yep.
And also remember that even if you did do a party to level up, what happened was you got like let's just say your level was 1 million XP. It wasn't that high, but I'm just giving a number. Let's just say your XP was 1 million. You leveled up, and then once you leveled up, they then added an XP cap to how much XP you could get from enemies. So now you would only get 75% XP from kills. And then let's just say you got to 500k XP from there.
Because you're over leveled from the mobs that you're fighting.
No, just in general. There was a level cap per day on how much XP you're allowed per day. They capped you per day so that they would if you XP'd for more than 3 hours from mobs in a day, you would get 0 XP from kills. I think it was about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Because they literally wanted people to go outside because they didn't want to play the game. If you played the game for too long, the game would stop giving you rewards. You'd stop getting XP, you'd stop getting gil, you'd stop getting everything because they wanted you to stop playing and get off.
Right.
The developers designed it to stop you from playing.
Oh, and they used the Final Fantasy 13 engine to make an MMO.
Yeah, it was a Fantasy 13. Yeah.
Okay,
I
let's
mean,
continue.
technically, the newest one still kind of uses it, right? Because it's still the backbone of it. Like, it's not the same engine, but it's the backbone of it, right?
Yeah, it's still got the core underneath it. Yeah.
Yeah. Crystal Tools, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm not a developer, but I know my things.
Good stuff, Chille.
But no.
Okay, let's continue.
Anyway, just like his videos, by the way. So far, everything described at the start was more like his content more than Final Fantasy 14, but that's just me.
Was a complete disaster right from the get-go. But because of the decline in...
Again, we're just talking about his content, right? Sorry.
popularity of WoW because of the failures of every other MMO in existence, and because of the rabid nature of Final Fantasy fanboys. Final Fantasy 14 has essentially kept Square Enix on life support for the past several years, right? The only reason Square Enix has been surviving the PS4 era is because of Final Fantasy 14. And it is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen, right? This was a game that clearly had a lot of problems right from the get-go, but we've seen over and over and over again everyone trying to make excuses for it, everyone trying to justify it, everyone trying to tell you that no, you don't understand. They'll patch the game to be better. It's still better than WoW. They are essentially the MMO addict.
But they have patched the game to be better, and that's any online service game that has in fact, World of Warcraft did the opposite and patched it to be worse with Shadowlands.
Yeah, my son has something to say about Shadowlands.
I can't say much because what's that?
Concord. They patched it so everyone can play it, and it still didn't get anyone playing it.
Yep.
Don't
choke now, Chille. Jesus.
By the way, chat. No, go, Chille.
Sorry, Ken.
No, go.
No, carry on. It's okay. I was gonna say, I say that, but Shadowlands is my only WoW experience, so I can't really say much.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
For those of you that want to check out some Final Fantasy 14 footage or gaming, obviously I play Final Fantasy 14. If you guys want, tomorrow over at Twitch, I can stream it. So if there's interest for you guys to check out 14, or you can go and check out Chille's stream as well, because that dude just plays 14 all day. That's why I wanted him to react to this.
I'm actually taking a small break from it just so I can play some Mana. Only because I've been playing it every day since Dawn Trail, and I want a couple of days to play some other games.
Okay, so you can come and check me out then.
Yeah, come check him out because I'm.
Or you can hop back in and play with them. Party up.
I'll be
Different
checking
server.
the Mana games because, not Mana.
Visions of Mana.
What was it? Yeah, Visions of
Well,
Mana.
that's not out yet.
Is it the one that comes out at the end of the month? But I found out on PlayStation Plus all the old ones are free.
Yep.
So I've downloaded all the old ones. So I'm going to step into one of those for a little bit. But
I own all the old ones already.
My plan is to play Final Fantasy 14 3 days out of the 4. But I just want one day to just
stream something else.
Force says, how much is Final Fantasy 14? Well, this is where the great thing is, and why I can't agree with this guy at all in any way. It might be the best, the greatest thing for you, but there is a free trial that allows you to play all the way up to the expansion Stormblood for no cost at all. This will allow you to try out the game for an unlimited amount of time. So yeah, you can go check out two of the expansions. Well, yeah, 2 of the expansions and the base game for free with no time limit.
Heaven's Sword and Stormblood.
There are some limits to it. You will have to look those up because I can't remember off the top of my head. There are some limits, but that's mainly to try and stop with guild
up
sellers
to level 70, right?
Well, no, I'm just there's a guild cap, there's FC cap, there's party cap.
Yep.
There's some limits because it's mainly to try and stop bots.
But you let me down, Chille.
Why did I let you down?
Because you had the perfect moment to turn around and say, have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14?
Because everyone says it. I want to say it normally.
An
actual sentence.
No, you say it exactly how it's supposed to be said.
Fine. Have you tried the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 that allows you to go all the way up to the end of Stormblood with no limits and all that stuff. Go play it. Well, you know, or you could go try World of Warcraft that lets you play for like 10 minutes in the free trial before you cap. And
2 hours.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, you can play on Xbox, PlayStation, or anywhere. On Xbox, if you are starting the game new, I will say this: do not subscribe to. Don't use the Game Pass Ultimate perk, where it gives you the starter pack. Go into the store, download the free trial, like he said, and that gives you unlimited access to the game up to level 70, up to the end of the story campaign of Stormblood. So you get to play free expansions. And if you're on the EU servers, then we can play together. I guess if you're on the NA, we could always go to the SEA servers and play there too.
What perk is no longer there, Darkwing?
I'm guessing the free copy of...
Yeah, the free copy. Because that was always a scam. They did that deliberately to scam people into getting that, to force them into the subscription. That was Microsoft's way of trying to, unfortunately, trick the player base into getting something that they really never should have done.
Right.
It's really cheap. It's $10, but it wasn't worth it.
I will say, though, that if you are a current player on both PC and PlayStation, and you decide to go to Xbox, you know, you decide that you want to purchase it for Xbox because you want to play it on, like, that if you do purchase
on the best
Dawn
console
Trail
out there, you can say it.
If you do buy Dawn Trail on Xbox, you will also get the 30 days free subscription added to your account, even if you've already purchased it, because it's considered a different license. So each license will give you the 33 days. So you will still get the 30 extra days added if you purchase a. So if you already have it for PlayStation, you buy it for Xbox, you get 30 days. If you buy it for Xbox and decide later on you want to buy it for PlayStation, you will get the 30 days. And I would recommend that if you do buy on PC to buy it from Square Enix store and not from Steam.
Doesn't Steam do something shady with that?
Yeah. And then everyone's going to kill me because I didn't say Steam was the greatest thing of all time.
No, because I don't have it on Steam either, and I haven't transferred it to Steam.
Good.
I want my client to be individual.
I mean, I don't. You got to make my main thing. My main thing is though, yeah, I know Steam doesn't go down often, but that is still a chance for a breakage when logging in. Like, if it's just Square Enix, it's just use Square Enix the game. If it's Steam, you have to go Steam Square Enix the game. And even if there's like a 0.1% chance that Steam breaks, that's still 2 logins instead of 1 login. So you're adding a point of breakage.
Well, you can actually add it to login for you, so it's still just 1 login, but that's besides the point.
Spoken like a true addict, he cannot be without it for even a day.
If I'm going to play it. But anyway, I guess we'll continue with what he says about why he thinks it's the worst game of all time.
Yeah,
we're not even 2 minutes in, chat.
MMO equivalent of like those guys who try to tell you that like Nikke has good gameplay.
Nikke has amazing gameplay. Those ass jiggles are amazing. That's like the best gameplay you'll ever see.
I haven't played it in a while when I should play it more, but I do enjoy my Nikke gameplay. It's fun.
It is.
Even if not just even if you're not looking at a pervy way, it is just a fun, simple shooting game, and it's enjoyable.
A great single-handed game.
Yeah,
that's all I'm gonna say.
Single-player shooter game.
Single-handed, single-player game.
It's an SFPS.
All right, we can continue.
Like they're the Final Fantasy equivalents of those guys who try to justify throwing like $20 on like a swimsuit JPEG of like one of those girls. Like, it's like, what are you doing?
Wait,
like what?
Wait, only $20. Wait, only $20. What game are you? I want to buy that game. I want it for only $20.
When is $14, $20? I wish I had mine for $20.
Chille come out paying $100 for a skin.
Look, if that skin has custom voice lines, emotes, and maybe a banner, and if I'm just saying, the skin might be a gacha skin. you might be paying $100 because of random RNG.
Right.
All right, carry on. Sorry.
I'm very tempted at this moment, and I feel really bad for it too.
Are you doing with yourself? Like, again, that is the Final Fantasy 14 audience, right? They have spent so much time playing this game. They have spent so much time committed to it. They have spent so much time, like, paying the fees and, like, paying for every expansion and, like, spending every waking moment, like, fishing and just going on these quest lines and doing all this stuff.
Fishing.
Like,
see?
Sorry, he said fishing. I like fishing.
See?
Look, fishing's awesome. You're telling me why are you shit? I'm sorry for swearing, but why are you shitting on fishing? Like every RPG has fishing.
I didn't say anything.
So many games he did. It was like they were doing fishing.
But chat, we did it. We did it.
You even fish in Sea of Stars, which just came out recently.
We got Chille to swear. We did it. We said he said he wouldn't do it because he doesn't like doing it, but we got him to do it. So that means there's hopes of converting him to an Xbox fan. There's hope. There's hopes.
Yep.
We've broken the first wall.
Legend, you're a Nintendo fanboy, right? He's a complete Nintendo fanboy, right? That's his thing, right? He loves his Nintendo.
He is, yeah.
If it's not Nintendo, he tries to shit on it.
Legend of Zelda has fishing. There's even I was watching a video about RNG with, I think it's Legend of Zelda, is it Majora's Mask or Ocarina of Time? I don't know which one it was, where you have a chance to jump into a waterfall and there's a chance for a really rare rupee to happen during a gambling mini game. I'm sure you spent much more time doing that random mini game than I have done fishing in 14. There's fishing in so many games. So why are you? Okay, please.
Don't have an aneurysm now, Chille. Jeez.
I got raided in 45 minutes.
Okay.
I don't want to...
You got raided 45 minutes. Okay.
We might want to finish this video then. Let's go.
They have spent so much time obsessing over a below-average product, a bad video game. They have somehow warped their perspective to the point where, like, they genuinely believe the game was always good, and that this development.
No, we knew it was bad. People even still say that 2.0 is bad. I don't think it's that bad. I thought it was okay. Like, I understand what they had to go through to get 2.0 made, but I also agree when people say it's bad. People say it's bad. That's fine. They can have their opinion.
I will add that them changing Praetorium and Meridian from 8-player to 4-player was a bad move. It was the wrong move.
Four says, does 14 need Xbox Live to play? I think it
unfortunately, it does. It does. So this was the issue that I had with it. Force the free trial doesn't need Xbox Live because it's free to play. You can play up to level 70, which is why I've told everyone that wants to try the game or play the game, even if you are interested in the game and you actually genuinely like it, play the free trial up to level 70 before you decide to do anything. That's a lot of content that you've got there. We're talking hundreds of hours worth of content. But unlike PlayStation, who doesn't require PlayStation Plus, PC, which requires nothing, even the 360, the Xbox 360, when you were playing Final Fantasy 11, didn't require Xbox Live. Final Fantasy 14 does because Xbox wanted it to. And so you pay for your subscription and Xbox Live as well in order to play it. And there's no reason why they do that other than the fact that they want to make people double dip. Even if they didn't have Xbox Live before, in order to play 14, they have to double dip into getting a £60, I think, a year subscription. That is one of the things that I do not agree that Xbox did. One of the things that I have a huge gripe with on this game, because there's no reason for it. There's no need for it. Their justification is that because you have to pay money for a boxed product, that puts it into the category of it requiring Xbox Live. I'm sorry, the game doesn't use any Xbox Live features at all. It doesn't use any Xbox Live servers. It doesn't use anything to do with the Xbox Live framework. As soon as you log in, you go straight to the Square Enix servers. You no longer have any interaction with Xbox's servers. why they're charging you money to play that game online is out of order for Xbox fans. But this is something that Yoshi P fought against for years to change, and Xbox would not change. Because we would have got Final Fantasy 14 years ago. But, you know, the Xbox leadership at the time said, no, you had to have Xbox Live. And Yoshi P turned around and said, if that's going to be the case, we are not putting it on your platform.
And Xbox wanted private servers.
And Xbox wanted private servers at the time as well. They did not want you playing with PC or PlayStation. Servers? Yeah. No, not dedicated. Xbox servers.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You could only have what you could play. Basically, they were letting it so that you could play with PlayStation and PC players, but you had to have an option of certain servers where you could only play with Xbox players. They wanted it so that they had their own individual servers.
I mean, why not? PlayStation does it. You can turn off cross-play with PC.
Not with 14.
Well, maybe not with 14, but
yeah,
on most of their other games that are multi-platform.
Yeah, but 14 you can't. You can't turn it off.
No, you can't turn it off.
You're in Stormblood?
In fact, that's one of the things you gotta make. Sorry.
No,
you're in Stormblood. That's one of the things you have to turn on your Xbox to play 14 because Xbox also has that setting, and if you have that off, you can't load up Final Fantasy 14.
As long as it has character customization, I'm down.
See, Chille, I thought, not Chille, Devastator. For me, Stormblood was a tale of two halves. I didn't like the Alan Mahegan story, but the other half of the story was phenomenal.
Yeah, just give the trial download, see how you feel. Like, it's not for everyone. I enjoy the game a lot. I played a lot of hours into the game. Like, I put several thousands of days of hours into the game, and I enjoy it. But I also understand that it's not for everyone. This guy doesn't seem to understand that people understand that. He thinks.
I mean, even I tried 14 back when Heavensward was coming out. I got it, downloaded it on my PlayStation 4, and I played it for maybe a week and never touched it again. It's a real shame, but I was giving it a shot at least.
Anyway,
Continue.
And yeah, Force, it does have character creation. You create a character.
Yeah, it does.
You can only create a character. There's no sets.
There are some characters. By the way, there are some characters are locked off to future expansion packs, so you won't have every character.
Well, yeah.
So just a warning about that.
But if you do like it and you get the latest expansion, they give you a Fantasia, so you can change your looks anyway.
Yeah, and the quest is just from Oldar. It's a low-level quest. You can just do the quest to pick up the Fantasia for free. And if you finish the MSQ, you also get another Fantasia.
So you can change your character whenever you like.
Yeah, if you do the 2.0 MSQ, you get the a free Fantasia as well.
Building the ultimate waifu. Build it and let's see it, dude. Build it and let's see it. I'm excited.
Share it in the Discord.
Yep, share it in my Discord. I'm excited. All
but
right, let's continue.
I will before we move on quickly. Though you do not need PlayStation Plus to play Final Fantasy 14 online. If you do have PlayStation Plus, you can get a free teleport location inside the game as a reward you can claim once a month.
So they don't.
But that's it. That's all it does.
They benefit you.
Yeah, but that's all it does. You don't need it, but you get a benefit.
I was really upset when Xbox decided to still stick to that. You need an Xbox Live subscription to play because some people who don't have Xbox Live at all, but just play the games, single player games and stuff like that wanted to play 14, they can't
or just get game, or who would have got normal Game Pass, which didn't include online. Because you had the Game Pass that didn't have online mode, right? You just for the games. Maybe they have that. They don't have Game Pass Ultimate.
Game Pass console.
Yeah, console.
Anyway, that before I want to punch him, let's carry on.
Is new and strange and awful for the community. That like this Final Fantasy 14 being bad is a new thing. Like, how dare they make Final Fantasy 14 a bad video game? How dare they do this to my MMO, the one MMO that stuck? Like, how dare they do this to Final Fantasy. Like, oh, I'm gonna blame woke culture. I'm gonna blame Square Enix. I'm gonna blame everyone except the game itself, right? Like, I'm going to make every excuse under the sun. I am going to do everything I can to protect this product, to protect Square Enix, to protect the people who allowed this to happen.
The thing is, though, the things I've seen people complain about are basically that, like, people have enjoyed the new dungeons because they're quite difficult and they're challenging. People have enjoyed a lot of the battle combat changes because they've added. Some of them aren't that great, I'll admit that. Like Black Mage, and I've heard Viper changes recently aren't great. But people have enjoyed and loved the experience of the new. So it really is just the story that's a bit rough. And although I enjoyed the story myself, I can understand why some people didn't like it. And for a game like Final Fantasy XIV, which has prided itself on story, especially with Shadowbringers and Endwalker, where people have come in for those major expansions, which will, by the way, wrapping up the story, a 10-year arc. So, of course, they're going to have more plot than we're with this new adventure where we're starting now. It's like comparing this to Endwalker when really we should be comparing this to A Realm Reborn. Like, yeah, I understand why some people found the story not for their liking. I myself enjoyed every minute of it. And as I've said on Twitter several times, at the end of Dawn Trail was pretty much one of the first times I've nearly cried playing a game for a while. I got really sad. So anyway, carry on.
Yeah, the ending of Dawn Trail really hit me.
Yeah, hit me harder than Endwalker. I'm sorry. I don't care how people felt about.
What is the thing with Endwalker was up until the ending, it felt like everything was on the line, and then it wasn't. And at that point, you kind of didn't have that impact. I mean, the only thing that I was cheerful about Endwalker, I guess, was when I gave into Xenos' desires. That was excellent. I loved the way he reacted to that.
That was amazing.
That was beautiful, the way Square Enix thought about that.
It's why I know, I guess spoilers for the raid, but like, I know people get pissed off, but you know that a lot of the characters that we've seen are like shard versions of the, our characters. Like, like, my dream, and it won't happen. My dream is that the owner of the raid is a shard of Xenos.
I want Xenos back. He was so good.
Like, I want the owner of the raid to be a shard of Xenos that hasn't met us because, of course, we're not on that shard. So, because he loves fighting so much, but he hasn't got us to fight against, so he's got no one to go with his desires. He's opened up this tournament so he can challenge the strongest fighters in the realm by having them fight each other until they get to the end, and then they fight him.
And for those of you that don't know what he means by shards, think of Marvel's multiverse. It's essentially the same thing.
Sorry, Fusion. But right, no, let's carry on. I don't want to.
And also, I'm gonna post about how Final Fantasy 16 is also really good, and that you're a bigot if you don't like it. Again, how have things gotten this bad? How exactly are people so delusional that they actually believe MMORPGs are like a good use of your time? You know, who out there seriously thinks that, like, oh, I want to spend 4 hours every day playing MMOs so I can grind materials and like do absolutely nothing with my real life? You know, like who?
Yeah, Chille.
I mean, has he ever played Final Fantasy 14? Yeah, where like you can pretty much get everything done in about an hour, and then you don't have to. Gacha games are worst. If you really care about end game raiding, you will have to do more hours. But if you're just a casual player that just enjoys the video game, there is no real grinding.
Yep.
You
get everything from the quests.
You can get everything from quests. You can either get dungeon gear at the end, or you can buy the crafted gear with the money you've probably made from doing the quests, or just from a friend or whatever, just socializing, because most of the crafted gear by the time you get to that point is going to be really cheap. Like, there's always multiple different catch-ups mechanics in Final Fantasy 14. There is no, I have to spend 4 hours to grind stuff.
I did good getting Chille onto this one, didn't I?
I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
All right, let's continue. We're only
I'm
halfway
sorry.
through. Then you took Salty with Genshin and Honkai Impact. My waifus.
No,
You
I'm
see?
not.
You see?
I
Force?
sit
You
here-
see what
I
we have
sit-
to put up with?
I sit here grinding Dokkan Battle all the time. This weekend's world tournament. I'm going to be sat here for hours grinding world tournament. I'm going to spend more hours grinding my mobile games this weekend than I will spend this entire month playing Fantasy 14. So
I do the same too. I do grind those gacha games. Gotta be careful what I say.
Wife plays Cookie Run Kingdom on her tablet and her phone.
We grind good, chat.
I actually played Dokkan Battle myself.
wait. Wait, carry on.
It's that. Like, who looks at something like Final Fantasy 14 and is just like, oh, I want to spend my life playing that? Like,
I do.
Do
Sorry.
something else. Go outside. Is my
It's
advice
warm
to you? Like, if you can grind money, you
Okay,
can grind.
1 second. Can I show him a mirror? Can I also tell him to go outside?
He can't see a mirror because it would crack before it gets to his face.
Can I be like, oh, can I like, was it Yu-Gi-Oh? Can I use like, what's that Yu-Gi-Oh move where you reverse of? Can I just show? Can I let just let him go outside? How about this?
No
I'll make a
reverse?
deal. I'll go outside if you do.
Yeah, I don't think he knows the way
There
out.
we go.
I mean, he's literally in a dungeon basement.
I mean, to be fair, I'm also in the basement, but
You're in a basement for a different reason, though. Your house is built that way. He's in an actual basement.
yeah. And also, I will clear it up. Although I am in the basement flat, the house is on an elevation from the road. So even though I'm in the flat's basement, I can see I am on the main pavement. So I am not like underground still. I am still. There is still sun coming into the room. Like it is like it's the ground floor, but isn't.
Yeah.
It's weird. Anyway, carry on.
Get
Chille lives in a
resources
hobbit house.
by
People laugh
working
about
a
this.
job. You know, you can socialize with other people by going outside. Okay? You don't need Final Fantasy 14. You don't need this video game to grind it. Okay? Like, what exactly made you so enamored with this mediocre RPG? Like, what exactly got you so hooked on this
Sure. Okay. Okay. So I enjoy the story. Now I know you said go outside and meet real friends, but guess what? I have played the game, and guess what, Mr. Harmon? I have actually gone outside and gone to completely different countries in the world. I have flown to completely different parts of the world to meet said people. So I've got to experience locations that I would have never experienced because I was able to play this MMO. Because thanks to my bonds and chatting with people, I was able to visit North America. I was able to visit all. I've been to not been to London, but I've been to France. I've been to all different countries because of this game. One day maybe Japan, who knows? But I've been able to go to Vegas. I've even been to Wisconsin, because of a Final Fantasy MMO. Like,
nice.
I've been to areas that I would never have ever visited if it wasn't for the bonds that I've made with people, thanks to Fantasy 14.
When's the next event in London? Or
What's
Britain? When's the next event in Britain?
It was
It'll be a couple of years, right? Yeah, it was this year.
Oh, they already had it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You went to it, didn't you, Chille?
Chille did.
Yeah.
I couldn't go.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you to the PR team for the invite for that, by the way.
I think it was like £185 a ticket. The last time I went, which was a few years ago, it was.
You're talking about FanFest.
Yeah, FanFest. I went to
again. Thank you to PR team for the ticket.
Because I wanted to. What does it go? I went with my son last time. It was an amazing experience, but we paid
next time, Chaos.
£65 a ticket. This time it was £185 each. I couldn't afford 400 quid at the time.
Next time, Chaos, contact me, okay?
Oh yes, if you can hook me up, that'd be great.
I'll see what I can do. Okay.
Sweet.
I have to save up money and see if my passport is up to date, and I'll come and join you.
And
nice.
to prove...
Again, I can't promise anything, but like...
No,
I will see
I
what
appreciate
can
that.
do.
I get that. But just to help you out as well, a day before you contact anyone, I'll play Final Fantasy 14 on stream.
Nice. But no, like, if it were, like, he says go outside, but thanks to the Final Fantasy 14, like, I'll tell the story again.
Not only do you go outside, you travel the world.
I got tickets to the North American Fan Fest as press pass because because most of our press contacts are US. So I got a press pass to the North American Fan Fest. Now at that time, I couldn't afford the flights to America. They got me the tickets for the event, but I couldn't afford the flights.
Right.
Like I had nearly enough, but I just it was too sudden. I didn't have the money. And then one of the communities at the time, She Heals I Tank, decided to do a fundraiser to raise money to help me fly over to America so that I could do the event.
Awesome.
So if it wasn't for the community, I would not have been able to experience 2018 Fan Fest because they helped me get there.
Nice.
And so I that's why I love the community so much, and that's why I've done so many things because of this community. And I've gone outside for it. Can I now I've pointed out all these different friends that I have, Harmon. What about you? Can I hear one of yours?
He's got what, less than 1,000 followers on his YouTube?
He has no friends.
I didn't say friends, I said followers.
But do you know what? Do you know what, Chille? You missed out the one person that I know you know who I'm talking about. That I remember you telling that you met through 14. The absolute legend. The one and only. The true pinnacle peak. No, even greater than Yoshi P. There is someone you met thanks to Final Fantasy 14 that transcends everyone.
Okay. Break it to me again. Oh yeah, I met you, didn't
me?
I? Yeah. I can't remember if I met you before Fantasy 14 or after it, to be honest.
No, we met through Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah. Yeah.
We met through Final Fantasy 14. And we've been friends for years now.
Yeah. It's been a long time now. Thank you for putting up with me. See? See, Harmon?
You're not a bad dude, Chille.
Just a pony.
Yeah. Nay.
You're a proper pony. That's the difference. You're not a fanboy pony.
Yes,
I'm just
Chille
happy when you
has
give me
met
a
Yoshi.
sock lick. Yeah, I've met Yoshi. I even got to meet the voice actors of Alice 8 Alpha Node, Clive from Final Fantasy 16, and Thancred. It was a nice meal before the media tour, before the fan fest. They invited a load of media to a meal. Where by the way, they gave me money, which I gave back because the money they gave me was all in dollars that I couldn't use. They're like, here is $400 in vouchers that are only available, that only work in America.
I mean, I've gotten to meet wrestlers. Does that count?
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
I got to meet Dwayne Johnson. I lived down the street from him.
Nice. I've met Hideo Kojima.
Nice.
Cool. The only other famous things I've ever done really is like, I need to find it, but you remember the original Gladiators?
Yeah.
I got to see the original Gladiators as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, when it was being recorded.
So you mean if we go back and watch old episodes, we'll actually see you in the crowd somewhere?
Yeah. And I'm surprised my mum never got kicked out, but I'm not going to go any further than that. Anyway, let's carry on.
Product. Why exactly are you so obsessed with promoting this idea that this game was ever good? It's not. It never was. It never will be. And I have always maintained that. And again, this is the next step of the decline in Square Enix.
So just pausing this here for a super chat directed at Chille. Chille met a Yoshi. Did he go to Mario World?
Yahoo!
Thank you for that $2 super chat.
Considering the failure of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which, by the way, most people are still in denial over, like, this is...
I mean, it didn't really fail that much.
What
failed?
failed?
It didn't really... Rebirth.
Rebirth failed hard.
I wouldn't consider it a fail.
It failed less than FF16.
Yeah, but FF6. See, I
16
expected
sold
worse
less
sales.
than 3 million, and Rebirth sold about 2.4 million.
Yeah, but Rebirth is a sequel to a remake. Like, there's always going to be drop-offs.
Which is a reimagining, yeah.
Yeah, so there was going to, like, I went in expecting to have slightly worse sales. I didn't expect it to be that bad, but I was expecting to have the slightly worse sales than remake because people are going to have to pay for a remake. It's why Part 3 is going to have even worse sales. Because people are going to go into Part 3 knowing that they have to play Part 1 and Part 2, which is several hundred hours to in their minds to play Part 3. So anyway, I don't consider it a fail. It wasn't great, but I wouldn't consider it a fail. Anyway, sorry.
You gonna take that? How? You gonna stand for that?
I mean, there's not really much to say. It is what it is. As a big Final Fantasy fan myself, the only two that I didn't really play were the online versions. And like I said, nothing against the games. I'm sure, the job systems are great and all that, and it has the MMO capabilities. I personally just don't think it should have ever been made into an online game. Not saying it's not good. But 16 Remake and Rebirth were shit for various reasons.
Ooh.
Chille, you got a rebuttal for this?
I enjoyed 16 wasn't my favorite because although I like action-based games, I don't think I'll ever go back to it, unlike a lot of other games, because I don't really play through games more than once, especially action-based games. And ever since the right hand on my injury with my right wrist, I found it difficult to play those fast-paced titles anyway. Ever since I had the surgery, so.
We'll see. 15, I disagree with because they started moving away from the party system. You still had your extra people, but you only ever controlled the main character, Noctis. You can give commands to the other ones, but you never could actually, until the DLCs came out, that you could never physically control the other characters. They went further into the RPG aspect
By the
with
way,
16, which was way out there.
Can I say, hopefully you don't like Dragon Dragon Age Veilguard then when it comes out this year. Because
Veilguard?
the fact that because the fact that they're limiting the party control.
I mean, I've always liked the Dragon Age games except for the second one. I'm gonna at least give Veilguard a try, and the little woman loves Dragon Age herself, and I had the collector's edition of the original Dragon Age Origins.
I mean, I enjoyed Dragon Age Origins, and I actually didn't mind Dragon Age 2. Inquisition, I wasn't a big fan of, but that's only because, as I've said before, I'm not an open world fan, and so once you make your game open world, I kind of lose interest in the game. But
depends on if they do the open world well. Inquisition kind of did. It was hit and miss.
That's why I wasn't. I'm not. That's why I didn't say it's a bad. That's why I've never said it's a bad game. It's just not my game. And
but I'll have to see how Veilguard does. Yeah, Devastator. I saw that it has a setting for removing death.
But no.
I'm not going to be playing with that.
I will say though, if you haven't played Final Fantasy 15 in a while, remember you can actually now make your own character as a full character customization in Final Fantasy 15. You can make your own character and play as them through the whole campaign.
That's weird.
It is weird.
Yeah, you can now do that with Final Fantasy 15 if you've never gone back and played it again.
That is weird.
I mean, I already demolished everything in that game that there is to demolish, so there's no point for me to ever go back to it.
The whole
unless I just want to replay the game anyway.
You're playing as Noctis to play through his story. What happens when you go to Lunar Freya? You're no longer the prince.
Oh, I love 12, Susano. The Gambit system was absolutely stellar.
I hated 12.
Really? Why?
12 was just 11 offline.
I don't know. That's why I didn't like it. I already had 11.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But 12 is basically 11 offline. All the mechanics in there, like the monster hunting and everything, is basically.
I like the fact that the Gambit system was allowing you to give party members actions that are predetermined depending on what you want them to do to act that way.
Yeah, the Gambit system was the only good thing about 12 that I liked.
Oh, the story
And the
wasn't
Gambit
too bad.
system essentially went into Final Fantasy 11 and 14 with the trust system.
Right.
Just a modified version.
But I love the Gambit system so much.
But
because
to
it was
answer
like,
your question, I will give Veilguard a try. I can't say whether it's going to be good or not, but I know the wife loves the Dragon Age series, so it's a game that I will be getting.
But yeah, no, I can't even remember what he was saying now, which makes me so happy that I can't remember anything he's been talking about. So let's carry on.
3 more minutes.
Oh Lord.
All right.
The end of their cash cow, I think. Like, if Final Fantasy 14 falls off, if people stop playing, if they start paying for these expansions, like, the game is going to fade off into irrelevancy. And they will not be able to pull back their audience, right? It is going to stagnate. It is going to become irrelevant. It is not going to be able to remain competitive. Like, it is going to return to just a constant decline for Square Enix, right? It is going to be the next blunder in a long line of blunders. And I do think it needs to be said that this has been a long time coming. Square Enix deserves everything bad that happens to them. Final Fantasy 14 should not have released in the state it was back in the day, right? They should never.
But, like, I would never go up to someone and say, "Ha, I've just kicked you in the shins. You deserve that all along." Like, no, that's just mean. Why are you so mean? Like, I don't like Microsoft, but I'm not going to go up to Microsoft and go, "Ha, you didn't have any games for 6 months. You deserve that."
Oh shit! He's attacking us, chat now.
Who is?
Chille. He just threw that bomb in there. Chat, did you hear him?
Oh, talking about Microsoft.
Xbox didn't have no games for 8 months.
I mean, it's true since Starfield. Well, no, they have Power World.
And I said 6 months.
They did come with other games.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did come out
like,
with other
I'm
games
just-
in the meantime on Game Pass that were day ones.
But, like, guess what? I'd rather hype up the fact that you've got, like, a bajillion games coming out now with Indiana Jones, Stalker 2.
Absolutely.
I guess WoW Within, but War Within.
War
like,
Within
WoW,
that's coming later this month.
like, there's so many that I can't remember off the top of my
A
head.
Raw, Avowed.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I mean, just
like,
look at
you've got a lot of games coming out, and I'd rather hype up the fact that you've got games
all this
coming
behind
out
me.
than to insult a game for what they've done before. Same with Sony. Sony's had a really rough this year. Like, there's no games out this year really that's first party Sony games that I really, to be honest, except for a
Concord.
remaster, and you've got Concord and Astrobot.
Maybe Astrobot. Yeah.
And Helldivers.
So,
There's only 2. No, Helldivers is not.
no,
first party.
Helldivers is second party.
Yeah, second party.
Helldivers is second
but
party.
isn't the game fully funded by Sony?
No.
Probably. No.
They supported funding.
Yeah.
But
It's the same thing
it's
with
still
Stalker
owned
2,
by
right?
Airhead. Although I fully expect Stalker 2 is going to be bought by Microsoft.
Yeah.
It hasn't been yet. So,
Anyway, I don't want to leave too much on this, but, like, I just want to say that, like, I hate the fact that he's pooping on in this way, because, like, I just don't like when people do that. Like, anyway, carry on. I'd rather be positive. I'd be half glass full than half glass empty.
True.
Have abandoned Nintendo hardware to develop exclusively for PlayStation, right? They should never have.
That's it. We finally got to the moment that we were talking about.
Yeah.
That is what the Nintendo fanboy is crying, that Nintendo pooped the bed with Final Fantasy. Not Square. This was Nintendo. Nintendo pooped the bed with Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 6, there is actually a build. Well, sorry, Final Fantasy 7. There is actually a build that they were working on for the N64.
I've seen it.
That it was being worked on. It was originally planned as an exclusive game for the N64, but due to the cartridge limitations at the time, they were unable to port the game over to N64, so they had to go to Sony because the CD-ROM had the ability to have more data, more storage, so they're able to have the game that they wanted in Vision. If Nintendo had gone to CD,
and don't forget it was also on PC.
Yeah, on PC as well eventually. And it's on everything now, by the way. We're talking about original launches. Like, it was on PC as well eventually, but like, if you wanted, like, Nintendo could have easily got Final Fantasy 7. They would have, though. I would have said, I would have wondered. I would have wondered in that timeline, would Final Fantasy have even succeeded past like 8 or 9? Because you got to remember, he's talking about these wonderful Nintendo Final Fantasy titles, but Europe had never got a single Final Fantasy game until the PlayStation releases.
That's true.
That's a
unless
good
you
point.
Unless you count Final Fantasy Legends, which was not a Final Fantasy game, which is a mana game that was rebranded as Legend, as Final Fantasy.
Good game, though.
So we not got a single Final Fantasy game in Europe until 7. So would Final Fantasy have succeeded if it would stayed exclusive Nintendo and possibly been still exclusive to North America and Japan and had no real chance to expand past those locations?
So are you saying, in a roundabout way, that Sony saved Final Fantasy?
I wouldn't say they saved it, but they expanded it.
Okay, I'll take that.
Which you could take.
I'll take that.
I don't think it's a save because they weren't dying at the time, but like, who knows what would have happened in that future if they continued being limited to those locations.
11 minutes. I had to blow my salvation.
Oh, jeez. There's a lot of background noise coming from you, Pablos.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, like, I don't know what's happening with that. So like, that's my view on it. Like, we didn't get Final Fantasy 1 to 6 until the PS1 era, and I think there was one on the DS, right?
Yeah.
I think it was free.
Mm-hmm.
Which was the 3D free version. Anyway.
Yeah. We've got
So
2 minutes to go.
please don't go back to Nintendo. And I don't have long either myself, so we better carry on.
Like, just done everything they've done. You know, shafting classic IPs to the side, firing, like, iconic developers, like, completely failing to grow and evolve their brand in any meaningful way. Completely, you know, creating Final Fantasy X-2, like, one of the greatest, most abhorrent things in the history of video games. Like,
you monster! You absolute, you horrid, complete monster! I'm sorry. I'm out. Bye.
Chille, don't go. Don't go. I think it's gone.
Say that again. Replay that.
I will. Fine. Final Fantasy X-2. It had okay. You're gonna joke about the characters being blah blah blah, but
because I had a free.
The story was
what did he say?
He said that Final Fantasy X-2 was bad. In the shortest way.
I mean, it was better than what 10 was.
Final Fantasy X-2 had until, I would say, at least 12, and even then, I still think that X-2 had a better job system. I think I think X-2 had one of the greatest job battle systems in any Final Fantasy game.
It was very inventive, actually. The sphere good.
Yeah, I think it was incredible.
It was
now you might not like the way it looked, or how the characters looked, but the actual dress sphere system was just amazing. It was fun to switch in battle. There was different types. There was so many different ways that you could do fights, and you could abuse different weaknesses. You could make it was just such a good title.
I like 10 too.
Yeah,
I got the remastered version around here somewhere.
I'll agree,
It's really
the story
weird.
wasn't great.
It's really weird because the PS2 version of Final Fantasy X looks way better than the remastered version of 10.
I agree.
I don't know
And
what
now,
they
now
did.
if he said Fantasy, now if he pooped on Fantasy X-3, which technically exists as an audio drama, then sure, that's bad. But we're not talking about X-3.
But they said they might look at revisit 10.3 at some point in the future.
Yeah, but don't ever actually do X-3, please. It's bad.
And look, the audio drama was half an hour long. That can't cover everything. That just brought Sin back.
I just find it funny as hell that we get about a minute into Harmon's video before Chille has another rant each time.
Sorry. I'm
That's
trying
fair.
not to because I've got 9 minutes until raid. So
All right, let's continue.
If you really think about it, like Square Enix is a cautionary tale of what developers believe, what will happen to developers if they turn against Nintendo, right? They thought that with their iconic Final Fantasy brand, you know, which was one of the most lucrative at the time, that they could partner with PlayStation, that they could, make all of their games PlayStation.
And it was successful. It was successful for what, 20 years? For 20-something years.
I mean, he's too young. He doesn't know that the original Final Fantasy games were NES and SNES. Yeah, Chrono Trigger was a GOAT game. Got Chrono Cross eventually for the PlayStation 1.
Only in America.
Well,
Only in
true.
America. Those were never released in Europe.
But there's also the Visions of, or not Visions, but the Secret of Mana games, which were SNES.
Then you've got Dragon Quest, which
all
in
the
my
Dragon
opinion
Quest games.
which is a bigger IP than Final Fantasy's ever been.
True.
As much as I love Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest had its own holiday.
Yep.
When a Dragon Quest
And
game
Dragon
comes out
Quest
in Japan-
Builders 1 and 2 were both for the Switch.
Yeah.
That's still Square Enix.
But he wants Final Fantasy.
I mean,
Yes, Secret of Evermore. That's another one.
If you want Final Fantasy, spoilers, Nintendo needs better hardware.
Yeah.
I actually genuinely thought he was about to say buy a PlayStation.
I mean...
And then it would have been kick.
I'm not going to touch that.
Am I 100% wrong, though? You either buy a PlayStation or buy an Xbox or buy a PC.
Absolutely.
See, I'll allow that because you said Xbox. Okay. Let's continue. You have
I mean,
1
he even
minute
said
and 20
PC.
seconds.
Exclusive, that they could make PlayStations fly off their shelves and they would just be able to coast off of that.
It did fly off the shelves.
Off of their Nintendo, off of the success they established in the Nintendo era, right? They thought people would coast off of the Final Fantasy VI, love forever. But even when Final Fantasy VII came out, there were plenty of people who said that wow, 6 was better on Super Nintendo.
No, they
Final
didn't. A lot of people said that 7 was amazing. I mean, sure, some people still say 6 is better, but some people, I'll go back and say
7 was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, 7 was incredible. I mean,
it's the first time that they integrated 3D polygon graphics into their games with a walk-around open world.
Yeah.
It was absolutely stellar. And it was a proprietary engine that they developed for that game specifically to that. And funny enough, if you actually go back and look at the files on the PC version, you can actually see the the MKV files where when you're in game, your character is walking around as those MKVs are playing.
Yeah.
And I don't think people realize that those are actual full movie clips of you walking around on your character while the MKV is playing. They think it's just part of the game.
Sorry, carry on.
Fantasy VII is a massive step down, and that feeling kept growing with Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X-2, Final Fantasy XI, which isn't even really an RPG, right? Final Fantasy XII.
Wait, what? Final Fantasy XI is not an RPG. Wait, what? Go play the Chains of Prometheus storyline. Go play the Rise of Zillet storyline and tell me it's not an RPG. There's some amazing storylines in 11.
Chains of Prometheus was so
You can
good.
tell
It's
that
on
he
another
hasn't
level.
played it.
Yeah, Chains of Prometheus. This is why I said the storyline in 11 is phenomenal. Even when you're looking at Treasures of Acturgan, it's all just really damn good. Like the MMO storylines, in my opinion, trump almost. I reckon they trump all the storylines. The 2 MMOs just have the best storylines by far. Maybe because they've got
Nano in the chat
years
makes
to
a good
think.
point. I don't think he knows that Super Mario RPG was made by Square Enix.
Yeah.
Oh, that is true.
How does he feel about that one? Because that's actually the first franchise back on the Super Nintendo that was made by an outside company for a first-party IP. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't 7? Yeah, 7 is a lot of people's favorites. Then it's followed by 6, and I would say 10.
10 is
like
my favorite.
7, 6, 10, and then 9 maybe.
Look, 10
7,
had
12, 8 for me.
I'm sorry, 10 had something that none of them have. 10 had one thing that none of them have. Ha 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 ha. They've even released a whole soundtrack based on that.
You even also have that. I think is it 10 or 10-2? I think it's 10. This is why I don't like Waka, by the way. During the scene where
that would have been 10.
During the scene when the Albed's homeland is blown up, right? They blow it up, and then Waka turns around to Riku, who is half Albed, by the way. She is half Albed, and he goes, "Yeah, it's like Happy Festival fireworks."
Yep.
While her hometown gets blown up, I'm like,
Susanna, I liked
really?
10-2.
Yeah, it's like Happy Festival fireworks.
I really
no,
like
Susan,
10-2.
I know. I also said I like 10-2. Don't worry, we
10-2 was all right.
We already made that statement about 10-2.
Yeah, Just Fear was awesome.
30 seconds, chat. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Which
31.
is like some weird Xenoblade knockoff thing. Like, again, Final Fantasy 13. And now, look at where we are now. You know, Final Fantasy 14. After a decade of support, over a decade of support, this is what the game has amounted to. An absolute disaster of a release that will lead to the further decline of Square Enix.
No.
Closing force, Chille?
He's not wrong. At the start, I've got to agree with him. 14 had issues with 1.0. It did have flaws, but a lot of the points he's pointing out are just incredibly stupid and flawed, and coming from a place where someone has not actually researched any of the game at all, and he's just going off any type of information that he's heard on from social media, or even not even heard about the information on social media, but instead pulled it all from his bum. If I feel like I can even say that, like, he's pulled it from the air. He has Nintendo, sure, in America and Japan, maybe Nintendo was a factor, but in Europe, where we never got a Final Fantasy game until Final Fantasy 7. By the way, Chaos is showing on screen what Final Fantasy 7 on N60 on the N64 would have looked like. It's not good. It's not great. Who would want this? I'm sorry, but really, if the issue I'm just going to clear this issue up. He loves Nintendo. He wants everything to be on Nintendo. He wants to gobble Nintendo's hardware. Like, he loves it. He talks about us grinding for hours. He wants to grind that Nintendo for hours. But Nintendo's issue was the fact that they stopped pushing for hardware. They started to sort of like go for the profits. So they started going for while PlayStation and Xbox kept pushing further and further hardware. And Square Enix, Final Fantasy games have always been a showcase for both graphics and storytelling. That is one thing that they were known for back in the day, for their CGI, for the impressive graphics. Even on the SNES and NES, they were known for their incredible sprite work, for their cutscene work, for their open world. They were known to push the boundaries of the genre at the time. So if they had stuck with the N64 like they could have, we would get this. And this would not have been pushing anything at L. They would have been limited on cartridge space. They would have, which would limit their cutscenes, that limit their graphics, limited their locations. It's Nintendo that caused them to pull away. This wasn't Sony. I'm sure Sony gave them a ton of money to help them, but it was the hardware. Sorry. That was the reason why they stepped away from Nintendo. But they still made Nintendo games. There were still games moved over to Nintendo. Like, there was still stuff being ported over. Square Enix didn't just completely abandon Nintendo, like you seem to think they did. It's just that the games couldn't run on those systems. And I'm sure when the Switch 2 comes out, if it can run Final Fantasy 7, we might see Final Fantasy VII Trilogy on the Switch too, with Rebirth, Remake, and whatever the third one's going to be. That could all come to the Switch too eventually.
I can see it being a digital only.
Yeah, digital only, but like I can see it happening maybe.
But yeah,
like,
buying the
and
trilogy
who
and
knows?
playing it on the Switch too. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But like, you just haven't looked into you're just reacting to what you think people are saying, and you've said literally nothing. You this entire 8-minute videos, we said more than you did, and you literally said nothing. You just said it was bad. That's not describing why it's bad. You just said it's bad. And something isn't bad just because it's bad. There's reasons for something to be bad. And unless you give those reasons for something to be bad, then it can't be that bad. You have to give the reason for it to be bad.
Absolutely.
He finally sounds like an Xbox guy.
I will say, Chille, you are being critical in the right way of both PlayStation and Nintendo and Xbox. There is nothing that you said in that statement that is separate from any console or even PC from one to the other.
Yeah. Thank you.
You are a gamer, and that is what counts. And that is what the point is between being a PlayStation gamer, whether you're a pony or not, and a fanboy.
All I'm saying is that this is going to be a big upload because this video is going up. It's going to be titled Chille's Breakdown with against Harmon.
Chille's rant. Chille's Harmon rant.
That is going to be it for me for today, folks. Chille, Power, thank you for joining me on. And Chille, I knew you'd have loved this React video. I knew it was right up your street. And I think the chat agrees with me that I did phenomenally well in bringing you on at just the right time for this React, because it was glorious in so many different ways. But
we'll get Chille liking Xbox games yet.
But Chille, do plug yourself, and then Power Boss, you plug yourself after.
Okay. Episode 199 of Moogle Go on Radio should be going live. We should be doing it next week. Hopefully, it got delayed due to illness, which means September will be episode 200. By the way, Chaos, if you can respond to my tweet, that'd be great. I've asked if people have any good comments about MDR on Twitter. But yeah, and then Soundbites episode 100 will be going live tomorrow, which I don't know when this goes live on Chaos's, so it might be live already. So go check out Soundbites where we've done episode 100. And I've been a guest on another podcast helping to host while the other host is busy. But yeah, and that's been fun as well. So until more information about that goes live, I can't really plug that. Plus, it's not my show. I've just been a guest on it because the person that normally does it was ill. Well, busy, should we say. But thank you, Chaos, for having me on. I'm sorry for so much ranting and sorry it took so long.
No, you're fine, Chille.
You're fine.
So thank you.
Power Boss, if you want to plug yourself.
PowerBoss123 over on Twitch. PowerBoss 09 on YouTube. I stream on Twitch and I re-upload to YouTube after. I don't live stream on YouTube, unfortunately. I'm everywhere. Most podcasts for the gaming. If you'll have me, I'm there. I'm in everybody's Discord. Feel free to get me on Discord. I haven't streamed in a while. I'm gonna get a hold of Chaos at some point. We're gonna do a side-by-side playthrough, perhaps, of Starfield modded. So yeah, I look forward to being on streams everywhere and playing with everybody and seeing things and doing things and looking forward to enjoying more things.
Looks like they kicked everybody.
Okay, that's it, folks. Thank you so much, and I'm going to be over at Twitch tomorrow. So for those of you that want to hang out tomorrow, I might actually play some Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow, or some Dungeons of Hinterberg. One of the two. We'll see, because I haven't jumped into 14 for a long time, but I did want to finish Dungeons of Hinterberg as well, and I don't have much to do on Tower at the moment that requires me to be on there streaming multiple times a week. So yeah, I think I might do that. Thanks so much for hanging out tonight, though. It's been amazing, and thank you to Power Boss and Chille for
Can I say one last thing?
Yeah.
For those of you who are watching this, okay, here is the biggest thing that you can take away. If you are a fanboy, you blindly follow whatever the company says, whether it's Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, PC, whatever. If you are a fanboy, you follow them blindly. If you are a gamer, then you point out the flaws, whether you like the game or not. I love Final Fantasy. I can even see the positive things of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake, but they are not without their flaws.
Cool. Don't forget you can have all my links for my other YouTube channel and my Twitch are in the description below, so feel free to go check those out and drop a follow. But otherwise, my Discord is down below as well, so feel free to sign up where we continue the conversations and chats and whatnot. So yeah, it's a good place. Right, that's it. That's going to be me. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I will see you all on Thursday. And for those of you that join me tomorrow in my Twitch stream, I will see you tomorrow. Right, that's it. Peace out, folks, and remain legend.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Like and subscribe. Do it now. Bye.
Bye.